Chapter 1 Pregnancy. Congratulations, Miss Liu. According to the blood test results, you are 7 weeks pregnant. During this period, you should pay attention to rest, strengthen nutrition, eat folic acid, and come for regular checkup. When Ling Shuo heard the doctor's words, he couldn't help touching his lower abdomen with both hands. He couldn't believe that there was already a small life in it. Recently, I have been feeling bad appetite, and I feel a little nauseous and want to vomit. I thought I had gastroenteritis. I originally planned to go to the hospital to prescribe some medicine, but I didn't expect that I was pregnant. Walking out of the hospital with the test sheet, Ling Shuo has been hesitating to tell Tang Yichen. He took out his mobile phone and clicked on the avatar engraved in his heart, and turned it off again. Over and over again, I haven't made up my mind. I came to the flower bed at the gate of the hospital and sat down. My grandfather, who depended on me 3 years ago, was seriously ill, and he took care of himself. When I went to the city to see a doctor, I met an old man who was the same age in the hospital. It turned out that my grandfather was a comrade in arms with the old man, and he also saved the old man. That old man is Tang Yichen's grandfather. The two old people have lost contact for many years, and they are very excited to see each other again. At that time, Grandpa's illness was so serious that he couldn't rest assured that he was alone. He entrusted himself to Grandpa Tang. Grandpa Tang immediately recognized Ling Shi's granddaughter-in-law at the first sight, forcing his grandson Tang Yichen to get the certificate with him quickly. Not long after getting the certificate, Grandpa left. That year, Grandpa Tang asked her if she would like to marry Tang Yichen. She blushed and nodded gently. Yes, she liked Tang Yichen. I don't know when it started. It was probably the first time we met in the hospital. He pushed open the door of the ward, and the sunlight poured on her body from the window. Her facial features were like sculptures, and her deep eyes had a trace of sharpness. Handsome. At that time, she thought that Tang Yichen's consent to marriage was her own will. It turned out that it was Grandpa Tang's pressure, so he had to agree. Therefore, he and Tang Yichen were actually married by agreement. 3 years ago, Tang Yichen took an agreement and signed it for himself the night before receiving the certificate. The old man must let me marry you if you cry, make a fuss, and hang you. Since you want it so much, I'll give you Mrs. Tang's title. I'm sorry, I can't give you anything else. We will divorce in 3 years. Therefore, the agreement agreed that after 3 years, the two will divorce and cannot have children. After the divorce, the villa where the two live together will be given to Ling Shuo, and there will be a large breakup fee. The moment he got the agreement, Ling Shuo knew that he was the only one who wanted to get married. She didn't read the content of the agreement at that time. She didn't want the other party to see her heart, and she didn't want to embarrass herself too much. She quickly signed her name and handed it to Tang Yichen. The next day, the two successfully received the marriage certificate. There was no wedding, only 2 red notebooks lying in their hands. Xiaoshu, I've wronged you. The wedding will not be held for the time being. Grandpa Tang said to her. Although his grandson agreed to get married, he did not give in to the wedding. I wronged Xiaoshu. It's okay, Grandpa. I can understand. Ling Shuo said to Grandpa Tang in a soft voice. After marriage, the two moved to Tang Yichen's own villa. Because Tang Yichen didn't like to be disturbed by outsiders, the two of them did not hire servants. Ling Shuo did not go to work. He cooked at home every day and waited for Tang Yichen to come back. Most of the time, Tang Yichen did not come back. Ling Shuo ate alone every day. In the first year, the two of them were safe and slept in separate rooms. On weekends, they went to the old house for dinner together. Tang Yichen's father and mother died in a plane accident when he was a child. Grandpa Tang's white-haired man sent a black-haired man and almost couldn't stand it. At that time, Tang Yichen had just entered junior high school and was already sensible. From then on, his originally cheerful personality also changed. It's not talkative and dull. Fortunately, because of Tang Yichen, Grandpa Tang has been holding on and pulling Tang Yichen up. Tang Yichen is also very competitive. After graduation, he founded a company and was very successful, which is the pride of the old man. As the boss, Tang Yichen is very busy. Ling Shuo will accompany the old man alone. She always feels that seeing Grandpa Tang is as kind as seeing her own grandfather. The change may have started a year after they got married. One night, Tang Yichen came back very late and drank a lot of wine. When the driver sent him back, Ling Shuo hurried over to help him and carried him to the master bedroom with the driver. The master bedroom was always sleeping by himself. With the driver, it was difficult for Ling Shuo to let others know the real situation. Put the person on the bed, and the driver left. Ling Shuo looked at him and untied his clothes. Because of this action, he slowly showed his chest outside and felt that the temperature on his face was uncontrollably hot. She was about to get up and leave. When she just got up, she found that her hand was pulled by a handful. She couldn't stand firmly and fell on him. Tang Yichen hugged her tightly and said, "Don't leave me." Ling Shuo was so tense that he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Tang Yichen turned over directly, and the two changed their positions. Tang Yichen stared at Ling Shuo for a few seconds with confused eyes. His handsome face was a little childish because of drunkenness. Suddenly kissing directly, Ling Shu's mind was blank, and he let the man above plunder the pool and seize the city. Early the next morning, Ling Shu got up early for fear of the embarrassment of meeting, endured the discomfort between his legs, took a shower and made breakfast, and then Tang Yichen came out of the room. Last night. Hurry up and have breakfast. She knew that yesterday was an accident and didn't want to hear other sad words. Ling Shu immediately interrupted what he wanted to say later. The two sat down and had breakfast quietly. I'll buy medicine to take later. Tang Yichen still opened his mouth. Ling Shu looked up at him. We can't have children. It's rare to explain. I know, I will buy it. Ling Shu felt some pain in his heart, but he still kept a slight smile on his face. Since then, the mode of getting along between the two seems to have changed, from a stranger who lives under the same roof after marriage to a couple who don't talk about love. Two people live in a room, sleep in a bed, and live a normal married life. Although he comes back very late every time, he hugs her from behind. He will send a WeChat message to tell himself whether he will come back for dinner, and the two of them will go to the old house together more often. Grandpa is old and naturally wants to hug his great-grandchild, so he often asks when he will have a child, and he will also give birth. After all, he has been married for 3 years. Ding to the WeChat prompt interrupted Ling Shu's thoughts. I won't come back for dinner tonight. It's Tang Yichen's news. Okay. Thinking that he had a bad stomach, Ling Shu sent another message, don't drink too much wine. Without waiting for a reply, Ling Shu still didn't tell Tang Yichen about her pregnancy. Although the two seemed to be very close in the past 2 years, in fact, she knew that he had never said love. He doesn't love her. So she has too much uncertainty, but she is very sure that she must keep the child. Tang Yichen didn't come back at night. Ling Shu planned to visit his grandfather in his old house. He was not very comfortable before, and he didn't go there for a while. Chapter 2 She is back. When Ling Shu arrived at the old house, the housekeeper saw her and said, Young grandma, come here. The master is in the garden. Okay, thank you. I can go there by myself. Ling Shu said with a slight smile. The servants of the Tang family all like this low-key and approachable young grandmother. Ling Shu came to the garden. Grandpa Tang sat on the chair with a cup of tea next to him. I saw Ling Shu coming over. Grandpa Tang is very happy. Xiao Shu is here. Come here, didn't Yichen come with you? No, Grandpa, Yichen is busy at work today. I came here by myself. This bastard knows how to work all day long. The company is very busy. He is the president, and he always works harder than others. You, a child, will speak well for him. I'm here for dinner with Grandpa tonight. Okay, Grandpa. Ling Shu replied with a smile. Not long after Ling Shu had dinner with Grandpa Tang, he received a call from Tang Yichen to his sister-in-law. We were in the night bar. The boss drank too much. Why don't you pick him up? Okay, I'll be there now. Ling Shu said hello to his grandfather and went out. The dividing line. Night bar, there are 5 men sitting, and several of them are very outstanding in appearance. The one who is half lying in the middle is the most beautiful. The 5 people all grew up together in a large courtyard. The eldest is Tang Yichen, the second is Moza, the third is Qing Hao, the old Siji Fangfan, and the youngest is Lu Yang. I really drank too much today. I don't feel well. I want to lie down for a while. Tang Yichen raised his hand and pressed his temple. What's wrong with the boss today? Drink so much. No matter how heartless Lu Yang is, he can't see that the Lord is unhappy today. Wen Qin will be back tomorrow. The man who spoke had a face that even women were jealous of. Damn, what is she doing back? Lu Yang directly slurted. Who knows? Second brother, how do you know that she is coming back? The boss said. Humph, the boss tells you everything. I'm no longer the boss's little Yang Yang. When did you pass? The man in the black shirt spoke. Third brother. Everyone laughed. The boss won't be in love. If the old love is rekindled, what about the little sister-in-law? Let's not do too much. I believe the boss will handle it himself. I'm going to withdraw. It's the monsoon sale who is talking. He will be on a business trip early tomorrow morning, and the boss has arranged the task. We also withdrew. Xiao Wu, the boss will leave it to you and send it home safely. Moza and Qing Hao spoke at the same time. The 3 of them left when they said they were leaving. Hey, why are you like this? I don't care if the boss lives or dies. You are the most free in us, so naturally, you are responsible for sending the boss. The 3 brothers didn't save any face for Lu Yang. When they said they were leaving, they really left. Lu Yang looked at the boss who was lying on the sofa and thought of their gentle, beautiful and understanding sister-in-law. So he took out his mobile phone and called his sister-in-law and asked her to pick up the boss. When Ling Shu rushed to the night bar, he only saw Lu Yang sitting there alone and guarding Tang Yichen. Sorry, I'm late. Are you the only one here? Sister-in-law, here you are. It's not too late. They have something to do and leave first. I made an appointment with someone to play the game tonight, so I called you here. Lu Yan put down his mobile phone and just played games with others. In the bar, a handsome man is playing games and guarding another more handsome drunken man, which is also a strange scenery. Anyway, the owner of the bar is the third brother, and Luo Yan is also fearless. Why does he drink so much? He has had a stomachache these 2 days, just a little bit. Maybe we will drink more when the boss is happy together. I will definitely help you take care of him next time. Luo Yan casually found an excuse to dodge. Ling Shuo is relatively familiar with Tang Yichen and others. Several people founded K-Group together, which is getting bigger and bigger, occupying half of Chengcheng and extending to overseas markets. Sometimes I will come to my house for dinner, or I will meet you when I go to the old house together. Sister-in-law, you didn't drive, did you? This is the big brother's car key. You can drive his car back. Luo Yan said and handed the car key to Ling Shuo. I came here by taxi. I'll drive back. Well, sister-in-law, then I'll help the eldest brother up with you. Okay. Tang Yichen's figure, without Luo Yan, he really can't help himself in the car. The two helped Tang Yichen to the back row of the car, and Ling Shuo got into the driver's seat. Sister-in-law, can you drive? Shall I call a substitute driver for you? Luo Yan thought that the boss's car was too big, and he was afraid that Ling Shuo would not be used to driving. It doesn't matter. I'll drive slowly. Okay, then be careful on the road. Bye. Okay, then I'm leaving. Saying that, the car slowly drove into the traffic. Ling Shuo drove carefully and looked at the front nervously. The speed was very slow, and he was honked by the car behind him. She didn't notice that the man in the back row, who had been sleeping soundly just now, opened his eyes. In fact, Tang Yichen was a little awake when Ling Shuo went to the bar to talk to Luo Yan, but he didn't say anything and closed his eyes. Now he looked at the petite back sitting in the cab, holding the steering wheel nervously. The speed was very slow, and he actually felt a little at ease. I suddenly received a call from Wenqing tonight, saying that she had come back and asked me to pick her up, but I refused. Chen, I'm back. Can you pick me up at the airport tomorrow? Sorry, it may not be convenient. I'm married. After saying that, he hung up the phone. He took out the ring from the drawer in the office and threw it in again. The phone call caught me off guard and was very irritable. I asked Luo Yan and others to go to Lao Se's bar together and have a few more drinks. 3 years ago, she prepared a grand marriage proposal ceremony. As a result, the heroine Wenqing did not show up. She told him that she was going to Paris to pursue her ballet dream. Standing in the sea of flowers and holding the proposal ring became a joke in Jiangcheng. After half an hour's journey, Ling Shuo drove for almost an hour to get home. Fortunately, when she got off the car, she looked at Tang Yichen and woke up a little. You're awake. Can you go? Tang Yichen didn't say anything. Ling Shuo bent down to help him. He also took the opportunity to come out and lean on Ling Shuo. The two walked in together. Ling Shuo put Tang Yichen on the sofa and then went into the kitchen to sober up. Tang Yichen basically woke up at this time and got up and sat on the sofa. Ling Shuo came out with the sobering tea and saw Tang Yichen frowning and sitting on the sofa in a daze. You wake up and drink this first. Well, just leave it. It's not early. You go to bed first. I'll clean up by myself later. Ling Shuo stood in the living room for a while. What's wrong? Do you want to come to me? Tang Yichen saw that she didn't go back to her room, so he asked. No, I went to Grandpa's place today. He said he would let you go back for dinner when he was free. Don't be too busy with work. Okay, I got it. I'll go there for dinner with you tomorrow. Okay. Ling Shuo still didn't tell her when she was pregnant. There are still 3 months left until the 3-year appointment. Chapter 3. It turns out to be her. Early the next morning, Ling Shuo got up and made breakfast. He was worried that Tang Yichen would have a hangover, so he cooked porridge to nourish his stomach. Tang Yichen is wearing a set of white sportswear, which looks like a college student. Frowning, he went downstairs and came to the restaurant. You're awake. Have breakfast. Tang Yichen sat down. Ling Shuo knew that he was a little angry when he got up. When he got up in the morning, he always looked serious and frowned. Seeing that he was sitting down and drinking porridge, he didn't say anything. He also sat opposite and had breakfast. Ling Shuo's porridge is very soft and thick. I feel much better after drinking a bowl. I drank too much last night, and my stomach was not very comfortable when I got up today. Now it's finally better. Ding to text message from Tincheng. I don't believe you are married. You are deliberately angry with me, right? I will wait for you at the airport. Tang Yichen took a look and put his mobile phone aside, paying nothing. In the morning, I saw that there was a friend's application on WeChat, which was sent by Wenqing. He didn't agree, but he didn't expect that the other party sent a text message. After she went abroad 3 years ago, he deleted all her contact information to make herself sober. Ding to another text message. Chen, I had a last reason back then, and I never forgot you. Chen, I'll wait for you at the airport. If you don't come, I won't leave. Tang Yichen became more and more irritable when he held his mobile phone. I won't go to Grandpa's place for dinner today. I'll go there another day. I'll call Grandpa to explain that I have something to do today and I'm going out. Tang Yichen said to Ling Shuo. Okay, you go ahead. Ling Shuo's voice sounded loud. Tang Yichen looked up at his wife, who had been married for almost 3 years. In the past 2 years, a lot of youth has faded, and no longer it's the little girl who has just come from the countryside and looks like a malnourished girl. Now, she is standing tall and has grown a lot of weight. It is undeniable that Ling Shuo is a good wife. She takes care of her diet and does not disturb herself. She is always quiet, as if she has never had a temper. She also gets along well with her family members. She also behaves calmly and generously in front of her little ones, as if she can't find anything wrong. What's more, the bed is also very suitable for himself. Touching her in bed is as addictive as a poppy, like a hairy boy who can't control himself. He didn't know what kind of feelings he had for Ling Shuo. Maybe he was used to it. He was used to having such a person waiting for him to come home. Wen Qing is his first love. We were together in college. She is a flower in the dance department, and he is a talent in the finance department. Tang Yichen is usually not close to women. Sex, although many people send out leaflets to confess, he always looks like a stranger should not approach him, which can scare girls to tears. When the two of them were together, Wen Qing chased him first. He finally shook the iceberg god. After being together, the two actually had a good relationship. Although Tang Yichen was usually very cold and did not like to talk or laugh, Wen Qing always pulled him out, dancing or chattering around him. Tang Yichen listened quietly and accompanied her. Tang Yichen planned to get married after graduation. On the eve of graduation, he gathered several students to prepare a huge surprise to propose to Wen Qing, but the heroine did not show up. Tang Yichen received a message from Wen Qing. Chen, I'm sorry, I got the opportunity to go to Paris, France for study. Tomorrow's flight, I don't want to graduate and walk into the shackles of marriage. I want to pursue my dream. Wait for me for 3 years, okay? Tang Yichen didn't come back, but he had been waiting. He couldn't let go. But 3 years later, Wen Qing still didn't come back. The dance troupe had a chance to be promoted to the protagonist. She once again gave up Tang Yichen and chose her dream. They didn't break up, and the two haven't contacted each other since then. That night, Tang Yichen didn't come home. Ling Shuo saw that he was in a hurry to go out during the day and was worried about something. He called him but no one answered, and then called Tang Yichen's assistant. Assistant Li, is Yichen with you? Madam, Mr. Tang didn't stay with me today, and he didn't arrange to work overtime today. What's wrong? Okay, it's all right. Thank you. Goodbye. You're welcome, madam. Goodbye. Hanging up the phone, Ling Shuo felt uncomfortable in his stomach, so he quickly took a glass of water and pressed it down. He slept very restlessly all night. He woke up very early in the morning, and Tang Yichen hadn't come back yet. Ling Shuo got up to make breakfast, cooked white porridge and fried scrambled eggs. Turning on the TV, the entertainment headline was playing, and the host's beautiful voice came from it. Wen Qing, a famous dancer, returned to China, and the president of JK Group appeared at the airport, suspecting that the old relationship was rekindled. Bang! The chopsticks in Ling Shu's hand fell on the table, and his whole body was cold. It turned out to be her. The white moonlight in Tang Yichen's heart hurriedly pushed her off to her grandfather's house for dinner yesterday. She didn't come back all night to pick her up. I'm afraid the two of them were also together last night. Ling Shuo didn't dare to think about it. He mechanically finished the porridge in the bowl and put it in the kitchen. He didn't wash the dishes and sat on the sofa in a daze. It seems that he should have left. Maybe he is so reluctant. Stroking the baby's lower abdomen with both hands, we may be leaving Dad. Mom can't tell Dad about your existence, but in the future, Mom will love you very much and make up for Dad's share together. Ling Shuo didn't eat anything all day, waiting for Tang Yichen to come back. This was the only time in so many years that he hoped to come back early, but he was afraid that the first thing he would do when he came back was to divorce himself. I'm also worried that he will be with Wen Qing if he doesn't come back. Yes, he went to the airport to pick her up. They must be together. When Tang Yichen came back in the evening, the room was very quiet. Ling Shuo did not stand at the door to greet him as before, and dinner was not prepared at the table as usual. It's so quiet all of a sudden. I feel a little uncomfortable. He thought that Ling Shuo was about to go upstairs. When he walked to the stairway, he found a figure on the sofa. When he got closer, he found that Ling Shuo was asleep on the sofa. When Ling Shuo heard the sound, he slowly woke up and looked up to see Tang Yichen standing on the edge of the sofa. I was stunned for a moment, got up and sat up straight. I don't know how long he has been standing here. Why did you come back? Ling Shuo thought he wouldn't come back tonight. After all, the news broke out. Where will I go if I don't come back? Tang Yichen said with a dark face. I'm very unhappy about her problem. That's not what I meant. I thought you had something else to do. Ling Shuo lowered his head and whispered more and more. I didn't dare to say it directly. I went to see my first love, and the news said that your old love was rekindled. How did I know that you suddenly came back at night? Of course, she didn't dare to say it. Have you eaten? I accidentally fell asleep and forgot to cook dinner. Ling Shuo remembered that he had a bad stomach and forgot to cook. Didn't eat. Tang Yichen spit out 2 words firmly. Go straight to the dining table and sit down. Ling Shu looked at his black face and was like a child. He was inexplicably angry. He had no choice but to say, so I cook noodles to eat. Okay. Chapter 4 Door-to-Door Provocation. Soon, Ling Shu cooked 2 bowls of shredded vegetables and pork noodles and served them to the table. It looks delicious. Neither of them said anything. Tang Yichen may be hungry and solved it in a few minutes. After eating, Tang Yichen told Ling Shu that you should go to bed early. I will go to the study to deal with something. I will go to Grandpa's place for dinner tomorrow night. I will come back to pick you up in the afternoon. You don't have to bother to come back. I'll take a taxi to Grandpa's place by myself. What time will you arrive? I'll go out at the time. I have nothing to do tomorrow. I'll pick you up when I come back. It's not easy to take a taxi. Okay. Ling Shu silently lowered his head to eat noodles and stopped talking. Tang Yichen also turned around and walked upstairs. The next day, Ling Shu got up and Tang Yichen had already gone to the company. He made some food by himself at noon. Although he had no appetite, he thought that he still had a baby and could not eat. He forced himself to drink a bowl of soup and eat half a bowl of rice. Just after cleaning up, someone rang the doorbell. Ling Shu walked over and opened the door. Outside the door stood the heroine of yesterday's news. It's really beautiful, just like a swan on ice. Ling Shu thought to himself. Hello, Miss Ling. I'm Wen Qing, a friend of Yichen. I know. Ling Shu said in a low voice that he looked like an ugly duckling in front of the white swan. Ling Shu turned sideways, asked Wen Qing to enter the room, and then poured a glass of water for her and put it on the table in front of her. Sorry, Miss Ling, Yichen dropped his watch at my place yesterday. I haven't contacted him today. I happened to be nearby, so I sent it to him directly. Wen Qing's voice is very beautiful, and the smile on her face is also very bright. The words she said are really heartwarming. Okay, I'll pass it on to him. Please ask Miss Wen to run. Ling Shuqiang endured the discomfort, and his voice was a little stiff. I'm not feeling well today, so I won't leave Miss Wen for dinner. If there is nothing else, I'll rest first. Okay, then I won't bother you. Have a good rest. I'll go first. Wen Qing said goodbye with a decent smile. Walking out of the door of the villa, the smile on Wen Qing's face became cold. Originally, the hostess of this villa was her Wen Qing. Yichen did pick her up at the airport. He sent her to the hotel and was ready to leave. He deliberately got water on his hand. He took off his watch and went to the bathroom. When he came back, he left directly. He didn't take the watch away. When she heard the news that he was married, she didn't believe it. She knew that Yichen had been waiting for her over the years, and she also believed that Yichen would wait for her. Yichen valued feelings. She was his first love. In the years since he left, there was no news around him. Although she was abroad, she was actually paying attention to his news at any time. She knew there are no women around him. I didn't expect that I really got married, and it was decided by Grandpa Tang. His little wife looks so young. Is she really an adult? No matter who he is, he won't let go easily. He can't continue to dance if his leg is injured. Yichen must be his own. After Wen Qing left, Ling Shu sat on the sofa and looked at the watch in a daze. This watch was indeed Tang Yichen's. He had been wearing it for so many years. It was given to him by Grandpa Tang when he graduated from college. Once he saw him put it at the head of the bed and pick it up, and the letters YC were engraved on the back. It was not until the phone rang that her thoughts were interrupted. It's Tang Yichen's call. Ling Shu picked up. I'll be home in 10 minutes. Get ready to go out. Okay. Ling Shu came to his senses and hid his emotions. He went to the room to change his clothes and went to the door to wait for Tang Yichen. Tang Yichen's car came every 2 minutes. After Ling Shu got on the car, he didn't say anything. Tang Yichen felt that his wife was abnormal, but he didn't pay much attention to her at ordinary times, and he didn't know how to care about her. Ling Shu's side is indeed emotionally fluctuating because of pregnancy. The second one is thinking about how to tell Tang Yichen that Wen Qing has come to return the watch. Should he secretly put the watch at the bedside or tell Tang Yichen? So the two of them didn't say anything along the way. When they arrived at the old house, Aunt Wang was already cooking, and Ling Shu was ready to go in to help. Tang Yichen took her hand and said that Aunt Wang was almost ready. Don't go today and have a rest. Tang Yichen saw that she was absent-minded all the way and didn't know what was wrong with her, so he had to let her rest more. Oh, okay, then I'll go to the garden to see the flowers grown by Grandpa. Hearing what he said, Ling Shu didn't insist on helping. He just wanted to go to the garden to see those flowers. Well, I'm going to the study to find Grandpa. Okay. After saying that, the two acted separately. Tang Yichen came to the study. Grandpa Tang threw the pencil case in his hand directly. Tang Yichen did not dodge, but just hit his forehead and directly broke the face. Grandpa Tang took the newspaper, patted the table and shouted at the bastard. Look at what good things you have done. Where did you put Xiaoshu? He ran to recruit bees and butterflies, and got the news all over the sky. The news has arranged for people to withdraw. Do you think Xiaoshu doesn't know? You don't know how to cherish such a good wife. There will be a day when you regret it. Don't come to me to cry. You also forced me to get married at the beginning. I agree that you should know that there will be this day when you get married. You, I will beat you to death directly," and rushed to Tang Yichen with a crutch. At this time, Ling Shuo rushed in and stopped Grandpa Tang. "Please take care of yourself and don't be angry." Ling Shuo helped Grandpa Tang to sit down. Looking at the man in front of him, his forehead was broken and he looked a little embarrassed. Ling Shuo said in Tang Yichen's words, "You were forced to get married at the beginning. When I agreed to get married, you should have known this day. I just walked to the door, and I really didn't mean to eavesdrop." Aunt Wang's meal was ready, and she was about to come up and ask them to go down for dinner. Hearing Grandpa's excited voice, Ling Shuo rushed in. One is that he is worried that Grandpa is too excited and angry. The other is that he is also worried about Tang Yichen. After all, Grandpa has been a soldier, and he is still energetic. He is worried that he will be injured. I didn't expect to come in and see that he is still injured. This person is the same. Grandpa doesn't know how to say a soft word or dodge in anger. The housekeeper also heard the sound. I quickly asked the housekeeper to help Grandpa down the floor. Ling Shuo found iodine and walked to Tang Yichen to disinfect him. "It's okay. It's a little injury. No need. Minor injuries should also be disinfected, and serious injuries will be troublesome. Wipe the cotton swab stained with iodine gently." Tang Yichen was also very irritable. He did pick up Wang Jing at the airport yesterday and arranged for a drink. He left the store and went back to the company to work overtime. It was too late to stay in the company's lounge. I didn't expect that there would be a reporter squatting at the airport. As soon as the news spread, he arranged for someone to leave. He didn't know whether Ling Shuo had seen the news. Didn't she care at all? Or has she seen it? Is it because of this that she is in a bad mood today? Why don't you ask yourself in person? Chapter 5. Spend the night in the old house. Ling Shuo gently applied ointment to Tang Yichen, not knowing what he was thinking. "All right, let's go down for dinner. Don't make Grandpa wait for a long time." The two walked out of the study together and went downstairs to the restaurant. Grandpa was already at the table. When he saw the two coming down together, he quickly greeted Ling Shuo to eat with a smile, which was completely different from the way he had scolded Tang Yichen before. "Xiao Shuo, come here for dinner and ask Aunt Wang to serve you a bowl of soup first to take care of your body." "Okay, Grandpa." Ling Shuo answered obediently and sat beside his grandfather with Tang Yichen. Grandpa Tang really likes Ling Shuo, not only the entrustment of his old comrades in arms, but also knows his grandson, values feelings, and is also easy to be deceived and hurt. Xiao Shuo is not only simple and kind-hearted. He looks weak, but in fact, he has a tenacious stubbornness. He is a good person who can share the joys and sorrows. I hope that Yichen, the bastard, will find Xiaoshu's good soon as possible, live a good life, give birth to a great-grandson as soon as possible, and have no regrets in his life. Why don't you move back to live in the future? Xiao Shu is alone at home all day long and just came to accompany me as an old man. I have no problem. Tang Yichen said that what Grandpa said was not unreasonable. If Ling Shu moved back to the old house to live together, Ling Shu might not be so boring. Tang Yichen didn't realize that he had unconsciously considered Ling Shu. Hearing Grandpa's invitation, in fact, Ling Shu didn't want to stay at home alone, but she was pregnant and would be found out by Grandpa when she moved to the old house, so she couldn't move here. "Grandpa, it doesn't matter. I'm used to it. Yichen sometimes comes back late and will disturb your rest. It's convenient for us to take care of him when we live by ourselves." Tang Yichen didn't expect Ling Shu to refuse. After all, after living in the old house, Grandpa must be on her side and find a good support. Isn't it better? I don't know why she refused, so whatever she wants. Grandpa Tang is also worried about the relationship between the little two. In case the one named Wenqing does something, he can move here and keep an eye on him. Xiao Shu's temper will definitely suffer. But since Xiao Shu refused, there is not much to say. That's okay. Grandpa respects your opinions, but if Yichen doesn't do anything wrong and makes you angry, you can tell Grandpa and he will help you vet your anger. As he said, he glared at his grandson. Tang Yichen ate freely, as if he didn't hear his grandfather's words. "No, Grandpa, Yichen is very good to me." Tang Yichen raised his eyebrows and looked up. In fact, he didn't understand his little wife, who had been married for almost 3 years. She didn't have to say good words for herself in front of her grandfather, or even complain. Grandpa must stand on her side to support her. When Ling Shu saw Tang Yichen raise his eyebrows, he buried his head in eating with a guilty mind. "Since you don't plan to move here, it's too late today. Let's stay here and go back tomorrow." The old man spoke again. Seeing that Tang Yichen didn't refute, Ling Shu came down. "Okay, Grandpa." After dinner, was Tang Yichen in harmony, not busy with work. He sat in the living room and watched TV with Ling Shu and his grandfather. Grandpa Tang was still old. Not long after watching, he asked the housekeeper to send him to rest. Tang Yichen and Ling Shu were left. Ling Shu thought that his grandfather was gone, and he didn't have to pretend to accompany him anymore. You go to work. I'll take a look and go back to my room by myself. I'm not busy today. Ling Shu wondered if it was rare for him to relax and wanted to have a rest. Because he has been playing his mobile phone all the time and doesn't watch TV seriously at all. Ling Shu also followed him. Grandpa went to rest. She directly hugged the pillow and sat cross-legged on the sofa and watched the drama carefully. This is the drama she has been watching recently. Today, the finale was updated, and she plans to watch it before resting. It is an ancient costume abuse drama. There is no perfect ending in the end. The hero and heroine are separated. Ling Shu is immersed in the TV series and couldn't help but cry. Tang Yichen was half lying on the sofa, browsing the news. He didn't know why he was still here and browsing his mobile phone. Obviously, there was a lot of work to be dealt with. In the past, he never wasted time watching such boring TV series, but watching Lin Shu sat on the sofa obediently and suddenly felt that the two of them were watching TV series together, with the smell of fireworks in the world and the feeling of home. Tang Yichen looked down at his mobile phone and soon heard the intermittent sound of sobbing. Tang Yichen looked up and saw Lin Shu crying very sadly. His tears were like broken pearls, and his eyes were red. Tang Yichen didn't know what had happened. He quickly started to do it, handed Ling Shu a tissue, and asked, "What's the matter?" I'm fine, TV. It's so sad that the heroine is dead." Ling Shu suppressed his crying, was a little out of breath, and said intermittently. In fact, he was quite embarrassed to see Tang Yichen coming over, because he cried like this while watching TV. It seemed to be a little shameful, but it was really too sad. He couldn't help it. Since pregnancy, his mood has been relatively ups and downs, and it is easy to feel inexplicably sad, or it's sad because of a small thing. Tang Yichen was inexplicably relieved. It turned out that it was just because of the TV series. Okay, don't cry. Grandpa will think I'm bullying you when he hears it." Tang Yichen coaxed Ling Shu in a low voice, and there was a gentleness in his voice that he could not even notice. Ling Shu still couldn't help sobbing. Tang Yichen patted her back gently and kissed her in a low voice. Ling Shu slowly calmed down. Looking at the two leaning together, she felt a little embarrassed. "Well, stop crying. The play is over. Go back to your room to rest and don't watch it again." Ling Shu felt that the tenderness given by Tang Yichen at this moment would push her into the abyss again. He seemed to coax his favorite baby, but she knew that Wenqing was the white moonlight in his heart, comforting that she might be worried about his grandfather's blame. Ling Shu was pulled upstairs by Tang Yichen in a daze. After entering the room, Tang Yichen's phone rang. When he took out his mobile phone, Ling Shu saw a string of numbers that had not been saved. "You take a shower first, and I'll answer the phone." "Okay." Ling Shu turned around and went to the closet, took her pajamas and walked into the bathroom. After closing the door, she leaned against the door in a daze. The little tenderness downstairs just now made her have an illusion and a trace of extravagance that she should not have. If she told Tang Yichen that she had a baby, would he not let herself go, because he would definitely be a good father. Grandpa said, "Xiao Shu, Yichen, a child, has been very hard life since the death of his parents." He forced himself not to shed a tear. "I know that he values feelings, which is also the reason why Wenqing left and he has been waiting silently. Wenqing is not suitable for him. Over the years, Yichen has been longing for the warmth of his family. You get married to form your own family. Your own child, Yichen is the person in charge, and you won't be separated. This is Grandpa's trick to get pregnant as soon as possible. Bind Yichen, but the person who binds him can't keep his heart. She hopes that Yichen will be happy, and she is willing to make Yichen's happiness." The woman's intuition is that the phone call just now was Wenqing's. She doesn't know what Wenqing will say on the phone. Will Tang Yichen go out to find her at night and never come back? Even if he goes out to find her, he has no position to say anything. After all, it is a contract marriage, and the 3-year period is coming soon. If it weren't for his own appearance, Grandpa forcing us to get a marriage certificate, is Yichen waiting for Wenqing now? Chapter 6, Rethink. Seeing Ling Shu go in to take a shower, Tang Yichen went to the balcony and connected the phone. "You are finally willing to answer my phone. I don't want to stay in a hotel. I'm afraid to be alone at night. Can you come and accompany me? I'm in my old house. So it's not convenient to go out at night. I'll ask Luyan to find you an apartment tomorrow, and you can move there then." He doesn't know whether he has feelings for Wenqing, but he really can't ignore it. However, during the continuation of his marriage with Ling Shu, he will never do anything wrong to her. This principle is still there. So let Xiaoliu come forward to help find a house. "Okay, Chen, thank you for your trouble. I know you are married and shouldn't bother you, but I really can't control my heart. I miss you every day. All right, go to bed early." Tang Yichen interrupted Wenqing's words. He was afraid that the balance in his heart would tilt early. He didn't want to do anything to hurt Ling Shu before it was over. It was best to maintain the status quo before divorce. "Okay, Chen, I will wait for you all the time." Wenqing looked at the hung-up phone and held her mobile phone tightly. She knew that Yichen got married and didn't hold a wedding, which showed that Yichen didn't love her. Now it must be because of Grandpa Tang that Yi Chen had to continue to be with that woman. No matter what you do, you have to take Yi Chen back. Tang Yichen hung up the phone with Wen Qing and directly dialed Luo Ye's mobile phone. What's the matter with me so late? Luo Ye's heartless voice sounded. Help me find an apartment for Wen Qing tomorrow. Brother, what are you doing? You really want to cheat, hide in the golden house, and be a scumbag? Brother, I misread you. Come to the company when the work is done tomorrow. Then he hung up the phone. Listening to Xiao Wu's accusations, he didn't know what he wanted to do. He was never a person who hesitated and dragged on. Let's do this first. Well, should I report the gossip to my sister-in-law? If I don't say how I will face my sister-in-law's simplicity and innocence in the future. Hey, the eldest brother is really too treacherous and asks me to be a bad guy every time. Luo Yan lay on his bed angrily and sighed. He said to himself that Ling Shu came out after taking a shower. Tang Yichen had finished the phone call and stood on the balcony without entering the room. I've washed it. Do you want to wash it? Ling Shu thought whether he was going to go out, then he would not take a shower and not spend the night at his old house. How can you sleep without taking a shower? You are covered with sweat. Don't you dislike it? Tang Yichen looked at his little wife who had just come out of the shower with a smile. She was wearing conservative cotton long pajamas, her long hair naturally hung behind her, her little face was the SM, and a pair of dark and clear eyes under her curved eyebrows. The corners of her mouth were always slightly raised. She talked to you softly, as if she would never get angry or angry. Ling Shu saw that Tang Yichen had been staring at him and realized that he was only wearing pajamas. He quickly ran to bed and covered the quilt tightly. Tang Yichen looked at her series of actions and smiled. Is he so terrible? It's not that I haven't seen it. She is like a frightened little white rabbit, and she is a big grey wolf chasing behind. Just when I was watching TV, Wen Qing made several calls, but she didn't answer. I don't know why, I subconsciously didn't want Ling Shu to know about Wen Qing's existence, let alone let her know that Wen Qing was back, so when I first entered the room, I asked her to take a shower first, and subconsciously wanted to avoid her to answer the phone. Tang Yichen came out after taking a shower and saw Ling Shu Xiao lying on the bed, breathing lightly, his eyes were quietly closed, and his long and narrow eyelashes were like a small fan, covering a faint shadow. Then he gently walked to the other side of the bed and lay down slowly. Feeling that the person behind her was lying down and breathing began to be evenly, Ling Shu slowly opened his eyes. Yes, she had been pretending to be asleep. One was that she was pregnant. She was afraid that Tang Yichen would think about those things. The doctor said that it was better not to share the same room in the first 3 months and be careful. In addition, he didn't go out at night because it was inconvenient to go out in his old house or something else. Can he fight for himself and the baby in his belly, or as Grandpa said, the baby will change Yiche's idea, which will be our marriage blessing. Tang Yichen got up in the morning. Ling Shu didn't wake up yet. He didn't wake her up and went directly to the company. There were several projects to be held today. He was quite busy and went out without breakfast. In the president's office on the top floor of JK Group's headquarters, several founders are communicating and working. The boss sat on the chair behind the large class table and listened to everyone's progress report. Brother, the person in charge of the European cooperation project can't handle it. The new patriarch of the Lawrence family seems to be called Keen. He doesn't know the rules and wants to take advantage of the fire to rob. He sits on the ground and wants to eat another 5 points from us, but he hasn't appeared so far, making the minions below jump up and down. Second, you will fly to Europe in person tomorrow and talk to the old patriarch directly. If you want to cooperate, you can sign it. If you don't cooperate, you can pull it. Lao San, you talk to the people in the Middle East. This piece of fat meat is robbed by people. For the face of many years of cooperation, give them one last chance. Since the Lawrence family wants to take it, let him not get anything. Okay, big brother. The second Moza and the third Qin Hao took the task and prepared to leave. The old Four Seasons Feng Fan mainly manages the entertainment section of the group. He can be seen in the entertainment headlines every day, and the gossip with the little star is flying all over the world. He is a famous playboy in Jiangcheng. However, he is so flirtant and generous. His bags and houses are in place. Every ex-boyfriends who broke up are full of him are saying good words about him. Ah, I'm leaving. I won't wait for Xiao Wu to come over. You wait for yourself. The brothers are busy. Moza and Qin Hao took their documents and left directly. The two left, and the monsoon sail continued to lie there and play games. After a while, he heard Luo Yan's voice, rushed into the office and went to the sofa. Oh, I'm so tired. I finally arranged the boss's lover. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yichen looked up from the pile of documents in front of the table and looked at him coldly. Xiao Wu, don't talk nonsense. Luo Yan quickly raised his hand and crossed his mouth, closing his mouth. Xiao Wu, what's the situation? The boss actually played this set behind his sister-in-law's back. He didn't play the season sale game either. He put down his mobile phone and stared at Luo Yan with a gossipy face. He was worthy of being the boss of an entertainment company and always maintained a gossip heart. Who let the protagonist of gossip steal their pure boss? He fell in love and was hurt. He thought that he finally got out of the haze and got married. According to the boss's temperament, he must be a whitehead together. Old man, now he actually has a lover, and he still hides a delicateness in the golden house. It's indeed the boss. If you don't ring, it's amazing. Fourth brother, ask the boss yourself. I dare not speak ill of the boss behind his back. It's terrible for the boss to start a fire. It's possible to let himself out of Africa at that time. How can this be a bad word behind your back? Isn't it exposing the truth in person? With that, the moonwind sail came straight over. Come on, tell your brother what's going on. Chapter 7 Meet two cheeky people. Luo Yan looked up and saw that the boss was addicted to work. He lowered his head and whispered to share the gossip with Ji Fengfei. The eldest brother called me last night and asked me to find a house for Wenxing today and go in from the hotel. He also asked me to do it before I could go back to the company. You have nothing to do all day. Fourth brother, isn't this the key point? Why does everyone bully him? Brother, this is the rekindling of old love. It is not the big brother's style to step on two boats. If the old love is really rekindled, the little sister-in-law will be in danger. I guess we have to leave. No way, they have been married for almost 3 years. The eldest brother must have feelings for his sister-in-law. We bet. I won't bet with you. Why? Luo Yan was so angry that he questioned, and his voice didn't feel that he couldn't help but feel better. He stood up so excited that he stood up, thinking that the fourth brother was standing on Wenqing, and he was very angry. If you two want to stay here, be quiet, or get out of here. What should you do? Don't shake in front of my eyes. Tang Yichen looked at the two of them muttering to each other. They were so noisy that they couldn't drive them away. They really wanted to throw them to Africa. Fourth brother, why don't you bet with me? When Luo Yan heard that the boss began to get angry, he quickly sat down. He still asked Ji Fengfen why he didn't bet with him. He decided to help his little sister-in-law attract people's hearts. Because I'm the same as you, I'm not a gamble. Ah, fourth brother, you can also see that the eldest brother has feelings for his sister-in-law, right? I'll say, I won't be wrong. Fools can see it, let alone you. Why did the eldest brother go to the airport to pick up Wenqing? He also arranged a hotel for her and now he is looking for a house for her. How can I know what the eldest brother is thinking? Emotionally, the eldest brother may be worse than a fool. Fourth brother, is it really good to say that big brother like this? Although I think so too, after all, this is the only place where I have been certified by the fourth brother to be better than the eldest brother. Hey to the two of them mixed in Tang Yiche's office like this, and they didn't do their job at all. Lao sir, are you very free on the entertainment board recently? I haven't settled the score with you in the last news. Why don't I give you an additional project? You can help me. Brother, it's really a rare rest for me today, and you touched me. I really didn't blame the last news. The paparazzi squatted there, and I withdrew all the news at the first time, leaving no trace. Monsoon Sail is quite proud to say. Brother, I'm done today. I'll find a house for you and move for you. Hey. Luo Yan immediately made a statement to prove that he was working. Tang Yichen looked at the two cheeky people who couldn't get into it. He was speechless and was ready to go home directly from work. What you can't see is pure. Luo Yao watched Tang Yichen get up and take his coat to go out, and immediately followed. Brother, are you off work? Go home? Walk together. Tang Yichen stopped and watched the two of them follow him. Be alert and say, I'm going home. What are you two doing with me? Can my fourth brother and I go to your house for dinner tonight? I haven't eaten the food cooked by my sister-in-law for a long time. Luo Yan smiled flatteringly and looked at Tang Yichen. No, Tang Yichen refused directly. He had never seen such a cheeky person. Why not? It's not like eating the food you cooked. I'll call my sister-in-law now. After saying that, Luo Yan immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed out. Tang Yichen didn't have time to stop it at all. Ling Shu looked at Luo Yan's call and thought it was Tang Yichen who had something to do, so he quickly picked it up. Hey, Xiaowo, what's wrong with Yichen? Drinking again? Tang Yichen listened to the phone and Ling Shu's first reaction was to care about him, and his face softened a little. The eldest brother is fine, little sister-in-law. I'm in the company with the fourth brother. It's not too late. I want to follow the eldest brother back to dinner, but the eldest brother didn't agree, so I called you directly. Your eldest brother is joking with you. Have you gone out? I'm about to start cooking. Just went out. We don't need to make too much. We can't eat much. Just get me a bowl of spicy tripe. I want salted chicken. Monsoon sails to keep up quickly. The two of them were really not polite at all and started to order directly. Tang Yichen directly robbed the mobile phone. Don't give them anything. Just cook a pot of porridge for them. Then hang up the phone. Brother, don't be so stingy. We don't go there every day, that is, 2 or 3 times a month. The food cooked by my sister-in-law is really delicious. Woo yes, big brother, we just go to have a meal and leave after dinner. We will never delay your world. The monsoon sail is not afraid of death. Do I want to thank you for not moving directly to live together? Tang Yichen asked with a black face. Can I move there and live together? Why don't I move to the Big Brother community? I'll see if there are any houses for sale tomorrow. When Luo Yan heard it, he thought that the eldest brother was really inviting him to live there. It was unlikely to live together, and it was still convenient to live in a community. If you dare to move here, I will send you to Africa tomorrow. Don't come back for less than a year and a half. Tang Yichen directly got to Ulam. I'm just talking about the Big Brother. It's not convenient for me to live here. He Tasharwathi's brain circuit admires his bravery. Ji Fengfen is silent. At this time, he says more and makes more mistakes. It's good to have something to eat. While talking, the three of them walked to the elevator and prepared to go to the parking lot. Because Luo Yan and Ji Fengfen drove by themselves and planned to drive there by themselves, the three of them drove to Tang Yichen's villa together. Multiplied by the three people arrived almost at the same time. Parked the car and walked in. Ling Shu's time was just right. He had just boiled the last soup and brought it to the table. When you arrive, it's time for dinner. Ling Shu greeted Luo Yan and Monday Fengfan with a smile. Sister-in-law, I asked about the fragrance before I entered the gate. Luo Yan said and rushed to the table. At first glance, good guy, it's all my favorite food. The little sister-in-law not only cooked spicy tripe and salted chicken, but also grilled fish, mushroom soup, and cold dishes are really full of dishes, 8 dishes and 1 soup. It's so rich. It's a pity that the second and third brothers can't eat. As he said, he reached out and grabbed a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Praise Ling Shu's craftsmanship while eating. I've made a little bit of everything. The amount is not much. You can all try it. Next time, call them to come together and cook more for everyone next time. Enough. Luo Yan said that he still wanted to reach out and grab it, but was directly slapped down by Tang Yichen. He quickly washed his hands and took the dishes and chopsticks. I'll go get it. Ling Shu was about to turn around and was held by Tang Yichen. You sit down and have a rest. Let them go to work. I've worked hard for them. I don't know how to do some work. Yes, sister-in-law, I'm sorry to keep you busy for most of the day. You can go to rest after eating. Xiao Wu and I will clean up the dishes. The two came out together with Monday Fengfan holding a bowl and Luo Yan with chopsticks. Looking at the eldest brother's face getting darker and darker, Moon Fengfan quickly showed his attitude. Yes, I'll clean up with the fourth brother later. You two still have some conscience. Tang Yichen spoke. The four people sat down and began to eat. Ling Shu didn't eat much, but I have to say that the amount of food for the three men was still okay. Basically, all the dishes on the table were swept away, but they ate a lot of food and didn't eat much rice. After Luo Yan and Moon Sun Fan cleaned up and washed the dishes, they slipped away. Chapter 8 Tang Yichen is going on a business trip. After Luo Yan and Ji Fengfan left, the house suddenly became quiet. Luo Yan was the most heartless among them. He was probably the youngest brother. He was carried by his brothers in everything, and he had little to worry about. He is also the closest to Ling Shu, because he often finds excuses to eat when he has nothing to do. There is a lot of news about monsoon sale, but I have never seen him bring a meeting with everyone, and every time he looks like a gentleman. The Dick who didn't come today is the most mature. He is steady, but he is often abroad and rarely meets. Every time he meets, he is gentle and polite, graceful, and always makes people feel comfortable when they get along with each other. Lao San is not very talkative. He just said hello when he met him several times. I heard Luo Yan that his second brother was actually very cruel. He looked Sven, but in fact he killed people without blinking an eye. The third brother is the most sneaky. He doesn't dare to mess with him, so he can only follow the fourth brother. Ling Shu asked him where Tang Yichen was. Luo Yan said at that time that the eldest brother must be more powerful than the second brother and the third brother. The eldest brother said to go east, and we didn't dare to go west. Ling Shu wondered why they were so afraid of Tang Yichen. After all, in the past 3 years, except for being cold, I feel that everything else is fine. Luo Yan said that he had been like this since he was a child. All of them listened to the eldest brother, which was a sense of trust established since childhood, and a sense of trust that could live. Ling Shu has never asked Tang Yichen's company. I only know that it was founded by them together, which involved a lot of business, and he was usually very busy and often went on business trips. She thought that Xiao Wu said that killing without blinking an eye was an adjective. However, the relationship between their brothers is really good. They are not brothers, but even more brothers. Before going to bed in the evening, Tang Yichen received a call from Lao San Qinghao. There was a temporary problem in the Middle East, and he wanted to go there. After taking a shower, I lay on the bed with Ling Shu. Tang Yichen hugged Ling Shu from behind and said in a low voice, I'm going on a business trip tomorrow. How long does it take to go? If it's fast, it's a week, maybe half a month. Is it troublesome? Ling Shu was unconsciously a little worried about Tang Yichen. No trouble, Lao San has already dealt with it over there. I will try to come back early. Tang Yichen didn't want Ling Shu to know too much and think too much. You either go back to your old house recently. By the way, I can accompany Grandpa. I want to go back to my hometown to see my grandfather. Ling Shu hasn't gone back for a long time. Last time, he swept Grandpa's grave on Qingming Festival. Jiangchan is some distance from his hometown. Tang Yichen is on a business trip this time, so he can spend more time in his hometown. Realizing that Ling Shuo was talking about his deceased grandfather, Tang Yichen said, "It's okay. I'll ask the driver to take you and accompany you back when I come back and find time." Tang Yichen knew that she had to bring something to the villagers every time she went back. "I was afraid that it would be inconvenient for her, so I arranged a driver to take her back." "Okay." Ling Shuo did not refuse the driver arranged by Tang Yichen. He had to bring something. Now, he was still pregnant. It was neither convenient nor safe to squeeze the bus. The doctor said to be more careful in the first 3 months. Leaving aside the agreement between the two, Tang Yichen has actually done everything a husband should do, except for not loving her. She also knows that feelings can't be forced. If you don't love, you don't love. There is no reason. Although it is a short time. It is also possible that Tang Yichen was good to himself because he had a marital relationship with him and because of his responsibility for marriage. Last time when Qing came over, she found an excuse to let her leave because she really didn't want to face her husband's white moonlight. Although she knew that she would leave one day, Ling Shuo always felt that she had robbed other people's happiness. But she wanted to be selfish once, saying that whether she was scheming or greedy, she would not leave until Tang Yichen asked him to leave. She wanted to wait for Tang Yichen to come back from this business trip to tell him about her pregnancy and fight for herself bravely. Tang Yichen hugged Ling Shuo, slowly kissed his back from behind, moved up little by little, gently turned Ling Shuo's body, covered her with warm lips, and the tip of his tongue slipped into his mouth. In the middle, she greedily took the breath that belonged to her. Ling Shuo was worried about the child in her stomach and didn't know how to refuse. She said softly, to be gentle. Unconsciously moaning was more like being spoiled. "Okay." Tang Yichen's hoarse voice has a trace of patience. Tang Yichen thought that he was not a person who was addicted to this matter. After the death of his parents, his temper became cold. Even when Qing and he had never thought about this matter at the beginning, and at that time, he felt that it was also a respect for each other when the two of them got married. Therefore, before Ling Shuo, I always felt that this matter was dispensable, so I had never had it before her, but since I met her, she was like a hairy boar who couldn't control herself. Obviously, the two agreed to get married at the beginning, knowing that this was unfair to her, but what happened and there was no way to look back. I also tried to do what I should do during their marriage. On this night, Tang Yichen's unprecedented tenderness kept coaxing Ling Shuo, making him feel like a favorite in his heart. He was like a small boat on the sea, and he could only sink with him. After that, the two hugged each other and fell asleep. The next day, Ling Shuo got up very late, and the people around him were gone. Only the wrinkled sheets proved the intimacy of last night. After Ling Shuo got up, he made food to fill his stomach and prepared to go out to buy something to take back. Before, he lived in the village with his grandfather. The neighbors took good care of him very much. The country people were simple. Today, this family will send some vegetables, and which one will take a few eggs tomorrow. Ling Shuo remembers these well, and every time he goes back, he will bring something to everyone. I won't buy anything too expensive. After all, I didn't make money. I used Tang Yichen's card. In the past, every time the buyer used something other than it, Ling Shuo would advance. Report to Tang Yichen. Later, Tang Yichen specially told her that he could buy whatever he wanted without reporting to him. Because of the money spent by Ling Shuo on those things, Tang Yichen spent more than one night, which was not even pocket money for him. At the beginning, his clothes and bags were sent by Tang Yichen's assistant every month. They were all big brands. I didn't usually wear them, so I asked him not to send them. I will buy some niche designed clothes on the internet, and sometimes I will process and modify them, which are not expensive and comfortable to wear. In fact, I have always had a dream, which is to become a fashion designer. In the past, in the countryside, I would draw drawings whenever I had time. Grandpa would also say at that time, our Xiaoshu must be the best designer in the future. Later, Grandpa was seriously ill. Ling Shuo took Grandpa to see a doctor everywhere, basically spending all their savings. Finally, Grandpa left. Fortunately, she met Grandpa Tang and Tang Yichen. After leaving, she gave her another home. She was very grateful for the past 3 years. Ling Shuo went to the mall and bought some winter down jackets and some school supplies for several left-behind children in the village. He also went to the supermarket to buy some dry goods and fruits. There are basically people and children in the village. Young people have gone out to work to earn money. Dry goods can be left and eaten slowly. Ling Shuo thought very thoughtfully. There were 2 boxes full of things. Ling Shuo asked the driver to send the things back to the villa first and come back to pick them up tomorrow morning. It's quite late today, and it's not safe to drive at night. Ling Shuo plans to leave early tomorrow morning. He will go to Grandpa Tang's place to see him and say hello to him. During this period, Tang Yichen is on a business trip and goes back to his hometown. It is estimated that he won't be able to accompany him for a while. Chapter 9. Back to hometown. Ling Shuo took a taxi to Lao by himself. The housekeeper said that Grandpa was still resting upstairs. Aunt Wang was preparing dinner, and Ling Shuo went into the kitchen to help. Seeing that Aunt Wang was picking vegetables, Ling Shu walked over and took them and began to pick them. When Aunt Wang saw Ling Shu coming in, she quickly said, "Young grandma, please take a rest. Every time you come to work in the kitchen, I'm embarrassed." "It's okay, Aunt Wang. I don't have anything else to do. Besides, I also like to cook." Ling Shu replied with a smile and continued to help pick vegetables, and his hand movement did not stop. Aunt Wang has been in the Tang family for many years. After the young master married the young grandmother, the family is finally no longer deserted. Since the death of the husband and wife in a plane accident, the master and the young master have depended on each other for so many years, and the family has finally added a lot of fireworks because of the arrival of the young grandmother. Ling Shu helped pick the vegetables. Aunt Wang insisted that she go out to rest, saying that she would not let her do anything. Ling Shu couldn't help it and had to leave the kitchen. As soon as he walked to the living room, the housekeeper took Grandpa Tang downstairs. "Xiao Shu, you are here, and Yi Chen is busy again." Grandpa Tang just woke up and heard the housekeeper say that the young grandmother was coming, so he hurried downstairs. "Grandpa, Yi Chen went on a business trip today. He said he would go for at least a week. I thought I would go back to my hometown to have a look and come to say hello to you before I leave." Okay, I'm going to see your grandfather. What do you need to buy? I'll ask someone to send it to you." "No, Grandpa, I'll go out to buy it during the day. Yi Chen will arrange a driver to take me back tomorrow." Okay, that kid knows how to feel sorry for people." Hearing Grandpa's words, Ling Shu blushed with embarrassment. "Grandpa, I'll have dinner with you in the evening and then go back. The things are in the villa. The driver will pick me up early tomorrow morning." Okay, go back early when you finish eating. Don't be too late by yourself. Grandpa won't feel at ease when it's dark." "Okay, Grandpa." Ling Shu answered obediently. Multiplied by early the next morning, Ling Shu embarked on the way back to his hometown. The driver usually drove for Tang Yichen. His surname was Li and his name was Li Yong. He seemed to be a veteran. He didn't talk much. He didn't take the initiative to speak, but he would do everything silently. On the way, Li Yong asked if he needed to go to the service area to rest. Ling Shu wanted to get up early. "When I went back, I didn't go to rest. It was not a holiday, and there were not many cars on the road. I didn't waste time on the way, so I arrived at the entrance of the village in the afternoon. The car couldn't drive in." Ling Shu asked him to park the car at the entrance of the village. He wanted to go in to find someone for help. As soon as he stopped the car, he happened to pass by with Uncle Chen in the village on a tricycle. Uncle Chen enthusiastically followed Li Yong to help Ling Shu move things from the trunk of Tang Yichen's luxury car to his own tricycle. Ling Shu asked Li Yong to go back first and followed Uncle Chen. The 3 rounds of just enter the village. When he goes back, he will call him and ask him to pick him up, and then Li Yong will drive back. Ling Shu asked Uncle Chen to pull the things directly to the village head's house, and asked the village head to help share them with everyone. He pulled the suitcase by himself, took out a bag of dry goods and a box of fruit from the big package and walked to the house where he used to live with his grandfather. Then he went to his aunt's house next door. His aunt was alone all year round, and his children were in the city. Ling Shu usually asked her to help him clean the small house where he and his grandfather lived. Every time he came back, he would give her a little money, which was a little hard work fee. At first, his aunt said that she was unwilling to accept anything, but Ling Shu quietly put it under the pillow in her room. Her aunt knew that it was Ling Shu's release. The second time Ling Shu came back, her aunt returned the money intact. Ling Shu said that if she didn't take the money, she didn't need her aunt to help look after the house. Only then did her aunt take it. The aunt watched Ling Shu come back, was busy boiling water and asked Ling Shu to sit down. "Auntie, don't be busy. Sit down and have a rest. I'll bring you some food and some fruits. I'll put it down and go back. I want to go to the mountain to see Grandpa." Okay, go and have a look. Your grandfather is relieved to see that you are married to a good family now. Then go quickly. It's hard to go up the mountain when it's dark. Well, then I'll go to my aunt first. After coming out of his aunt's house, Ling Shu put the suitcase in front of the house and went straight to the mountain to see his grandfather. After walking for about 10 minutes, we arrived at Grandpa's grave. Last time we came on Xingming festival, and a lot of weeds had grown in front of the grave. Ling Shu wanted to come and clean up tomorrow morning. Standing in front of the grave, Ling Shu said to Grandpa, "Grandpa, I'm here to see you. This time I came back alone. I will stay for a period of time. I can come to talk to you every day. As before, we sit in the courtyard. Yi Chen is busy with work. He said he would come back with me next time to see you. Grandpa, I have a baby. I haven't told Yi Chen yet. You are the first to know. I don't know if Yi Chen likes children. I plan to tell him when he comes back from this business trip. He will definitely be a good father. Grandpa, for the sake of the baby, I want to be brave. You will also support me, won't you? Grandpa, I'll come to see you tomorrow. It's getting early. Ling Shu is ready to go down the mountain and go back. When she arrived at the door of the house, she saw a lot of vegetables and eggs next to the suitcase, as well as a piece of meat. Ling Shu knew that the village head must be giving everyone something, and everyone came to deliver food to her. Ling Shu carried the suitcase and the things sent by the villagers into the room. First, he made the bed, and then simply cooked a vegetable and an egg soup for dinner. The vegetables were all grown by the villagers themselves, without pesticides, and all its a natural sweetness, and eggs are also eggs made by local chickens raised at home. Ling Shu knows that everyone is usually reluctant to eat eggs, and they are reserved for children or pregnant women at home. After dinner, Ling Shu moved a chair and sat at the door. It was a little colder at night in autumn. The sky was very dark, and the moonlight shone in the yard, which was very bright. People in the countryside went to bed early. At this time, it was already very quiet. Occasionally, there was a dog barking or two. Ling Shu covered himself with another blanket outside. The air in the countryside was very good. Sitting in the yard, Ling Shu remembered the days when his grandfather was still alive. As long as he could remember, there was only one relative of his grandfather. The villagers said that he was picked up by his grandfather. But Grandpa is really good to me. Grandpa is reluctant to eat and wear. He tried his best to give me the best. In his heart, Grandpa is his own grandfather, and he is here. The only relative in the world. Now he has another grandfather, Yichen, and the baby to be brought. Ling Shu felt that he was very lucky and happy. Thinking that he missed Tang Yichen a little, he took out his mobile phone. Without his news, Ling Shu did not dare to send a message to disturb him. During the day, he asked the driver Li Yor where he was going on a business trip. He heard that Li Yor was in the Middle East. It was the first time he heard this address, and he also knew that it was very chaotic there. After sitting at the door for a while, Ling Shu felt sleepy. Since she was pregnant, she has been very drowsiness. Ling Shu got up and took a chair and went into the room to wash and sleep. He had to get up early tomorrow morning to clean up weeds at his grandfather's grave. It's better to rest early. Chapter 10 Reunion. Early the next morning, Ling Shu changed into sportswear and sneakers. He went to his aunt to borrow a wood-cutting knife and went up the mountain with it. As soon as I arrived at my grandfather's grave and was about to clean up, I heard someone calling her. Xiao Shu, you went out to see your grandfather so early. When I went back last night, I heard my father say that you were back. You brought so many things for everyone. It's really kind. Ling Shu looked up and saw that it was Grandma Wu's big brother, carrying a large basket of vegetables grown by himself, so he greeted him with a smile. Brother Nyo, it's still you early. It's all done. This dish grows so fast that you can't finish it. Your sister-in-law said that she would cut it and sell it at the market. The big cow saw that Ling Shu was holding a machete in his hand and quickly said that you should rest and I will help you clean up. It's okay, Brother Nyo, you go back and work. I'll do it slowly. It's still dangerous for your girl to hold this knife. I'll clean it up for you, and you can sit on the side. With that, he took the machete from Ling Shu's hand, bent down and began to clean up the weeds by the grave, chatting with Ling Shu while tidying up. I heard from my father yesterday that A Yao will also come back today. You two haven't seen each other for years, have you? Every time you come back, you haven't met? If you don't leave today, you can meet A Yao. The big cow said excitedly. A Yao in Danyoko, her full name is Ling Mo Yao, is the first college student in the village, and was admitted to Peking University. Is A Yao also back? I haven't seen him for many years. I haven't seen him since he went to school. Later, when Grandpa was sick, we went out of the village to see him. Yes, in a blink of an eye, your grandfather has been gone for 3 years, and you are married here. Brother Yao is fine, isn't he? It's good. After graduation, he founded his own company and did a good job. It is said that he came back this time to discuss the village head about tourism development in the village. That's great. In the future, everyone will have income and their lives will improve. Brother Ayao is still so powerful. Yes, you two were the most fierce in our village back then. Oh my god, if your grandfather hadn't been sick, you wouldn't have taken the college entrance examination, otherwise you would have been able to go to Beijing University, who is as good as Ayao. Both of you are nobles of everyone. At that time, we thought you would be a couple with Ayao. How could it be? Brother Ayao, like you, is my big brother. You take good care of me and my grandfather. You are very good to me. I'm married now, and I hope you can find your own happiness. Ling Shu has always regarded brother Ayao as his brother. He always keeps the delicious food in his pocket for himself to eat. Ling Shu feels that he is his family just like his grandfather. Danyo also knew that Ling Shu got married and had no fate with Ayao, so he didn't say anything more. The weeds were basically cleaned up, and the machete was handed to Ling Shu. It's sorted out, Xiao Shu. You take the machete. Thank you for your hard work, big cow brother. You go first. I'll wash up and send the machete back to my aunt and grandma. Okay, then I'll go first. Be careful and come to brother Nyo's house for dinner another day. Well, good. After the big cow left, Ling Shu walked to the stream with a machete, found a handful of hay to wash the machete, threw the water in his hand, got up and turned around, and saw the person who had just chatted with brother Nyo was coming towards him. Wearing a black windbreaker and being tall, I haven't seen him for so many years. Brother Ayao has also changed in his 18th year, and he has become tall and handsome. Waiting for people to approach, Ling Shu greeted happily. Brother Ayao, are you back? I just heard from Brother Nyo that you would come back today, but I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Seeing Ling Muyao, Ling Shu was still very excited. Well, it's morning. Come out for a walk. In fact, when Ling Muyao returned to the village, she heard that Ling Shu was also back. When she went home, she put down her luggage and went to Ling Shu's house to find her. When she saw that no one was there, he came back. On the way, she met a big cow and said that Ling Shu had gone to the stream, and he rushed over immediately. Brother Nyo said that you started a business and wanted to develop the village to engage in tourism. Brother Ayao is still so powerful. Ling Shu was happy for Brother Ayao and everyone from the bottom of his heart. I opened a small company. It just so happens that a friend in Beijing wants to invest in tourism. Come back and discuss it with the village head. Whether it's a big company or a small company, Brother Yao is very powerful. It must be hard to start a business. Ling Shu thought of Tang Yichen. Sometimes he woke up in the middle of the night and he was still working in the study. Well, it was like this at the beginning. I heard from them before that you are married. Your husband is very good. Ling Muyao still opened his mouth and wanted to hear a definite answer from Ling Shu's mouth. Yes, I got married when my grandfather passed away 3 years ago. My husband also started his own business, just like you. Xiao Shuo, is he good to you? Brother Yao, Yi Chen is very good to me. I am very happy now. I also hope that Brother Yao can find a sister-in-law for me as soon as possible and find my own happiness as soon as possible. Ling Shu stopped and looked at Ling Muyao seriously with a pair of eyes and said, well, Xiao Shu has grown up and has a family. Seeing Xiao Shu happy, my brother is relieved, and my brother will also be happy. I heard that you didn't have a wedding, so I will make up for the gift next time. Ling Muyao pretended to be relaxed and said with a smile. Looking at Ling Shu's clear eyes, I still lost the little sister-in-law Liang, who chased behind her buttocks all day long and called Brother Ayao. This meeting, Ling Muyao finally made up his mind to be Ling Shu's brother Yao. As long as he can watch her find happiness, it is enough. He is willing to be her brother Yao forever. Hearing Brother Ayao say this, Ling Shu was also relieved. His heart was given to Tang Yichen from the first time he saw him. No matter what happened to him and Tang Yichen in the future, Brother Ayao will always be Brother Ayao. As a sister who grew up together, Ling Shu sincerely hopes that Brother Yao will meet the good man as soon as possible and be happy. The two walked and chatted, and before they knew it, they arrived at the door of Ling Shu's house. Brother Yao, I'm here. Would you like to come to my house for lunch at noon? Ling Shu invited. No, I'll go to the village chief later. Ling Shu saw that Ling Muyao had business to do, so he didn't keep him any longer. Anyway, he had to stay for a few days, and he could invite Brother Ayao to his house for dinner tomorrow. Okay, Brother Yao, you can come over for dinner tomorrow. Okay, I'll come over tomorrow. Come in quickly. Hearing that Ling Muyao promised to come to dinner tomorrow, Ling Shu turned around and went into the room with satisfaction. Ling Muyao watched Ling Shu enter the room before slowly turning around and walking towards the village head's house. The moment he turned around, the smile on his face disappeared, saying that it was not so easy to give up. If I could graduate a few years earlier, if I could pay for Grandpa Li to see a doctor when Grandpa Xiaoshu was sick, would he be the one who married Xiaoshu now? It's a pity that there is no if. Xiaoshu also got married. As long as she is happy, it doesn't matter if she is happy or not. Chapter 11 Missing Spreads. At noon, Ling Shuduo cooked a few dishes, divided some to the aunt next door, and returned the machete by the way. After lunch, I took a nap for a while. When I woke up, it was already evening. I felt that I had been able to sleep too much recently. I washed my face with a wash and was much more awake. After a while, Brother Nyo's daughter-in-law came in with a small bucket of water. Xiaoshu, you stay at home. When Dan Nyo's sister-in-law entered the door, there was a sound, and Ling Shu hurried out. Sister-in-law, here you are. Come in and sit down. Your big cow has a lot of wild fish today. I'll send you a few. The big cow sister-in-law is very enthusiastic, with 7 or 8 large and small fish in the small bucket. Sister-in-law, just keep it for the children to eat. There are still some at home. You can take a bucket or a basin, and I'll pour it into it for you to raise. If you can't finish it today, you can still eat fresh ones tomorrow. Thank you, sister-in-law. Ling Shu found a bucket of water to put it in. Thank you for what? Then I'll go first. You do your business. For dinner, Ling Shu made 2 boiled fish soup, fresh wild small fish, which tasted very delicious. Lying in bed at night, it was very quiet at night. Ling Shu missed Tan Yichen a little. He didn't know what he was doing now and whether his work had been done well. He took out his mobile phone and looked at it. There was no news at all. He finally summoned up the courage to send a message to Tang Yichen. Yichen, is your work going well? Take care of yourself and drink less. I edited a lot of words and wanted to share the village with Tang Yichen. I wanted to say that the neighbor sent a lot of vegetables I planted and took them back to cook for him to eat, but I deleted and changed them several times, and finally just said good words. Ling Shaw stared at his mobile phone and waited for 20 minutes, and did not wait for Tang Yuchen's reply. Before going to bed, he picked up his mobile phone and looked at it, but it was still not waiting for Tang Yuchen's reply. He was a little depressed. Ling Shaw lay down on his side, holding one hand on his stomach and talking. Baby, Dad must be very busy. He didn't see the message sent by Mom, so he didn't reply to us, right? When Dad comes back from this business trip, let's tell Dad together that the baby is here, okay? After talking for a while, Ling Shaw also felt sleepy and went to bed early. Multiplied by Jiang Cheng, in the office of the president of JK Group. Luo Yan lay alone on the massage chair and sighed. Well, the eldest brother, the second brother and the third brother are not here, and the fourth brother doesn't know what he is doing. He doesn't see anyone. Even the little sister-in-law has gone back to his hometown. Oh. Luo Yan sighed for a long time. It happened that Tang Yiche's secretary pushed the door and came in. Mr. Luo had been in Mr. Tang's office for 3 days. She came to report on time every day. At noon, she asked her to prepare lunch and send it to the office. She didn't leave until everyone got off work every day. Luo Yan looked up and saw Secretary Yang sighed again. Oh. Secretary Yang looked at Mr. Luo's appearance and felt a little funny. Luo is always the most unpretentious and approachable among the presidents. He usually jokes with everyone. Everyone in the company only dares to tell Mr. Luo about things other than work. Then he asked, "What's wrong with Mr. Luo? I couldn't sigh when I heard you this morning. 10 times. It's boring. My brothers are not here, my sister-in-law is not here, and no one plays with me." When Secretary Yao heard Luo Yan's words, it was really the style of their little Mr. Luo. You can go to Mr. Tang's cousin, Miss Tang, or Mr. Chin's sister, to play with. Secretary Yang suggested. Tang Yichen's cousin Tang Wana, an college student in Jiangcheng, is a junior year. She is an ancient and strange person. She is simple-natured and belongs to the kind of person who pulls out a knife to help when she sees injustice. Qin Hao's younger sister, Qing Qing, is a senior. She is now an intern under Ji Fengfang. She usually likes to write novels and is inspired to be a screenwriter and make movies. Now, she is a small assistant. She starts from doing chores at the grassroots level. There is no preferential treatment, so she is very busy every day. Well, I can only find these 2 girls. Speaking of which, I got up from the massage chair, took my coat and prepared to go out. Mr. Luo, do you still need to order lunch for you? I'm not sure. I'll find 2 girls, Wang Ao and Qing Xing, to play. As he said, he walked out. As he walked, he took out his mobile phone and directly pulled a group of 3 people. At Wang Ao, Qing Xing, Wang Ao, Qing Xing, come out, the 5th brother will take you to be happy tonight. Luo Yan directly in the group. 5th brother, my eldest brother is not here. Tang Wenao jumped out immediately. The eldest brother is on a business trip, and the return date has not been decided yet. In the evening, the 5th brother, you 2 go to the 3rd brother's bar to be happy, and go out to meet at the door of the bar. Where is the little sister-in-law? Call the little sister-in-law with you. Qing Qing also came out to speak. The little sister-in-law has returned to her hometown and is not in Jiangcheng. Luo Yan is the same as his own sister to these 2 sisters. Usually, he only takes the 2 of them to play everywhere when he is free. I'm still at school. It took an hour to go to the 3rd brother's bar. Tang Wana didn't have class in the afternoon, and it was Friday. She originally planned to go back to the dormitory to watch the drama in the afternoon. The 5th brother asked to go out. Of course, she didn't want to stay in the dormitory. I'm so busy. I have to go down to the set. I guess I won't arrive until after 7 o'clock. Qing Qing said that after all, he is just a little assistant now, and the teacher he follows is very strict, and he can't slip away. Then I'll take Wang Ao to lunch first, and then go to the bar. Do you want to arrange someone to pick you up? Luo Yan thought that he hadn't had lunch yet, and was going to take Tang Wenao to solve lunch first. Let's go again. Although they can go there at any time, the bar is not officially open until the evening, and the time is just right. No, Brother Wu, I'll take a taxi here. Qing can't say when he will finish. It's more convenient to take a taxi at that time. Okay, Wang Ao, the 5th brother will pick you up at school. After the 3 of them made an appointment and finished chatting, Luo Yan drove his sports car towards Tang Wenao's school. Luo Yan's sports car parked downstairs of Tang Wenao's dormitory and leaned on the side of the car to call Tang Wenao. Not only the return rate was 100%, but also attracted onlookers one after another. Tang Wana received a call from Luo Yan and learned that he was downstairs in her dormitory. She was shocked and quickly ran to the window and stretched out her head to look down. She knew that with the coquettish character of the 5th brother, coming to school to pick her up would definitely cause a commotion. She quickly told Luo Yan, "Brother Wu, you drive to the school gate, and I'll come right away." "Why? I'm downstairs in your dormitory. You can come out and leave. Why is it so troublesome?" Luo Yan didn't know that he had attracted a large number of students to watch. "5th brother, your coquettish sports car stopped downstairs in my dormitory, and then stopped next to the car. Look at how many people around you are watching. I'm going down to get on the car now. Everyone thought I was maintained by the rich. Gossip is terrible. Fifth brother, I want to graduate alive. Tang Wanna knew that if everyone watched her get into the fifth brother's car today, the school's headlines tomorrow would be the news that she was maintained. This is the lowest car. Luo Yan said innocently. Hurry up and drive out, and I'll come down right away. Tang Wanna urged. Okay, I'll wait for you 50 meters away from the gate. Then he got on the bus and drove out of the school gate. As soon as he stopped for a moment, he saw Tang Wanna fully armed, opening the door and getting on the car. Not so, Mum. Luo Yan doesn't understand. Be careful, let's go. Fifth brother, what to eat for lunch? My brother took you to eat private dishes. Last time I went to eat with the fourth brother and it tasted good. Today, I will take you to taste it. Luo Yan said as he started the car and drove out. When it comes to eating, the fifth brother is really good at it. After all, he is idle, so he looks for delicious food everywhere and often takes her to taste it with Ching Ching. Woo to brother Wu is the best. If Luo Yan hadn't been driving, Tang Wanna would have said excitedly and almost hugged him. Generally, if the fifth brother said it was delicious, it must be really delicious. For Tang Wan'er, a snack lover, the happiest thing is to eat and drink with the fifth brother. Chapter 12 Meet Wen Xing in the bar. Luo Yan took Tang Wan'er to eat private dishes, and Washa dragged him to the shopping, saying that his computer was broken and he wanted to buy a computer. He walked around all afternoon, and finally he liked a computer of more than 10,000 yao. Of course, it was the money paid by Luo Yan. Tang Wan'er ate delicious food today and slaughtered another computer of the fifth brother. She was so happy that she jumped along the way. The two went to the night bar. The waiters knew each other and directly arranged for the exclusive VIP high-end card. Luo Yan took his two little sisters and had to send them back safely later. He didn't plan to drink, so he asked for a drink. Tang Wanna ordered a cocktail. Seeing that the fifth brother was drinking, she knew that he would send herself back to Ching Ching later, so she let go. Anyway, she didn't go to school tomorrow. She asked the fifth brother to take her to Ching Ching's small apartment and sleep with Ching Ching later. As soon as the waiter brought the drinks and cocktails, Ching Ching arrived. Tang Wanna jumped over happily and took Ching Ching's arm. Ching Ching, you came so soon. I still want to call you. I was going to go to the set, but the heroine said that she had something to do, so we didn't go, so I came after work. Ching Ching is coming. What would you like to drink? Luo Yan asked. Fifth brother, I just need to be like Wire. Ching Ching sat down. Luo Yan called the waiter for her and ordered the same cocktail as Tang Wanna. Tang Wanna and Ching Ching are about the same age, so naturally, they have nothing to say. Ching Ching comes into contact with those big stars in the entertainment industry every day and knows a lot of gossip. Tang Wanna also learned from Ching Ching how complicated the entertainment industry is. Some people are gentle and charming in front of them, but they have a bad temper when they play big names in the back. They are arrogant to the people around them. If they get involved in some gossip with the fourth brother, it will be even worse. Therefore, Tang Wanna has collapsed several idols. Now, she is pure gossip and will no longer fan anyone. Who is the heroine? Tang Wanna asked casually. Who else can it be? Coco, who has been in the wind recently, has a bad temper. He usually doesn't see it so difficult to deal with. Ching Ching whispered to Tang Wanna. Is it the new movie queen who made the headlines of the entertainment version with the fourth brother yesterday? TSK, the fourth brother is really a stut. Tang Wanna commented unceremoniously. The two lowered their heads, and Tang Wanna listened to Ching Ching talking about the recent gossip in the entertainment industry. Ching Ching suddenly mentioned his own brother. My brother has been in Europe for almost a week. Have you contacted him? Why? Contact him. Ching Ching suddenly mentioned Ching Hao, and Tang Wanna was so nervous that she stuttered. Have you decided to give up on my brother? Ching Ching is a straightforward person. She thinks that since Wan Hao likes her brother, she should pursue him. If her best sister becomes her sister-in-law, then it's the best. There is absolutely no problem with the aunt and sister-in-law, and my mother also likes Wao very much, and the problem of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law has also been solved. Please lower your voice. Hearing Ching Ching loudly tell the secret in her heart, Tang Wanna quickly covered Ching Ching's mouth and looked at the fifth brother carrying the drink without looking at the two of them before she relaxed. Only Ching Ching knew her feelings for Ching Ching's brother, Ching Hao. Because the two of them drank too much together in Ching Ching's apartment last time and accidentally blurted out, she never dared to express her thoughts. She always regarded him as the same as other brothers in front of people and did not dare to reveal half of it. On this side, Luo Yan raised his drink and swept around. He felt that the woman sitting at the bar looked like the eldest brother's first love, by Yugua Wangxing. He was about to take a closer look. In a blink of an eye, he was gone. Luo Yan didn't care. He turned his head, looked at the two people who were talking to each other and said, "What are you two muttering? Do you want to go dancing? Fifth brother, when will my brother come back?" Ching Ching asked Tang Wanao the question in his heart. You don't know your own brother. He won't tell me. My parents may not know. Ching Ching told the truth. Ching Hao often ran outside and lived by himself. He would only say hello when he was about to go back. He was independent since he was a child and did not let his parents worry about him, so Qingqi's parents were also used to it. I'm not sure either. I had an online meeting with the eldest brother yesterday, and the problem was basically solved. I guess all three of them will be back soon. Tang Wana was still happy to hear that the second brother was coming back soon. When the eldest brother comes back, the little sister-in-law will probably come back too. When the little sister-in-law is at home, I will take you to dinner. Lu Yan doesn't eat for a day, just like 3 autumns apart. The two snackers were looking forward to it, but they raised their hands in unison to wait for their eldest brother to be away. Wait for him to go, the big brother's cold aura. If he knew that they were going to eat, he could freeze people in place. The three of them were chatting happily, but were interrupted by a female voice. Xiaowu, it's really you. I'm not sure when I saw it just now. I wanted to have a look, but I didn't expect it to be really you. These two are Wana and Qingqing. They are so old that they are about to graduate. Wen Qing came over and greeted them in a familiar tone. Tang Wana and Qingqing were about to vomit. Seeing that the fifth brother didn't say anything, the two of them didn't say anything. Lu Yan looked up and saw Wen Qing standing beside him with a wine glass, thinking that he was right just now. It was really her. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Wen Qing asked brazenly, "Can I sit down?" Of course. Lu Yan doesn't know what the eldest brother means to Wen Qing now. After all, the apartment has been arranged to be raised, and it is not easy to refute the right aspect. Tang Wana and Qingqing didn't say much when they saw the fifth brother talking. The two of them only met Wen Qing once many years ago, and they were not very familiar with her. Later, Wen Qing did not show up at the eldest brother's proposal ceremony. Now that the eldest brother is married, Wen Qing suddenly appears again. Both of them feel that Wen Qing is not a good person. They were not familiar with her before, and they have been in their hearts for a long time. After coming down to the conclusion, naturally, you won't be too enthusiastic and talk about yourself. Wen Qing saw the two little sisters-in-law bowing their heads and chatting with themselves. She was also embarrassed to interrupt. She turned her head to chat with Lu Yan and wanted to inquire about Tang Yichen, by the way. She didn't reply to the message I sent to him recently, and she didn't answer the phone, so recently, in fact, she asked several friends to come every day just to meet Tang Yichen and others. After waiting for a few days, she finally met Lu Yan today. Lu Yan is also the one who is more talkative among several people. She knows this bar.it.'s Jinghao's. Several of them have exclusive VIP seats, which is the best position in the bar. Usually, no matter how good the bar's business is, that position will not be open. Only they can use it. This has also become a feature of the bar, attracting many people who just happen to meet a few people. After all, the appearance of the 5 people is also unmatched in Jiangcheng. And except for the boss Tang Yichen, several other people are single. Although Tang Yichen is married, because there has been no wedding, it is said that he does not love his wife. Although the news with Wen Mei some time ago was quickly withdrawn, the audience thought it was a sign of guilt. Therefore, especially those little sister-in-laws are satisfied with daydreaming, and they can take a look at them in person. Wen Qing came over with a few friends she had not known for a long time. Everyone saw her walking to the exclusive position with a glass of wine and sat down, as if she was still familiar with them. I felt that Mr. Tang probably didn't have any feelings for her. There was a little more compliment in the later words, and he also showed envious eyes. Wen Qing enjoyed the feeling of being attracted attention and supported. Chapter 13, Return to Jiangcheng. Wen Qing kept looking for topics to chat with Luo Yan, and by the way, inquired about Tang Yichen's news. She finally knew that Tang Yichen was on a business trip. She was probably too busy to reply to her phone calls and messages in time. She comforted herself. In fact, I have no idea. Although Tang Yichen arranged a house for her and helped her move to the apartment, since I moved to the apartment, every time I wanted to come alone with Tang Yichen, he found an excuse to refuse. Recently, he has been answering the phone or replying to the message. I had no choice but to ask my friends to the bar to guard every day. Luo Yan doesn't want to continue chatting with Wen Qing. The eldest brother's attitude is unclear. As long as the eldest brother I haven't been separated from my sister-in-law for a day. Ling Shu is their sister-in-law. Last time I had to help her find an apartment and move, it was an instruction given by the eldest brother, and I had to do it. Now, I don't want to get too close to Wen Qing, which seems that the two of them are very familiar. It's too late. I sent them back. Luo Yan got up directly from his seat and was ready to go back. Tang Wana and Qingqing saw that Wen Qing had been here and brazenly wanted to talk to him. They didn't want to stay for a long time. When they heard the fifth brother say this, they immediately stood up and packed their clothes and bags. Seeing this, Wen Qing stood up and said with a smile, "It's not early. We have to go back." Then he turned to Tang Wana and Qingqing and said with a smile, "We met for the first time today, and I didn't bring a gift. Next time I will send it to Yichen and ask him to bring it to you." Tang Wana said something in her heart and said in a hard voice, "No, my brother will buy it for me." Qingqing saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward, so he made a round field. "No need to waste money, we will get what we want. It should be. It's all the little things that little girls like. Don't be polite to me. Then I'll go first." After saying that, Wenqing turned around and left, giving them no more chance to refuse. Multiplied by Tang Wana said she would not go back to school. She stayed with Jing Jing at night. Luo Yan drove the two to Jing Jing's apartment. On the way, the two asked Luo Yan about Wenqing and Tang Yichen. Fifth brother, what's the situation between my elder brother and Wenqing? He won't really never forget it. Now, the old love is rekindled. Tang Wana spoke directly. Who knows? Wenqiu's place where she lives now was still arranged by her eldest brother. It's hard to say. What about the little sister-in-law? Qing Qing asked. I don't know what the eldest brother thinks. The first love may be really hard to forget, and the eldest brother married his little sister-in-law because of Grandpa Tang. Besides, he has only been in love once before. Maybe it is very likely that the old love will rekindle. Luo Yan analyzed the current situation for the two little sisters. The little sister-in-law is so pitiful. My brother is really a scumbag. He is married when he is married, and he still plays this. Tang Wana said angrily. The fourth brother said that the eldest brother is not as good as me in terms of feelings. The fourth brother and I are both sisters-in-law. Just wait for the eldest brother to enlighten. Luo Yan was relatively big-hearted and not as excited as the two little girls. This woman is so powerful that I'm afraid that my sister-in-law will run away when the eldest brother enlightens. Qing Qing opened his mouth to the nail on the head. Luo Yan also knew that what they said was not unreasonable, but they couldn't interfere in the emotional affairs of the eldest brother. So I didn't say anything more. Multiplied by Ling Shu didn't receive the news from Tang Yichen until the next night, a short sentence. It's done and I'll be back in 3 days. Although there was only a simple sentence, it still made Ling Shu happy for a long time. He was very excited all night. He took out his mobile phone and looked at it again and again. In fact, it was just a few words, and he couldn't get tired of reading it. Before going to bed, I thought that I would go back in advance before Tang Yichen came back. It was almost time for the obstetric examination. I just went to the hospital to finish the obstetric examination before Tang Yichen came back. Brother Ayao didn't come over for dinner today. After talking with the village chief, it was estimated that he had something to do in the company. He came over early this morning and said that he would rush back to Beijing. He left his mobile phone number, added WeChat, and left in a hurry. Now that I have a phone and WeChat, I will definitely have a chance in the future. I will make an appointment with him next time. Early the next morning, Ling Shu called the driver Li Yo and asked him to pick him up for lunch. Then Ling Shu began to pack up his things, sorted out the fresh vegetables and eggs sent by everyone, packed up the suitcase, and planned to go to the mountain to say goodbye to Grandpa. Come to Grandpa's grave. Grandpa, I went back to Jiangchen today. I will come back to see you with Yichen after a while. It was already evening when he returned to the villa. Ling Shu had a simple meal. Thinking that the obstetric examination number had not been made an appointment, he quickly took out his mobile phone to make an appointment for the obstetric examination the next day. Then I went to take a shower. When I came out, the mobile phone on the bed was ringing. I hurried over to get it and saw that it was Tang Yichen's phone. Ling Shu picked up nervously, and there was tension and cheerfulness in his voice that he didn't notice. Yichen to well, it's me. You go home. Tang Yichen is an affirmative sentence. I guess the driver told him. I just came back today and brought a lot of fresh vegetables and local eggs. I'll cook them for you when you come back. Ling Shu said happily. Okay, you go to bed early. Tang Yichen heard Ling Shu's voice and could feel her excitement through the phone. Before leaving, she always felt that she had something on her mind. It seemed that it was much better to go back. Well, so do you. Hanging up the phone, Ling Shu held his mobile phone and giggled. For several minutes, in fact, every time Tang Yichen called himself, he said 2 or 3 short sentences, explaining things simply and clearly, but every time he would make himself happy for a while. I was so excited that I went straight to the kitchen to clean up the things I brought back. While tidying up, I thought about what Tang Yichen would cook for him to eat when he came back tomorrow. I didn't go to bed until midnight. Multiplied by early the next morning, Ling Shu didn't call the driver and took a taxi to the hospital by himself. Because the number was late, he waited for more than an hour for his turn to go to the B ultrasound first. The doctor looked at it over and over again for a long time, which made Ling Shu very nervous, thinking that there was something wrong with the baby. I was about to ask the doctor, but the doctor said it was okay to get up. Do you know that you are pregnant with twins? Dr. B's words made Ling Shu stay in place directly, and his stomach unexpectedly. There were 2 babies in the village. A sudden surprise broke through his head. Ling Shu didn't know how to describe it. He really wanted to share the news with Tang Yichen immediately. I hope he can look forward to the arrival of the 2 babies as much as himself. He came out of the B ultrasound room and went back to the examining doctor with the list. Even the examining doctor was very happy. 2 babies, I also said that your belly is bigger than others, and you can't see that you are small. Later, you need to supplement your nutrition in time. It's very hard to be a mother. You are pregnant with 2 babies and it's harder than others. Where is your husband? Let him come with you next time. Well, thank you, doctor. He is quite busy. No matter how busy you are, you can't draw out this much time. Doctors can't get used to these men who talk about being busy all day long. Isn't it important for his wife to get pregnant and have children? Be sure to ask him to come with you next time. Ling Shu said to the doctor as if he were a promise, more like he was talking to himself. Chapter 14, Divorce. Everything went well in the examination, and the baby was also very healthy. The biggest surprise was that one baby turned into 2 babies. The doctor said to Ling Shu, now that he is 3 months old, the baby is relatively stable and can have a proper married life, but you are pregnant with twins, so you still need to pay attention to it yourself. Don't let your husband mess around. Ling Shu blushed and stammered, okay. Doctor, I got it. Today's inspection is over. Remember to come on time for a follow-up next month. When he went to the hall with the list, Ling Shu unconsciously stroked his stomach. It was amazing. There were 2 small creatures in it, which were slowly growing up. After a while, he might feel that they were moving inside. Ling Shu just walked out of the elevator and felt that the backs of the 2 people in front of him were very familiar. Although he was reluctant to believe it, the man it really looked like Tang Yichen. Ling Shu quickly followed and walked out of the gate. The 2 of them were gone. Ling Shu shook his head, probably because he had seen it wrong. If Tang Yichen had come back early, why didn't he tell himself? And he still appeared in the hospital. It was impossible. Then he took out his mobile phone and took a taxi back to the villa. Facing the empty villa, Ling Shu felt sad for the first time, probably because of the sentimentality caused by pregnancy. Obviously, he had spent so much time alone at home in the past 3 years. Since when Qing came back, Ling Shu began to suffer from gains and losses, and began to worry about whether Tang Yichen would return one day. Come and tell yourself that the 3-year period has come, divorce. Then hand in the divorce agreement and ask yourself to sign it. The stolen happiness seems to be slipping away. In the evening, Ling Shu wanted to call Tang Yichen and ask him what time he would be home tomorrow so that he could prepare the food in advance. After taking a shower, he sat by the bed, took out his mobile phone, turned out Tang Yichen's phone and dialed it out. It rang for a while before he was picked up. A strange female voice came from, "Hello, Miss Ling, I'm Wenqing. Yichen is taking a shower. What's the matter with you? I'll deliver it to you later. It's okay. No need." Ling Shu replied stiffly, then hung up the phone, and then sat on the bed holding his mobile phone. It turned out that Tang Yichen had come back. It turned out that he was with Wenqing, and they were together. Tears unconsciously flowed out of his eyes, and his lips were tightly closed. He let the tears drip down his cheeks unscrupulously to the sheets, wetting a large area. She thought she could. Even if Tang Yichen said that the 3-year period had come, she could say thank you with a smile if she wanted to divorce. Thank him for giving her a call, and then say goodbye with a smile. But why does it still hurt so much? Multiplied by the next morning up, because he didn't sleep well the night before, Ling Shu got up late. As soon as he walked downstairs, he saw Tang Yichai sitting on the sofa in the living room, with his hands on his knees and his head down. I don't know when he came back. After sitting here for a long time, Ling Shu didn't hear any sound. Hearing the sound of her coming downstairs, he raised his head with blood in his eyes. Ling Shu walked over and asked, "You're back. Have you had breakfast? I'll make it for you." Tang Yichen changed his posture and slowly leaned towards the sofa. "Don't do it, come here." The voice is a little hoarse. Ling Shu walked over and sat on the sofa opposite Tang Yichen, straightening his waist, like a student who was obediently waiting for a good lecture. Tang Yichen's expression was serious. "I have something to tell you." She sat on the sofa without any movement. In fact, she was thinking about what he was going to say to her next. "I cried all night last night. Today, my eyes are a little red. I am also ready to predict what he wants to say. The 3-year contract is only half a month to expire. The 3-year period is neither fast nor slow." Tang Yichen looked at the person in front of him. He didn't know why his eyes were red. Is it too sad to watch those boring TV series? He didn't know how to say something. He was irritable to remove his tie and unbutton the collar and cuffs. Ling Shu didn't want to embarrass him, so he said, "Yes. Is it about divorce?" Tang Yichen was stunned for a moment when he heard Ling Shu's words, and then responded indifferently. Although he had made psychological preparations in advance, the moment he heard Tang Yichen's response, Ling Shu still felt short of breath. A knife cut through his heart, which hurt so much. Pulling the sofa tightly with both hands, Ling Shu took a deep breath, endured his heartache, and tried to open his mouth calmly. When will he go through the formalities? The stolen happiness will eventually be returned, and the third party is the one who is not loved in marriage. He knew that Tang Yichen was the same. Since he spoke, he didn't need to dominate Mrs. Tang's position, so that he and Wenqing could not be honest. Tang Yichen frowned and said, "Just these 2 days. I'll ask the lawyer to draft an agreement with you to sign. I will try my best to compensate you. I will give you this villa and an apartment in the city center. In addition to the previous agreement, I will give you another 100 million yuan. You can ask for any other requirements." Ling Shu turned his head and looked out of the window. Today's sunshine seemed to be a little strong. Now it was so dazzling. His eyes were sore and swollen, and he seemed to be more comfortable with his head up. turn around and look at Tang Yicheng. I don't have any requirements. I don't need a house. I may go back to my hometown to live there. The air there is good, and I'm used to it. You don't need so much money. 100,000 yuan is enough. I don't have a job for the time being. I saved my grandfather to see a doctor. I will think of the 100,000 yuan as I borrowed it from you and will return it to you later. You can go back to your hometown. Since you don't want a house, I'll give it to you in cash. No matter what you want to borrow or not, it was agreed when the agreement was signed at the beginning. This is what you should take. Then your lawyer will contact me after drafting the agreement, and I will pack up and move out as soon as possible. Don't be in a hurry to move. I won't come back to live recently. You can live as long as you want. After saying that, he got up and left. Multiplied by after Tang Yicheng left, Ling Shu kept sitting on the sofa in his previous posture. He didn't come to his senses until his mobile phone rang. It was the old house's phone. Ling Shu adjusted his mood and heard Grandpa Tang's voice after connecting. Xiao Shu, are you back from your hometown? How about having dinner at Grandpa's place in the evening? I haven't seen you for a while. Grandpa misses you. Listening to Grandpa's kind voice, Ling Shu felt much better. He really wanted to leave and should go to see Grandpa. Okay, Grandpa, I'll take a taxi there later. Yichen hasn't come back yet. What's the matter with this child leaving his wife aside for so long? Grandpa Tang had a headache when he thought about finding a grandson. Grandpa, Yichen is busy with work. I brought a lot of vegetables from my hometown. I'll bring you some later and cook them for you to eat. Okay, or I'll ask the driver to pick you up. It's okay, Grandpa. I'll pack up and go there later. Alright, then be careful on the road. Chapter 15. It's really a divorce. After hanging up the phone with his grandfather, Ling Shu went upstairs and began to pack up his things. In fact, his things were really few. A large suitcase was finished. Many things at home were bought by Tang Yicheng, and she didn't plan to take them away. After tidying up the suitcase, I put the box on the edge of the bedside table. I went downstairs to the kitchen and packed 2 bags of vegetables and took them to the old house. It was still early when I arrived at the old house. Aunt Wang hadn't started to prepare dinner yet. Ling Shu thought it may be the last time to have dinner with Grandpa. I planned to cook by myself. After a stalemate with Aunt Wang for a long time, Aunt Wang agreed. Ling Shu cooked 6 or 7 dishes and cooked a soup. Let Aunt Wang and Uncle Cheng also taste the dishes brought by their home. After dinner, Ling Shu found an excuse to refuse his grandfather's request to stay overnight and went back to the villa with Tang Yicheng. Refusing Grandpa to arrange a car to see her off, she saw Grandpa standing at the door, waving to him with a loving smile on his face. Thinking that it would be difficult to see him again in the future, Ling Shu squeezed out a smile with tears, waved to Grandpa, and said goodbye gently in his heart, Grandpa. Multiplied by Ling Shu received a call from lawyer Wu a week later, saying that the agreement would be brought to the villa today, and the day finally came. Tang Yicheng didn't go back to the villa this week. Ling Shu guessed that he might be at Wen Qing's place. Anyway, it had been said, so it didn't matter where he spent the night. Fortunately, when I met Tang Yicheng over there, I was wearing loose home clothes, so he didn't find any abnormality. After hanging up the phone, Lawyer Wu came over in less than half an hour. Sure enough, she was the chief lawyer of JK Group, and the effect was very high. Ling Shu sat opposite Lawyer Wu. Lawyer Wu looked at the president's wife, whom he had never met several times, and was ready to take out an agreement to interpret it for her. After all, the divorce property given by the boss is believed to her in this life. Or you can't spend it all in your next life. Madam, please take a look at the agreement first. Later, I will tell you in detail about the property given to you after you divorced Mr. Tang. Ling Shu signed her name at the end of the agreement without looking at it. She didn't want anything. If this could make Tang Yicheng feel better, so be it. Lawyer Wu was a little surprised when she saw that Ling Shu had signed it directly. Is she really not curious about how much the money is? However, as a lawyer, since he had finished the work, he didn't say anything more. He took out the bank card from his bag and handed it to Ling Shu. Madam, this is the bank card that Mr. Tang asked to transfer to you. The password is your birthday, and the property that should be assigned to you in the divorce agreement is in it. Ling Shu didn't pick it up. Okay, thank you, Lawyer Wu. Thank you for your hard work. Lawyer Wu put the card on the table and got up to say goodbye. You're welcome, madam. Tang will be waiting for you at the gate of the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 a.m. on Monday for the divorce certificate. Then I'll go first. Okay, please tell Mr. Tang that I will arrive on time. After sending Lawyer Wu away, Ling Shu took her mobile phone and booked a ticket to Yingshi. Yes, what she told Tang Yicheng was a lie to him about going back to her hometown. She wanted to make plans for the 2 babies in her belly. She had been searching for places on the internet for the past 2 days, and finally saw netizens describing Yingshi as a windy place with beautiful mountains and rivers and scenery. Pleasant, simple folk customs, suitable for living. She wants to find a place that no one knows, give birth to children by herself, and raise them. Maybe soon Tang Yicheng will marry Wenqing, form a new family, and have her own baby. She will not disturb his new life. Although it is sad to leave, she is very grateful. Thank him for giving her 2 babies and her closest family. Multiplied by on Monday morning, Ling Shu arrived at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau in advance to wait. At 9 o'clock, Tang Yicheng's car appeared at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau on time. Ling Shu deliberately wore a dress to cover his stomach so that Tang Yicheng would not notice. Before Tang Yicheng got out of the car, he saw Ling Shu sitting on the stone bench at the door from afar. When Ling Shu saw Tang Yicheng's car coming, he stood up. When he saw Tang Yicheng get out of the car and walking towards him, his eyes were very tired. He was about to ask for words of concern. He held back. He was about to go through the divorce procedures. He was still straightforward. The two walked in together. The red book was exchanged for the red book, but the words on the cover were different. Ling Shu took his own divorce certificate and walked out of the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Tang Yicheng stopped her from behind. Ling Shu, I'll take you back. Ling Shu turned around with a smile on his face. No, you go about your business. I'll just go back by myself. The two stood face to face. Only then did they see that Tang Yicheng was not in good spirits. They spoke again, take care of yourself and eat on time. What are your plans next? Are you going back to your hometown? After saying that, Ling Shu turned around and left. He was afraid that he had worked so hard to give up, and finally he couldn't help it. When will you go back to your hometown? I'll see you off. Tang Yicheng shouted behind Ling Shu. Don't bother me. I'll just go back by myself. Ling Shu stopped to answer and did not look back. Ling Shu didn't go back directly, but used Tang Yicheng. He took out the card given 100,000 yuan, went back to the villa, and put the bank card on the table in the study. Tang Yicheng would see it when he came back, and then took the suitcase and took a taxi directly to the airport. Multiplied by at night bar, Tang Yicheng came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau and called them out to drink. Lu Yan also called Tang Wana and Qing Qing. When several people arrived, Tang Yicheng had already drunk a lot and was half lying on the sofa. Mozu and Qin Hao arrived first. Seeing the boss drinking like this, Mozu asked Qin Hao, did the eldest brother have encountered anything in the Middle East? Qin Hao glanced at Mozu. The second brother was the second brother, and he saw blood for a while. Thinking of the Middle East, Qin Hao said that the death of the eldest brother's parents may not be an accident. It seems that it has something to do with her ex-girlfriend. The specifics are not clear, and the eldest brother did not say it in detail. Mozu knows that the eldest brother has been investigating this matter over the years. I'm also helping, but I haven't had any eyes. I didn't expect that I still had a relationship with the eldest brother's ex-girlfriend. The eldest brother will naturally say it when he wants to. After Mozu finished speaking, he sat down and began to drink. Qin Hao didn't say anything more and sat down to drink. As soon as he sat down for a while, Lu Yan came with Tang Wana and Qing Qing. He greeted the second and third brothers. He saw the eldest brother lying there with his eyes closed. What's wrong with the eldest brother? Are you in a bad mood when you suddenly ask us to go out for a drink? Mozu and Qin Hao looked up at him and turned to continue drinking. Lu Yan touched his nose, sat down, and muttered in a low voice. Is it dissatisfaction? The little sister-in-law didn't satisfy the eldest brother. Everyone could see that Tang Yicheng was in a bad mood, otherwise it would not be like drinking water. The table was already full of empty bottles. Tang was there without saying a word, and no one dared to go up to ask. After a while, Monday Fengfan also came, and he also brought a girl with him. It was the first time he took a girl to their party. Everyone said they were shocked. Chapter 16 Get drunk in the bar. In fact, Tang Yicheng was not drunk. He wanted to get drunk, but after drinking so much, the more he drank, the more sober he became, and the more sober he became. Tang Wana didn't dare to talk to her elder brother. She looked at the girl sitting quietly next to the fourth brother and pulled Qing Qing to quietly find out the news from her. Is this the fourth brother's new girlfriend? Where is the Coco last time? Broke up again? Why didn't I see any news this time? I'm not sure. It's an 18-line female artist in the company. It is said that she accidentally splashed red wine on the fourth brother at Coco's celebration banquet last time and was caught. I'm in silence for her. It's not easy to provoke the fourth brother. Tang Wana exaggeratedly compared in front of her chest. A cross, but this one looks about the same age as them, not the same as the internet celebrities and big star girlfriends before the fourth brother. Tang Wana looked at her sitting over there and pulled Qing Qing to play with her. What's your name? Tang Wana got straight to the point. Xia Qingqian. Let's go and dance with us. It's too boring to sit here with them. Let's play our own. Okay. Xia Qingqian couldn't refuse in the face of the enthusiastic Tang Wana, and she didn't want to stay next to the monsoon sail all the time, so she immediately agreed with a smile. The three people got up and walked towards the dance floor in the middle of the bar. After the three little girls got up and left, Lu Yan asked again, what's wrong with the eldest brother? You said so. Saying that, he rushed to the monsoon sail. Fourth brother, you must know. Tell me quickly. I really don't know. You can ask the second brother. The second brother must know. Luo Yan looked up at Moza and was cut off before he opened his mouth. Don't ask me. You don't say anything. Then I'll find my sister-in-law and take out my mobile phone to call Ling Shaw. Don't look for her. Tang Yichen said coldly in a hoarse voice, we are divorced. Bota 2 Lu Yao was so scared that his mobile phone fell directly to the ground. Moza and Qing Hao looked at each other and didn't say anything. Qing Hao felt sad, have you all divorced? It's so serious. Ji Fengfen was also shocked to hear that. He followed Xiao Wu to his sister-in-law before, but he didn't expect to guess wrong. Did the eldest brother really rekindle his old love with Wen Qing? The little sister-in-law still couldn't resist his first love, Bai Yuguang. But since you don't like it, divorce is not just right. Why are you still drinking like this? Don't understand. Luo Yan was the most excited. Although he didn't dare to question the eldest brother, his tone was still very angry. Brother, are you really divorced from your sister-in-law? I don't believe it. Are you kidding us? Today is not April Fool's Day, is it? Several brothers look at him like an idiot. Tang Yichen didn't say anything. He took out the divorce certificate from his pocket and put it on the table. Raise the wine glass and drink another cup. Several people came up curiously. The monsoon sail was picked up from the table, opened it and looked at it again and again. Really? Luo Yan grabbed it and looked over several times. Finally, he confirmed that the eldest brother had really divorced his sister-in-law. He suddenly fell on the sofa and almost cried for his eldest brother. I don't believe it. I want to call my sister-in-law. Tang Yichen didn't stop him anymore. Luo Yan dialed over in a hurry, but he didn't expect that no one answered for the time being. At this time, Tang Wana, Qing Qing and Xia Qingqie came back after dancing. As soon as she sat down, she wanted to ask Luo Yan what was wrong. First, she found the divorce certificate in Luo Yan's hand. Tang Wana rushed over and saw that it was actually the eldest brother's. She turned her head to Qing Qing in a daze. My eldest brother is divorced. Qing Qing was also shocked and quickly brought it over to have a look. Brother Tang was really divorced. Xia Qingqian doesn't know Ling Shaw, but she also regrets that divorce is not a good thing, especially for women. Qing Qing put the divorce certificate back on the table, and the three little sister-in-law sat on the sofa in silence. At this time, Tang Yichen's phone rang. Yichen, where are you? Can you come and accompany me? I'm so scared alone. Okay, I'll go there now. Tang Yichen hung up the phone, took his coat and got up and left. Leaving everyone's own thoughts, everyone heard Wen Xing on the other end of the phone just now. Moza and Qing Hao looked profound and unpredictable, while Ji Fengfen felt that it was definitely inside. However, the eldest brother has always had his own ideas. No matter how much they said, it was useless. Luo Yan still wanted to call Ling Shaw there, but unfortunately he had not been able to get through. Tang Wana watched the eldest brother answer Wen Ji's phone, and when she left, she was even more angry and kept drinking in a hurry. When everyone realized that Tang Wana had drunk too much and lay on the table. Xia Qingqian also drank a lot, but she was stunned after drinking. Her face was slightly red, which made her look a little playful. If it weren't for her confused eyes, she wouldn't be able to see it. Seeing this, Ji Fengfen picked up her little woman and said goodbye to everyone. Qing Qing didn't drink much because she had to go to the set early the next morning. In order to assist her little sister, she gave Tang Wana to her own brother, and then pulled Luo Yan and Moza to retreat together. Qing Hao did not refuse, and everyone withdrew. He sat beside Tang Wana and guarded, not in a hurry to leave. After sitting for a while, Tang Wana woke up in a daze. Qing Qing, I'm going to the bathroom. No one agreed. Looking up, he saw several Qing Hao sitting beside him, shaking his head. You looked so much like Qing Hao's pig. Qing Hao was stunned when he heard her words. He didn't usually bully this little girl. Why did he still scold him for being a pig? He didn't argue with drunk people. He called a waitress to help Tang Wana go to the toilet. After returning from the toilet, Tang Wana returned to her seat and shouted that she wanted to continue drinking. Qing Qing, Xiao Qian, where have you two gone? Come on, let's go dancing. As he said, he was about to rush out. Seeing this, Qing Hao quickly reached out and hugged her and coaxed her in a low voice. Everyone is back, good boy, the third brother will take you back. Even he didn't notice that the spoiled waiter next to him looked at his boss, pulled the drunken Miss Tang, and was beaten and kicked. It is estimated that only Miss Tang dared to splash in front of the boss. I won't go back. I want to drink. Qing Hao walked outside with Tang Wana in his arms, coaxing the little ancestor as he walked. Good, good, go back to drink, go back to drink. It was hard to get on the car, and I also drank and asked the driver to drive. Tang Wana was also tired of tossing and turning at this time. She finally sat in the chair and was quiet for a while. The school dormitory was closed for a long time, and the little girl drank too much. Qing Hao brought her back to his apartment directly. The driver parked the car downstairs of the apartment. Qing Hao turned his head and found that Tang Wana was asleep on his shoulder and called her name softly. Wan hour, I'm here, but there's no response. He could only get out of the car and pick her up upstairs. After entering the door, he put her on the bed. He couldn't take a shower like this. He, a man, couldn't change her clothes, so he pulled the quilt and covered her with it. He went out by himself. Lying on the sofa in the living room, I'm going to spend the night on the sofa. Chapter 17, completely over. Tang Yichen received a call from Wenqing and came out of the bar. Li Yong, the driver, drove the car and waited at the door. The cold wind hit his face, and he seemed to be more sober. I always thought that my parents were flying. Accidental death. Unexpectedly, some clues were found 2 years ago. The death of parents is not so simple. Over the years, it has been secretly investigating, involving a transnational criminal group behind it. The people who have found this group are all over the world, collecting intelligence information from various countries, conducting trafficking, and also involving arms smuggling and organ trafficking. I have wasted a lot of experience and only know the code name of the boss of the criminal group K. This time, I went to the Middle East to help Lao San deal with it and asked him. I accidentally got a little information. In the end, I never expected to point to Wenqing. Tang Yichen came back from the Middle East in advance. As soon as he got off the plane, he received a call from Wenqing, saying that her foot injury had relapsed and she had to go to the hospital for examination. On the one hand, he did not believe that the person he had been waiting for so many years would have anything to do with the death of his parents. On the other hand, he felt that he needed to investigate more clearly, so he went to Wenqing's apartment. It is indeed because of the second sprain, the whole ankle was swollen. Tang Yichen took her to the hospital for a re-examination. Fortunately, the problem was not serious, and she needed to recover for a period of time. Therefore, during the period before the divorce, Tang Yichen was taking care of Wenqing, taking her for rehabilitation and examination, because she took good care and recovered very quickly. Tang Yichen also tested whether Wenqing knew K, but Wenqing's performance was not flawless at all. It really didn't look like she really knew K, and the information he got from the Middle East was also if you can make a mistake, either Wenqing disguised himself so well that he even deceived himself, or Wenqing didn't lie. She really didn't know K. Then there is only one possibility, that K usually disguised his identity, and Wenqing didn't know his code name. Divorce is not a moment's intention. After all, marriage was not what he wanted at the beginning. Since the relationship is not so deep now, let go of each other, Ling Shu may also start the life he wants. Sit and wait for Mr. Tang to slap in the face. Multiplied by the driver drove the car to the downstairs of Wenqing's apartment. Tang Yichen sat in the car and didn't get out of the car. The driver didn't dare to ask more questions and waited like this. After sitting for about half an hour, Wenqing's call came. Yichen, have you arrived? I don't know if the foot injury has recurred, but I feel pain again tonight. I have something to do in the company. I won't go tonight. I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow morning. Well, don't be too late and pay attention to rest. Well, hang up first. Wenqing looked at the hung-up phone and was very unwilling. She knew that Tang Yichen had asked Ling Shu to go through the divorce procedures today. She asked him to come here just to confirm whether the two were really divorced. She knows, but now she must endure, understand, be considerate, be understanding, and look like a future hostess. As long as they divorce, Mrs. Tang's position will be her sooner or later. Tang Yichen hung up the phone, looked back at the seat, closed his eyes and went home. The driver received the instruction and started the car and drove away. The boss said that the only way to go home was the villa where he used to live with his wife. There were few cars at night, and we drove for about half an hour on the road. Mr. Tang, here we are. Tang Yichen opened his eyes, opened the door and got out of the car. You go back first. You don't have to pick me up tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Tang. Multiplied by pushing open the door of the villa, it was dark. Without Ling Shu coming forward to surround him, there was no table of delicious food on the table. Ling Shu is gone. It seems that he has returned to his hometown. Tang Yichen went straight back to the room and turned on the light. He felt a little dazzling. He sat on the bed, and there seemed to be Ling Shu's breath in the air. When I opened the wardrobe, it seemed that something was missing and nothing was missing. Those clothes were hung there all the year round and had never been touched. Ling Shu only took away the few pieces he often wore. She took her pajamas and walked into the bathroom. The pink toothbrush cup she usually used was gone, and so was the towel. There was a toothbrush lying alone in the trash can, which was really like herself now. Tang Yichen laughed self-deprecatingly. After taking a shower, Tang Yichen went directly to the study and didn't want to stay in the room. When he walked into the study, he saw that the card he gave to Ling Shu was quietly placed on the table, with the watch he had lost for a long time next to him. He looked for it for a long time but couldn't find it. He didn't know why his watch was with Ling Shu. Tang Yichen picked up the phone and wanted to ask Ling Shu why he didn't take away the bank card. He didn't care that it was very late now. He directly dialed Ling Shu's phone, as if he had finally found an excuse to contact her. Finally, after a few rings, he realized that it was too late and was about to hang up, but the other side picked up. Hello, Yichen? After getting off the plane, Ling Shu found a homestay and planned to look for it the next day and rent a private house for a long time. It. Me. Why didn't you take the bank card I gave you? I said before that I don't need any compensation from you. I took 100,000 yen from it and thought it was borrowed from you. I will pay you back when I saved enough. You don't need to pay it back. Send me your card number and I'll transfer the money to you. Tang Yichen stubbornly felt that only when Ling Shu accepted the money would his guilt be reduced. I really don't need it, Yichen. Thank you for the past 3 years. Thank you and Grandpa for taking care of me. I can't say goodbye to Grandpa in person. Please find a chance to say it for me. Your hometown is not far from Jiangcheng. Even if we divorce, you can come to see Grandpa. I'm afraid I'm busy and I don't have enough time. Please help me talk to Grandpa. Afraid that he would notice something wrong, Ling Shu pretended to be relaxed and said, Have you arrived at your hometown? Tang Yichen always felt that it was different to see Ling Shu again in the Civil Affairs Bureau this morning, so he wanted to confirm whether she really went back. Well, I'm back, everything? It's all good. Ling Shu lied in front of Tang Yichen for the first time and was a little nervous. Fortunately, he didn't seem to hear anything. Why do you have my watch? Yichen, don't call me in the future. Let's start over. Instead of answering his question, she told him not to call again. Why? Tang Yichen is very strange. Did the two become strangers after the divorce? If you are with Miss Wen in the future, she will mind. Girls' hearts and eyes are relatively small. The watch was sent by Miss Wen, and I have forgotten to give it to you before. After a long silence, Tang Yichen didn't say anything. It turned out that she had known it long ago. Yichen, thank you. Thank you for giving me the most important thing in my life. Did you mind before? Tang Yichen spoke. What? Ling Shu asked doubtfully. It's nothing. Then you should go to bed early. Tang Yichen was a little flustered and quickly ended the conversation. If she knew that she would never be able to call this number again in the next 5 years, he would definitely not let the phone hang up. Well, Yichen, goodbye. Never again, Ling Shu said in his heart. Goodbye. After talking to Ling Shu on the phone, Tang Yichen stared at his watch for a while, then silently turned around and went back to the room. Chapter 18. 4 years later. 4 years later. At Jiangcheng Airport, the woman was wearing a waistless khaki windbreaker, jeans and black leather shoes, which looked young and beautiful. She pushed the suitcase, and there was a little girl with pink carving on the suitcase. She had white skin, a small pink mouth, big eyes and long eyelashes, twinkling, as cute as a porcelain doll. The little girl is wearing a pink princess dress, white princess socks, and a pair of princess shoes, which is a proper princess style. Sitting on the suitcase, 2 calves kicking around. The woman was accompanied by a child carrying a small school bag, wearing denim suspenders and a plaid shirt, a pink little mouth, exquisite facial features, big dark eyes and a tall nose. The 2 cute and handsome little cute baby, like the princess and prince in the comic book, are too good looking. The 3 people were walking at the airport, which was more like a beautiful scenery. Passers-by turned around frequently. Several young girls were still whispering, what a cute 2 babies, I really want to hold them home. That should be their mother. She looks so young and temperamental. She doesn't look like a mother of 2 children at all. She feels similar to her sister. Yes, these 2 cute babies are so cute. I guess dad is also very handsome. Yes, I want to have a baby when I see it. Wu to it seems that the 2 children are about the same age. Passers-by guess that it should be a dragon and a phoenix fetus. They did guess right. This woman is Ling Shu, who left Jiangcheng 4 years ago. The 2 babies who were still in the belly are now more than 3 years old. Multiplied by mom, I want to go to the toilet. Ling Yunwo, who was sitting on the suitcase, suddenly shouted, but your godmother just called and said that she would be there soon. Can Wanwo wait a little longer? Ling Shu said to his daughter in a gentle voice. Nono couldn't hold back. The little girl's 2 little faces were red. They came down from the suitcase and stamped their feet in a hurry. Mom, I'll take my sister there. You wait for the godmother here. I'll take my sister to the toilet and come back to you. At this time, the little boy next to him spoke in time. It can only be like this. Ling Shu is not worried about being cheated about his son's IQ. In the past, in Yunxi, he was sometimes busy with the manuscript. The brother and sister took care of themselves and went to kindergarten. It was also the elder brother who took his sister there, but after all, in the countryside, they are all familiar people, and the school bus drivers know each other. Now that they have arrived in Jiangcheng, there are many people at the airport, and they are still a little worried. Well, Chen, take your phone and watch with you. Call your mother immediately if you need anything. Ling Shu said to Ling Yucheng uneasy. Don't worry, Mom, we'll be back soon. With that, he took his sister's hand and walked to the toilet. Ling Yucheng took Ling Yunwo to the door of the toilet. He was a boy and it was inconvenient to enter the women's bathroom. Nono, can you go to the toilet by yourself? My brother is waiting for you at the door. Nono, it's okay, brother. I'm already in a small class. I go to the toilet by myself at school. I'm in, brother. Ling Yunwo said proudly and ran into the women's bathroom. After Ling Yunwo went in, he urinated and wiped his little ass clean with a tissue. He came out to wash his hands. He found that it was different from the kindergarten. The washstand was higher than that of the kindergarten, and he couldn't reach it. There was a beautiful little sister next to her. Ling Yunwo used his signature charming little face. Beautiful sister, can you please hold me up to wash your hands? Then the big eyes of expectation stared at each other like this. Tang Wanr's grandfather and Tang Yichen's grandfather are brothers. Their father is a cousin. However, the two families have lived close to each other and have a good relationship since childhood. In addition, they do not have many children, so both sides treat each other as grandchildren. After graduation, Tang Wanr had an internship in the big brother's company. Originally, she wanted to take advantage of her vacation and planned to go home to see her parents. Unexpectedly, she received a call from her parents early in the morning saying that she was already at the airport and she was about to board the plane and was ready to come to Jiangcheng. One is to see her, and the other is to see Grandpa Tang. So I don't have to go back. Since the eldest brother divorced and the sister-in-law left, the uncle and the aunt left early, and Grandpa's health has become worse and worse in recent years. Tang Wanr looked at the little girl next to her who asked for help and thought to herself whose little princess was this. Her mouth was so sweet and she was so beautiful. She believed that no one could refuse the little request of a little princess. Of course. With that, he picked up Ling Yunwo and turned on the tap to wash her hands, and also gave her a tissue to wipe her hands. Thank you, beautiful sister. Ling Yunwo thanked politely. Mom said that if you get help from others, you must say thank you. You're welcome, kid. Are you alone? Where are the family members? Tang Wanr was not at ease when she saw her alone. It was strange. Although it was the first time to meet, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. My brother is waiting for me at the door, and my mother is waiting for my godmother. My godmother will come to pick us up later. My mother was worried that her godmother would not find us, so she asked her brother to take me to the toilet. Ling Yunwo explained to the beautiful sister in front of him with clear thinking. Nono, how are you? Ling Yucheng saw that his sister had not come out. He felt that he was talking to others, and it was difficult for him to go in, so he shouted at the door. I'm fine, brother. Come out right away. When Ling Yunwo heard his brother calling him, he quickly said goodbye to Tang Wanr. Beautiful sister, my brother came to me. I'll go first. Tang Wanr followed Ling Yunwo and came out. Seeing Ling Yunwo running to a little boy, she thought it should be her brother. The eldest brother had not come out yet. Tang Wanr was ready to wait at the door. Ling Yunwo saw that Tang Wanr also came out. Brother, it was this beautiful sister who helped me hold my hands just now. So have you thanked others? Thank you. My sister said you're welcome. Well, Nono is a polite and good child. Let's go back quickly. Mom and godmother will be anxious later. Ling Yucheng said and took his sister's withdrawal to find his mother. Tang Wanr listened to the conversation between the two and turned her head. When she saw Ling Yucheng, the sense of familiarity became stronger, as if she had seen it somewhere, and she couldn't remember it all of a sudden. Tang Yucheng came out and saw Tang Wanr staring at the front. What were you looking at? Ah, brother, are you here? I didn't see anything. I just met two children. Have you seen them? They are very good looking. Maybe the fourth brother is more than enough to be a child star, and I always feel very familiar with them, as if I have seen them before. Tang Yichen looked over and saw only two backs. Let's go. Uncle and aunt have arrived. Oh, okay. Since the eldest brother divorced his sister-in-law, he has become more and more like a robot. He is always cold. He can't spend all his money in his life, but he still knows how to work all day long. Tang Wanr didn't want to follow Tang Yichen anymore. When her parents arrived, she hurried over and couldn't help looking back at Ling Yunwo and Ling Yucheng again. I really want to meet the mother of two children. How can she give birth to such a beautiful child? Chapter 19 Passing by. Ling Shaw saw that the two of them had not come back. Although his son followed, after all, he was still a child under 4 years old. He always felt uneasy. When he was about to call his son, he saw the two walking hand in hand from afar. When the two of you got closer, you finally came back. Why did it take so long? I was ready to call my brother. Mom, don't worry. My brother is very powerful. We won't go with bad people. Ling Shaw looked at the two little treasures helplessly. The two ancient and strange people didn't make her worry much since she was a child. Her sister's brother often did it. Perhaps because there was no father, Ling Yucheng was very precocious and shared a lot for her. I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. Well, the godmother said that parking is not allowed at the door. She drove to the parking lot and waited for us. Let's go there now. Okay, Mom, let's go. Ling Yunwo raised a hand high, because it was the first time for her and her brother to leave Yinshi, so they had been looking forward to it for a long time. Now, everything they see is very new and very happy. Tang Yichen stopped and looked back. He seemed to hear a familiar voice just now. Brother, what's the matter? Tang Wanr looked serious when she saw that her eldest brother suddenly stopped. Tang Yichen shook his head and narrowed his eyes slightly. I don't know why, he seemed to hear Ling Shu's voice just now. He felt a slight throbbing in the softest part of his heart, but he looked back and didn't find anything. Maybe he forgot to take sleeping pills last night and didn't sleep well. It's okay. Let's go. Tang Wana followed, and the two walked towards the pickup gate together. A family of 4 passed by. Multiplied by Ling Shu took to Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhua to the parking lot and found Chen Sissy's car. Nono, the little guy, rushed over as soon as he saw Chen Sissy. Godmother, Nono misses you so much. Chen Sissy picked up Nono, and the godmother also missed Nono. After saying that, Nono's little face really wanted to kiss her. In fact, Ling Yucheng is also very happy to see Aunt Sissy, but she is a man and not as spoiled as a sister. The godmother is good. Hello, Chung Chung. Thank you for your hard work taking care of your sister and mother on the way. Don't work hard. I'm the man in the family, and it's what I should do. Ling Yucheng was still a child. He was praised by Chen Sissy, and his ears were red with some embarrassment. Sissy, I'm sorry to bother you. I was going to come here by myself. The 2 little guys must follow me. I was also afraid that they would be noisy at home, and I couldn't stand them, so I brought them with me. In fact, Ling Shu really didn't want to bring 2 little ones to Jiangcheng. He was still vaguely worried that it would be bad if he met acquaintances. So I plan to finish the work as soon as possible and take them back early. Sister Shaw, don't be polite to me. In fact, it's a holiday now, and it's time to take them out to play. Let's get on the car first. When we go back, put your luggage. Auntie will take you to eat delicious food and take you to the amusement park tomorrow. Okay. When I heard that it was delicious, Nono was the happiest. Chen Sissy rented a small suite alone, a master bedroom, and a small room that is usually used as a study. There is a small bed in it. Chen Sissy gave the bed in the large room to Ling Shaw's family of 3 and moved to the small room by herself. Sissy, or let's live in a small room. We can make a floor. Ling Shaw always felt uncomfortable. Chen Sissy gave up the master bedroom. Sister Shu, you really don't have to be polite to me. What does it have to do with us? Where is not sleeping? I can't bear to let our 2 little babies, Nwanwa and Chen Chen, sleep on the ground. After listening, Ling Shaw didn't argue with her anymore. Well, I'll pack my luggage first. Ling Shaw packed the suitcase in the room, and Chen Sissy accompanied Nwanwa and Chen Chen to play in the living room, cutting a plate of oranges for the 2 and putting them on the side. Chen Chen played backgammon with Chen Sissy. Nwanwa was watching the game next to him. Chen Sissy lost 5 games in a row and really couldn't bear it. Sister Shu, are you okay? We went out for dinner. I don't want to play chess with Chen Chen again. I haven't won once. It's too embarrassing to say it out. It's not as good as a child in a kindergarten class. To godmother, it's not your problem. No one has ever won against me. Ling Yucheng comforted. Yes, godmother, we won't tell anyone. Nono made up for it. Woo 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 to thank you, 2 big babies. The godmother will change her clothes and take you out to eat delicious food. After saying that, he immediately got up and went into the room to change his clothes. He made up his mind that he would never play chess with Chen Chen again. Stepping on the land of Jiangcheng again after 4 years, I feel a little uneasy. In the room, Ling Shaw was tidying up her luggage while recalling what happened that year. After completing the divorce procedures with Tang Yichen, she left that day and settled in Yongshi. On the first day, I stayed in a homestay for 1 night. On the next day, I found an old house. The landlord was vacant, so the rent was very cheap. Ling Shaw directly signed a 5-year contract with the other party. The landlord's husband's surname was Chen, but when he left early, Ling Shu called her Aunt Chen. Sissy was Aunt Chen's daughter. Jiang Chen went to college and stayed in Jiangcheng to work. On holidays, I would go back to accompany Aunt Chen. Once, I went back to see the design draft drawn by Ling Shu and the small clothes I made for the baby in my belly. I liked them very much. My sister-in-law was very flexible and encouraged Ling Shu to start a business together. Ling Shu was responsible for the design, found someone to sample it and put it on the internet for sale. At that time Ling Shu didn't have any other skill, and he didn't know whether it was feasible or not. Under the encouragement of Sissy, he decided to give it a try. Unexpectedly, the first wave of 5 clothes designed made the 2 of them earn more than 100,000 yuan in pre-sale. Later, the older they were, the better, and life gradually got better. Chen Sissy simply resigned from the company and rushed to it with all his strength. Later, the 2 planned to register a company. Considering the large number of resources in Jiangcheng, they registered the company in Jiangcheng. The foreign company was Chen Sissy's. Ling Shu didn't want to expose herself and was afraid that Tang Yichen would find out the existence of 2 children. Usually, she was responsible for the design in Yongshi, and Chen Sissy was responsible for other things. At that time, Aunt Chen saw that Ling Shu was pregnant alone, so she didn't ask why she came here alone. She thought she was also a miserable person. She usually took special care of Ling Shu in her life and often sent Ling Shu some food and use. Because Ling Shu was pregnant with twins, her belly was very big in the later stage, and it was relatively difficult to move, and she didn't have much money on. That year, when the business was just starting, Sissy ran around and also received a lot of orders, so Ling Shu insisted on to give birth. During the birth, Aunt Chen found someone to take her to the hospital. The 2 little ones were okay, and they were born in full term. Although her weight has just reached the standard, all indicators are good, so after staying in the hospital for almost a week, Ling Shu was discharged from the hospital with 2 babies. After giving birth, Aunt Chen saw Ling Shu alone and took the initiative to help take care of her. Because it was 2 babies, Aunt Chen also felt a little hard. Sissy also went back to stay for half a year. Help take care of each other, so the 2 babies are like Aunt Chen's grandmother. Sissy is inspired to be a strong woman. She has never been in love and doesn't want to get married. She directly recognized the 2 of them as godsons and daughters. Chapter 20 Passing by again. The 2 discussed the registration of a company and also planned to do the transformation. In the past 2 years, the competition in online channels has become more and more fierce. The 2 of them have to establish their own brand and take the route of high-end designers. Therefore, she founded the current studio Secret. Sissy was the general assistant in the company before. Because of her work, she knew a lot of rich bosses and helped the boss deal with those female companions. They were basically little stars and celebrities, so she had a lot of contact information. In Sissy's words, this was the only thing she received from her boss. Because these relationships are of great help to the early business. At present, the studio mainly designs clothes for some stars, celebrities and rich people in the upper class. After more than 2 years of operation, it is also a little famous. On the one hand, it is the mystery of the designer, which no one has ever seen. On the other hand, the clothes designed by Ling Shu can indeed suit everyone's temperament and show the advantages of the figure. At the latest film award ceremony, Xia Qingqian, as the best newcomer, wore clothes designed by Ling Shu, which attracted the focus of countless photographers, and even surpassed the winner of the movie Queen. The brand of the dress on Xia Qingqian's body has also been dug up by everyone, so the brand of Secret is famous in the design industry again. Everyone is more curious about what kind of designer behind it is. In fact, Ling Shu didn't pretend to be mysterious to attract everyone. He just wanted to protect the 2 children and not let Tang Yichen discover the existence of the 2 babies. This time, Sissy received a large order. The other party asked the designer to meet and communicate in person. If this list is taken down, the company is enough for half of the life. Yeah, so I didn't plan to come to Jiangchang. Considering that the expenses of the 2 babies in the future will also increase, I can't help but be responsible for the company. So I still came here. I just hope that nothing will come out and it will end as soon as possible and go back as soon as possible. Multiplied by Mom, have you packed up? The godmother said that she would take us out to eat delicious food. Nono here couldn't wait to eat. Seeing that her mother hadn't come out of the room, she ran in to urge her. Ling Shu put away his thoughts. Well, baby, we can set off now. Reaching out to hold his daughter and walking out of the room, Chen Qing and the child's godmother had dressed neatly and prepared. Thinking that the taste of yunshi was relatively heavy, Chen Sissy took the 3 of them to a famous Hunan restaurant. At the door, they asked the 3 of them to get off first and park the car by themselves. Ling Shu took Chen Qing and Nono into the restaurant. The business is really good. Turned around and found a table for 4 people to sit down. The waiter served the menu. Ling Shu ordered a few according to the signature dishes and planned to wait for Chen Sissy to come. The parking space was relatively tight. Chen Sissy turned around for a while to find the parking space. Sister Shu, have you ordered the food? I ordered a few, and you can see if you want to add them. With that, Ling Shu handed over the menu. Don't be polite to me. I'll treat you to this meal. Please order more. The taste of this restaurant is quite good. There are a lot of dishes that are not very spicy. Cheng Cheng and Nuanwo can also eat them. Chen Sissy said as she checked several more dishes on the menu. Seeing that this person was full, we knew that the business was good. We were lucky. We came in and turned around to find this seat, and the people behind us were waiting. Ling Shu looked at Chen Sissy and was still sketching. It was almost done. It was wasted after eating too much. All right, that's it. Then the waiter was called to hand over the menu, thinking that he had forgotten to choose a drink, so he gave us a spice of fresh orange juice first. The 2 little guys ate happily, while stuffing things into the mouth. The orange juice was all used to relieve the spicy. After eating and drinking enough, Nono said that he was going to play with the car in the small square in front of him. When he first came, he was thinking about it. Ling Shu went to the bathroom, and Chen Sissy took 2 little ones to check out. Beautiful sister, are you also eating here? Tang Wana and her elder brother picked up her parents. Originally, she wanted to go directly to the old house. Seeing that it was not early, she brought her parents and elder brother here for dinner. Last time she came with her friends, the taste was good. They came early and sat in the box inside. After eating, the eldest brother went to pick up the car, and his parents waited at the door to pay the bill. I didn't expect to meet the cutie at the airport again here. The inexplicable sense of familiarity made Tang Wana also very excited. Hello, kid, it's such a coincidence that we met again. Chen Sissy was also surprised to see Nono taking the initiative to greet people. This little baby just arrived in Jiangcheng today and knew someone. The other party's clothes looked valuable and friendly, so she did not stop their conversation. Well, I came here for dinner with my mother, godmother and brother, and my sister also came for dinner with her family. Tang Wan'er chatted with Nuonwo with a smile. Looking at the little girl's brother next to her, the strong sense of familiarity came again. She always felt like she had seen her. Seeing Chen Sissy standing next to her, she was probably the little girl's mother or godmother. Tang Wan'er took the initiative to say hello. Hello, she had met a child in the airport bathroom before. I didn't expect to meet here again. It's really fate. Yes, what a coincidence. The other party took the initiative to say hello, and Chen Sissy responded generously with a smile. Kid, what's your name? My sister will play with you next time. Tang Wan'er really likes this little girl. Her facial features are so exquisite and cute. Ling Yunwo, you can call me Nono. Tick tick tick. Tang Wan'er looked up and saw that her elder brother's car had been parked outside the door. Her parents had already got on the car. She was waiting for herself and said goodbye quickly. My sister left first. If you have time, you can ask her to play. She took the pen on the bar and wrote a string of mobile phone numbers on the checkout receipt and handed it to Nono. As soon as Tang Wan'er went out to get on the bus, Ling Shu came out of the bathroom. Let's go, two babies, let's go to the small square to take a car. Nuonwo was so happy that he danced. As long as the children ate and played, they were satisfied. Although Chen Chen didn't say anything, he could see that he was very happy. After all, they were still children. Who doesn't like to play? In Yingshi, they all stayed in the countryside. There were many novel toys that the two babies had never seen. Sissy decided to take the two babies to have fun this time. For the episode just now, she thought that it was impossible for the person she met by chance to let Nono really call someone else to play, so she didn't mention it to Lingshu. The four people walked happily towards the car. Inside the car. Brother, do you know? I just met the little girl at the airport in the restaurant, and her brother. It's so fate. Mom and Dad, you don't know, it's the first time I've seen such a beautiful child. It should be a dragon and phoenix fetus, and it looks the same big. The more Tang Wan'er said, the more excited she became. She almost wanted everyone to see with their own eyes that she really didn't lie. Seeing that the eldest brother didn't say anything, Tang Wan'er turned her head and started talking to her parents. Every time I see her brother, I feel familiar with her. I feel like I've seen her before, but I can't remember. Tang Yichen didn't know that a family of four passed by again. Chapter 21. The Boss-to-be. Chen Sissy originally made an appointment with the customer to meet with the designer in the studio the next day and talk in detail. In the evening, he received a call. The other party temporarily changed the time and postponed the time. One day, so there was nothing to do the next day. Chen Sissy said that she would take Chen Chen and Nuonwo to the amusement park. The two little babies were so excited that they couldn't sleep at night. Ling Shu had one more thing to do when she came to Jiangchan this time. Early the next morning, she asked Chen Sissy to take her two little ones to the amusement park, and the day before, she asked Sissy to withdraw 100,000 in cash for herself. In the morning, she packed it in a cowhide envelope and took a taxi to the headquarters of JK Group. The 100,000 yen borrowed during the divorce should have been repaid long ago. Coming to Jiangchan this time is also counted. It's a matter of mind. JK Group's business has expanded greatly in recent years, and the scale has grown even more. Tang Yichen has become a regular on the global rich list. Because the salary is very high and the benefits are good, everyone wants to get in. The quality and ability of the employees trained by JK Group are also very high. Even if they are just a front desk, they are very selective and have excellent ability. The lady at the front desk bowed respectfully and greeted. Hello, who are you looking for? Before Ling Shaw could open his mouth, the front desk lady bowed and greeted the people who came in at the door. Hello, Miss Wen. Ling Shaw saw a tall and beautiful figure coming into the door. It was Wen Qing, and quickly turned sideways to block it. Fortunately, the other party did not pay attention to the front desk and went straight to the president's exclusive elevator. Excuse me, who are you looking for? The receptionist turned around and asked politely again. Ling Shaw took out the cowhide envelope in his hand and handed it over. I'm not looking for anyone. Please give this to Mr. Tang. Thank you. After saying that, he turned around and left. Multiplied by after Wen Qing went upstairs, she went directly into the president's office. Several secretaries in the president's office had long been used to it and did not stop him. The company had long acquiesced to Wen Xi's identity as the boss's wife. After all, there was never been a second woman around the boss. The boss also acquiesced to Wen Xi's privilege of freely entering and leaving the company and leaving his office, which not everyone has. Wen Qing pushed the door in. Yichen, are you still busy? Tang Yichen looked up from the document in front of the table. Well, it's almost done. Then when you are done, let's have dinner together. I came to have lunch with you today, lest you forget it when you are busy. Wen Qing walked to the back of the table, hugged Tang Yichen's arm, and said seriously on purpose, but in fact, her tone was full of coquettishness. Okay, you go to the sofa to rest first, and I'll go to dinner with you when I'm done. Tang Yichen pulled back his arm without a trace and urged Wen Qing to go to the sofa to rest first. Humph, it's about the same. After saying that, he turned around and went to the sofa, picked up a magazine casually and waited for Tang Yichen while reading it. Almost half an hour later, Tang Yichen got up from the office chair, took his coat, and went to take you to lunch. Wen Qing came forward and took Tang Yichen's arm. I thought you were not so fast. You are guarding here. How dare I keep you waiting for too long? Wen Qing raised her hand and patted it gently. In fact, it didn't hurt or itch. It was more like being spoiled. How can I be so fierce? Your subordinates in your company will think I'm a tigress. The two of them walked out of the office as if flirting and went to lunch. Several people in the secretary's office looked clear. Look, the big boss is really good to Wen Qing. Usually, this iceberg face will only be softer when Wen Qing is here. Everyone is speculating that Wen Qing seems to be not far from the boss's wife's position. Multiplied by the two went to the Western restaurant they often go to. Tang Yichen actually didn't like Western food very much, but Wen Qing may have been abroad for a long time. Basically, every time he invited him to dinner, he went to a Western restaurant. He prefers the home-cooked food that Ling Shu used to cook by himself. She hasn't heard from her in the past few years. Later, she couldn't get through the phone until she knew that it was true that she said she wouldn't contact me again that night. Later, she also knew that she didn't go back to her hometown and didn't know where she had gone. Yichen, what's wrong with you? I ordered a steak set meal for you. What else do you want to eat? Wen Qing didn't say a word when he sat down, as if he was thinking about something important. Tang Yichen camped back to his sense. No, just click it, you must like the one I ordered. Wen Qing said confidently with a smile. Yichen, hasn't Grandpa agreed to our marriage yet? Why don't I formally visit him another day, often visit him, and get closer to him? Yes, it has been almost 4 years since Tang Yichen and Li Shu divorced. Every time it is mentioned when they will get married, if it really doesn't work, it's okay to get engaged first, or even not to hold a wedding for the time being and get a certificate first. As long as she becomes Mrs. Tang in good name, anything is fine. But every time she mentioned this matter, he said that Grandpa disagreed. She didn't understand. What does it have to do with the old man disagree when they got married? Since the old man didn't like her, they lived by themselves anyway, and she didn't have to go to the old house. I'll find a chance to talk to Grandpa again. Now his health is getting worse and worse, and I don't want to provoke him. Hearing Tang Yichen's words, Wen Qing didn't say anything more. She knew that Tang Yichen was a very filial person, and Tang Yichen's feelings for the old man must be incomparable. The old man was probably still thinking about Li Shu. Humph, I'm in poor health. Do I really have to wait until the old man dies before I can really become Mrs. Tang? There is a dinner party tonight. Come with me. Tang Yichen knew that Wen Qing would be unhappy every time she mentioned marriage. Okay, I'll go back and prepare it later. Wen Qing is still happy to hear this. Those who attended the dinner must be Jiang Chen with a head and a face. In recent years, all the female companions of Yiche's dinner were her. Who didn't know that Wen Qing was the woman of the president of JK Group, because she was Tang Yichen's woman, she had been very satisfied both materially and spiritually over the years. The two of you came out of the restaurant after eating. I asked the driver to take you back, and I'll ask the assistant to deliver the clothes to you later. Thank you. Yichen. You don't have to arrange someone to see me off. I just need to take a taxi back by myself. You go back to work first. Wen Qing knows that sometimes men can't push for too long, and only when they are relaxed can they grasp more tightly. Usually, they also need to have a big belly and be understanding. Men like this kind of thing. It's just that it seems that we have to think of another way to get married. Wen Qing has always felt unsteady. Tang Yichen has never stayed in her apartment for so many years. Every time she wants to continue he would push her away and say that he would leave the most important thing to the wedding night. Even if she deliberately called him over at night, wearing a tulle nightgown, he could be indifferent. He also asked her to put on a coat to catch a cold. She even doubted whether he couldn't do it. Therefore, Wen Qing is always not very down to earth. He seems to be very close to him and far away. Only by getting married can he completely sit firmly in the position of Mrs. Tang. Chapter 22 Dinner. At 7 p.m., Ling Shu was still in the room, modifying the drawings to be used tomorrow. She heard from Sissy that this customer was the only daughter of a jewelry tycoon in Jiangcheng. She was favored since she was a child. This time, she was going to book a dress for the 18-year coming-of-age birthday party. She was picky. The young lady had a temper easily attacked, which was a little difficult to deal with, but she gave a lot of money, except an additional 3% service fee is also paid for the normal fee. Because Ling Shu has two, the baby is full of motivation, and there will be many places for the two babies to spend money in the future, so she wants to work harder to make more money now. In order to sign the order smoothly in tomorrow's meeting, after returning from JK Group, she quickly adjusted her mentality and buried herself in the room. She happened to have some new ideas. She modified and improved the previous design, and drew 2 more drawings as backup, and did her homework in advance. Chen Sissy took her 2 little ones to play outside for a day. Because it was quite late, she called Ling Shu, and said that she would take Chen Chen to have dinner with Nwanwa outside and ask her to come out with them. On the way back from dinner, Cheng Cheng was exhausted after playing with Nuonwo all day and fell asleep directly in the car. When Cheng Cheng got out of the car, he woke up and walked back by himself. Nuono was like a little pig and slept soundly. Ling Shuo hugged her and lay on her shoulder. After entering the room, he put her directly on the bed. Sissy, hard work today, you took the two of them to play. Why is it so hard? I also want to play it myself. I just used Cheng Cheng and Nuonwo as an excuse. Chen Sissy stood at the door of the room. Cheng Cheng and Nuonwo were tired of playing today. Nono won't wake her up. I'll take Cheng Cheng to take a shower. Sissy, what time is Miss Mel's appointment tomorrow? We made an appointment to meet in the studio at 11 a.m. Then you should go to bed early. Let's go to the studio early tomorrow. We won't be at home tomorrow, so we can only take the two little guys with us. Okay, Sister Shaw, you can help Cheng Cheng take a shower and go to bed early. It doesn't matter if you ask Xiao Wei to come overtime tomorrow and help take care of it. Chen Sissy also considered the problem that Cheng Cheng and Nuonwo would not be taken care of tomorrow because the appointment was on the weekend and the studio was usually closed, so she called Xiao Wei, an employee of the studio, in advance during the day and asked her to go to the studio tomorrow to help. Okay. Ling Shaw was relieved and asked Cheng Cheng to go to the bathroom. In the bathroom. Mom, I can help take care of my sister. You don't have to worry. Ling Yuchen heard the conversation between his godmother and his mother. Well, we are my mother's little man, and my mother believes that you can take good care of your sister. Ling Yuchen's proud expression was very serious when he heard his mother's words. I must grow up quickly and protect my mother and sister, as well as my godmother and Grandma Chen. Ling Yuchen, who was young, felt that he had a great responsibility. Multiplied by Jiangcheng, Dihao Hotel. Today, many top-level figures of Jiangcheng were gathered here. Jewelry tycoons held a banquet, invited many business tycoons and celebrities, and displayed the latest season of new products at the dinner for everyone to bid. They also sent invitations to JK Group, as usual. Usually, this kind of banquet JK Group is Mr. Qing, who was ranked third, attended, so when Mr. Meng, the owner of the jewelry company, the organizer of the dinner, saw Tang Yichen walking in with Wenxing, he was also slightly stunned. There were one after another of compliments around. It was Mr. Meng who had a good face, and Mr. Tang of JK Group attended the dinner in person. Yes, next to her is Mrs. Tang. Mr. Tang rarely attends banquets, and he is surrounded by her. On weekdays, Mr. Xin of JK Group is in charge of attending this kind of banquet. This time, Mr. Tang probably came here to bid for the beauties around him. If Mr. Tang takes action, who can compare with him? Yes, yes. Everyone discussed in a low voice. Tang Yichen squeezed his lips and walked into the venue without saying a word, unable to see his emotions. Wen Qing beside her listened to everyone's low-voiced discussion, and her happiness was clearly shown on her face. When Mr. Meng saw Tang Yichen coming over, he quickly greeted him. Come on, Mr. Tang, I didn't expect you to come in person. Welcome. Your appearance brought the whole dinner directly to a climax. The new products to be auctioned later can't compare with you. As he said, he took a look at Wen Qing next to him. He was an old fox in the mall with a clear expression. If Mr. Tang likes anything later, I will ask someone to send it directly to JK Group. Mr. Meng smiled flatteringly, and the ladies present envied Wenqing, who was standing next to Tang Yichen. Since you are here, just follow the normal process. It's rare for Tang Yichen to speak. Hey Mr. Tang, this way, I'll take you to the front seat. Tang Yichen nodded and walked forward with Wenqing behind Mr. Meng. In the middle of the first row, two people sit down. Soon the special auction began, and the earrings, studs, brooches and necklaces of the new season, the one series, were displayed one after another. People were auctioned one after another. Everyone saw Tang Yichen sitting below and never raised a card, so they immediately bid boldly. After all, if President Tang wants something, he will definitely not compete, and no one wants to offend JK Group because of a piece of jewelry. Then the host took the stage and introduced the next auction, which is their treasured finished pink brick product. After cutting, a heart-shaped brick ring was made, and the cut part was made into a brick and stone necklace. Everyone did not expect to take a picture of the ring, but the necklace still wanted to try it. After all, this pink brick was taken out for the first time in so many years. It's worth taking a look. Everyone didn't expect such a surprise at this banquet. The first thing to be pushed to the stage is the necklace, with a starting price of 50 million yuan and a price increase of 5 million yuan at a time. After the introduction, the host began to raise the card. The bid on the 7th is 55 million, and the bid on the 8th is 60 million. The signs were raised one after another, and finally stopped at no. One to bid 100 million yuan. The number one brand is Tang Yichen, and the opponent is Tang Yichen. Everyone stopped. Basically, no one bid a high price of 100 million yuan. Finally, Tang Yichen pocketed the necklace. Then there is the ring. The starting price is 100 million yuan, and the price of the card will be increased by 10 million yuan at a time. At the beginning, the number one raised the card. There are not many people who can shoot at this price. When the host is ready to set the tone, the number 7 raised the card. In this way, number 1 and no. 7 took turns to raise their cards, and the final price reached 300 million. Everyone else held their breath to watch this wonderful auction. When Wen Qing, next to her, saw that Tang Yichen was also bidding for the ring, she began to be nervous and expectant. Seeing that she was getting higher and higher, she was so nervous that she clenched her hands tightly on the seat. 500 million. Tang Yichen calmly raised his card again, and didn't even look back at who was the no. 7 who had been competing with him. 500 million, Mr. Tang of JK Group bids 500 million. Is there any higher price than 500 million? If not, this unique powder brick belongs to our Mr. Tang. Is there anything else? 3, 2, 1, deal, congratulations to Mr. Tang. The host's voice trembled with excitement, and the people on the scene were still lamenting that it was so wonderful. Unexpectedly, President Tang directly poured 500 million. Yes, I really envy Miss Wen. The ring must be for marriage proposal. Miss Wen is so happy. Tang Yichen got up and was ready to go back. Wen Qing followed. Hearing their words, Wen Qing herself felt that the pink brick must be taken for herself, and she was not far from Mrs. Tang's position. The two quickly walked to the door, and a man in a black windbreaker stood in front of him. Congratulations to Mr. Tang, his wish came true. Tang Yichen looked up at the other party's face with a serious expression. The man immediately smiled. No. 7th. Tang. Yichen didn't say anything and walked straight past the man. Wen Qing didn't dare to stay and hurried to follow. The man was not angry either. He turned around and stared at Tang Yichen's back. His smile dissipated and his face was profound. Chapter 23, My Father is on the Moon. The next day, Ling Shuo got up very early and prepared breakfast for everyone. No matter how busy she was in Yingxi before, she had been cooking for the two children's food, trying to achieve nutritional matching. After breakfast, Chen Sissy also got up. Ling Shuo went to wake up the two little guys. Cheng Cheng and Nuanhua got up and had breakfast. We are going out later. Mom and godmother have work today, so they want to take you to the studio together and let Aunt Xiaowei take care of you. Cheng Cheng heard his mother's voice. Although he was still very sleepy, he sat up from the quilt and rubbed his eyes. Mom, I can take care of my sister. Well, Cheng Cheng is great. You take care of your sister with Aunt Xiaowei. Okay, Mom, you can work with your godmother. Ling Shuo touched his son's head with a smile and handed him clothes and trousers. Ling Yucheng took the clothes and trousers from his mother's hand and began to put them on by himself. Looking at his sensible son, Ling Shuo was very moved. Over the years, thanks to the company of Two Little Treasures, it was also because of the Two Little Treasures that he made himself better. Ling Shuo turned his head and looked at his daughter, like a little pig still sleeping soundly, and gently approached her ear. Nono, get up. We're going out later. Ling Yunhua closed his eyes and turned over. Mom, I'll sleep more. Nono, get up quickly. I'll dress you. Mom made delicious breakfast. If you don't get up, you'll be eaten by me. Ling Yucheng deliberately told Ling Yunhua that he knew his sister too well. As long as he heard about food, he would definitely rush over. Sure enough, Ling Yunhua, a snack barter, heard his brother's words and turned over and climbed up. I want to eat, stinky brother, hum. Ling Shuo looked at the two brothers and sisters with a smile. My brother is teasing you. Mom has done a lot of things, and my brother can't finish it alone. Ling Shuo comforted Ling Yunhua, who was pouting and angry, while dressing her. My brother lied to you. When Ling Yunhua heard what his mother and brother said, he woke up sleepy. Then he put on his clothes happily, followed him to wash his face and brush his teeth, and enjoy the rich breakfast made by his mother. The four of them had breakfast. Chen Sissy drove. Everyone went to the studio together. Xiao Wei was already there. Ling Shuo handed over the two children to her. Xiao Wei, thank you for your hard work today and temporarily informed you to work overtime. Hello, Sister Xiao Wei. The two little guys greeted each other in sun and introduced themselves. There was no need for their mother to open her mouth. I'm Ling Yucheng. You can call me Cheng Cheng. I'm Ling Yunhua. You can call me Nono. It doesn't matter, Sister Shuo, Sister Sissy, I'm also an employee of the company. It's normal to work overtime. Xiao Wei is a young girl. She came here when the studio was established. At that time, she had just graduated, and it has been 2 years now. She is usually a pistachio, and Chen Sissy is like her sister. Sister Shuo, are these two lovely babies really yours? I thought you weren't married yet. The employees of the company don't know that Ling Shuo is one of the bosses of the studio. They only know that he is the designer of the company, and the design is very good. Because Ling Shuo is usually not in Jiangcheng, she is more congested when communicating with the studio staff online. She and Chen Sissy did not deliberately talk to the studio staff about their private affairs. So this is also Xiao Wei's first time to know that Ling Shuo has 2 children, and they are such a beautiful dragon and phoenix fetus.it. My child. I'm sorry to bother you this morning. Cheng Cheng, Nuanhua, you have to listen to Xiao Wei. Don't be naughty, okay? Okay, Mom. The two answered in unison. Ling Shaw didn't explain much about the marriage. He smiled and went into the office with Chen Sisi. He planned to look at the design draft with Chen Sisi before the client came. Multiplied by Xiaowei took Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhua to the tea room, brought them some snacks and poured water. Looking at such two cute babies, Xiaowei couldn't help but want to have a baby. Chongcheng, Nono, what do you want to eat for lunch? My sister will take you to eat delicious food. I want to eat fried chicken legs and strawberry ice cream. Nono showed his true face as a snacker, which is not polite at all. Mom said that you can't eat fried chicken and ice cream this week. Nono's good wish, his brother broke it ruthlessly, and Nono still wanted to fight for it. Nono ate it today and won't eat it next week. You said the same thing to your godmother yesterday. Ling Yucheng is very principled. Nono lay on the table in discouraged. Well, Nono is not happy. There is no strawberry ice cream today. If you promise me, I will take you to see my father today. Really? But Mom said that Dad worked on the moon and couldn't come back to accompany us. Although Nono was very excited, he still thought of his mother's words and felt that his brother was not very reliable. Stupid, of course it's true. When did my brother lie to you? Ling Yucheng's shiny little eyes hide a little secret. Yeah, I can see Dad. I can't lie, so I can really take me to see my father. Nono is only looking forward to it now. Xiaowei listened to the cute conversation between the brother and sister, and couldn't help interrupting curiously, what does your father do? We don't know either. Mom said that Dad was very busy working on the moon, so he couldn't come back to accompany us. Nono replied innocently. Xiaowei didn't quite understand Ling Yunhua's explanation. Is their father a scientist? Then he turned his head and looked at his brother. I guess he was more reliable. Mom told us that Dad worked on the moon and couldn't come back, so we didn't see Dad either. Yes, we have never seen Dad. Ling Yunhua nodded to his brother while eating snacks. But I'm about to find my father. I need Sister Xiaowei to do us a little favor and take us out later. Xiaowei listened to the words of the brother and sister and made up for the big scene of the scumbag cheating and abandoning his wife and son. Sister Xiao Shaw must be afraid that the two Xiaobao would be sad, so she told them that her father worked on the moon. Thinking that Sister Shaw is such a nice person, I didn't expect that. However, she is a single mother. She just mentioned marriage. It's too inappropriate. Looking at the two lovely babies in front of her, Xiaowei felt that it was too pitiful. Then she opened her mouth with fighting spirit and announced loudly that there was no problem. Sister Xiaowei will definitely take you to find your father. Ling Yucheng looked at Xiaowei's sister who promised to take them out, and his little eyes were shining. Without Sister Xiaowei, he took his sister to worry that the driver would not drive them. It would be much convenient to move with Sister Xiaowei, an adult. The little guy thought very carefully. Chapter 24. It was found that Ling Shaw returned to Jiangcheng. In the headquarters building of JK Group, in the top floor of the president's office, Tang Yichen sat in front of the senior class table and was processing documents in front of the computer. Li Cheng, the special assistant to the president, knocked on the door and came in. Mr. Tang, Mr. Meng of gold and jade jewelry sent someone to send rings and necklaces. Li Cheng handed over 2 exquisitely packaged boxes. Put it on the table. Seeing that Li Chen hadn't left yet, Tang Yichen raised his head. Is there anything else? Li Chen took out the cowhide envelope in his hand, which was given to me by the front desk. He said that a lady brought it to you yesterday. The front desk saw that you went out for dinner with Miss Wen yesterday and forgot to give it to you when she came back. Li Cheng was not sure whether Tang Yichen wanted to accept it. After all, there were many people who wanted to leave the relationship but could not see the boss directly, so they would put things at the front desk. Bring it here. Hearing that it was a lady, Tang Yichen suddenly thought of Ling Shaw in his mind. Although he knew that Ling Shaw could not come to him, sometimes he couldn't help thinking about it. Li Cheng handed the envelope to the boss. Tang Yichen opened it directly, and the 100,000 yen inside fell out. Tang Yichen was stunned all of a sudden. Who also sends cash? And it's only 100,000 yen. Li Cheng was very shocked to see that there were 100,000 yen in cash in the envelope. This money was the money for a meal for their boss. Looking at his own boss, he kept staring at the 100,000 yen in front of him and didn't say a word. Tang Yichen saw the 100,000 yen that had fallen out and stayed in place. The moment he saw the money falling out, he almost confirmed that it was sent by Li Shu. He knew that there would be no one else but her. When she divorced that year, she only took 100,000 yen from the card he gave her, and then left the card in the study without taking it away. In those years, she said she didn't want anything and borrowed 100,000 yen directly. Now she is here to pay back the 100,000 yen. Will she never appear again in the future? Thinking of this, Tang Yichen felt suffocated and panicked. He quickly arranged for Li Cheng to find out where the person who sent the money lived immediately. Go now and let me know as soon as you find out. It's the first time that Li Cheng has seen his boss look so panicked and out of control. He is so anxious to find someone. Okay, Mr. Tang, I'll check it now. After Li Chong left, Tang Yichen sat in a chair in a daze, looked at the cash in front of him, put his hands on his head, and frowned slightly and fell into meditation. The moment he saw the things in the envelope, his first reaction was to know Ling Shu's address immediately and go to see her, so he immediately arranged for Li Chong to check. After Li Chong left, Tang Yichen also calmed down. Knowing that she was in Jiangqing and her address, the two had been divorced for a long time, that is, it didn't matter. Maybe she already had a new family. Maybe not to disturb was the best blessing. Li Chong was very efficient. He soon found out that Ling Shu lived in the platinum apartment, and quickly called Tang Yichen back to report. When he went to check, he found that it was the boss's ex-wife who sent the money. Although the boss's marriage was not held publicly, he did not deliberately hide it. The people around the boss also knew that Miss Ling was Mrs. Tang. However, in recent years, the boss has always had Miss Wen by his side. Everyone also said that the boss had no relationship with his predecessor, Mrs. Tang, and was forced to get married by Mr. Tang. The boss has always missed Miss Wen. After Miss Wen returned to China, the boss divorced Miss Ling for her. But looking at the boss's appearance just now, there may be other reasons for the divorce, but they will never ask the boss about his private affairs. It's good to do the work arranged by the boss. Mr. Tang, I have found it. It's Miss Ling, who lives in a platinum apartment with her friend now. Okay, just send me the address. Tang Yichen directly interrupted Li Cheng's words. In fact, it was necessary to ask Li Cheng to send the address. At that time, just let Li Cheng send it directly. He still wants to give her the card given to her during the divorce, which she deserves. Forget it, you don't have to send me the address. Just send the bank card for me later. Okay. Li Cheng was very surprised that when he first saw the money in the envelope, the boss was very anxious to check it immediately. He thought that the boss should have to get the address and couldn't wait to see Miss Ling, but he didn't know why. Now, he didn't want it and arranged for himself to go there. I just received a new message. I didn't have time to tell the boss that there are still 2 children living with Miss Ling. According to the investigation, it should be Miss Lin's children. Did Miss Ling remarried and have children after divorcing the boss? Did the boss know in advance, so he felt that it was inconvenient for him to go, so he arranged it makes so that I have sent the card. Multiplied by hang up Li Cheng's phone and open the first drawer on the left. There is a bank card in it, which is the one Ling Shu put in the study 4 years ago. He stared at the one with the ring on the table for a while. Put the gift box in, then closed the drawer and continued to work. After a while, Wenqing called. Yichen, I thought you were busy with work and didn't bother you. I didn't feel well. I don't know if I should go to the hospital. How is it now? I'm going to pick you up at the hospital now. You lie in bed and have a rest first. I'll come right away. Okay, don't worry. Go to work first. I drank some hot water and now I feel better lying down. It doesn't matter. I can do the work at any time. I'm leaving the company now. Tang Yichen made a phone call and walked out of the office with the necklace gift box brought by Li Chong in the morning. Okay, I'll wait for you. Wenqing hung up the phone and was vaguely looking forward to it. After the auction of the dinner, she knew that the jewelry company would send things to JK Group to Tang Yichen this morning, but Tang Yichen didn't give it in the afternoon. She couldn't wait for a moment when she called herself. She was so looking forward to wearing the pink brick ring on her hand, so she found an excuse to call Tang Yichen over. If it was for herself, he would definitely bring it. Tang Yichen drove to Wenqing's apartment by himself. Wenqing opened the door for him in his pajamas. Yichen, here you are. Well, how are you? Change your clothes and I'll take you to the hospital. I feel much better. I don't want to go to the hospital. In fact, Wenqing had nothing to do. He just wanted Tang Yichen to come over. Good boy, be obedient and see a doctor early. Tang Yichen opened his mouth to coax. Yichen, I really don't want to go to the hospital. Just give it to me here. Wenqing took Tang Yichen's arm and shook it from side to side to be coquettish. Well, then you go to bed and lie down first. Have you eaten? Not yet. I don't have much appetite. Wenqing listened to Tang Yichen and went back to bed to lie down. Let me cook some porridge for you. You can't eat without eating. Tang Yichen turned around and went to the kitchen. After a while, I went back to the room and took out the gift box from my pocket. This is for you. Wenqing enjoyed the excitement in her heart and took the gift box. Before Tang Yichen could leave, she opened it immediately, with a smile on her face. It's the necklace, not the ring. What's the matter? Don't you like the pink necklace taken at the dinner party? No, I like it very much. Thank you, Yichen. Wenqing immediately adjusted and kissed Tang Yichen on the cheek with a smile. Yichen, please put it on for me. Tang Yichen took out the necklace from the gift box and put it on Wenqing. Yichen, does it look good? Tang Yichen nodded. Yichen, can you stay with me tonight? Wenqing said in a soft voice. Xiaowu just came to the message. They were in the bar and asked me to go there. I happened to have something to ask Lao. I'll go there later. The porridge in the pot will be served by yourself when you get up. Don't eat. All right. Wen Qing's voice revealed loss, but Tang Yuchen said that she had something to talk to her second, and it was not easy for her to stay. Tang Yuchen got up and left Wen Qing's apartment, and drove to the night bar. He told Wen Qing that it was true that he wanted to go to the bar, and that it was an excuse to talk to his second man if he had something to do. Chapter 25 I'm looking for my father. Ling Shuo and Chen Sissy waited in the studio for almost 11 o'clock. Miss Meng called and said that she would arrive half an hour late. There was no way to let the customer be God. Ling Shuo thought that it was almost lunchtime. Later, she didn't know when it would end. When they came out of the office, Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhua and Xiaowei read storybooks in the tea room. Xiaowei, please take them out to eat something later. Miss Mole will be late. I don't think Sissy and I will have time to eat with you. When Xiaowei saw Ling Shuo coming in, he quickly stood up from the seat. Okay, Sister Shuo, don't worry. I'll take Chun Chun and Nwanhua to have lunch later. You and Sister Sissy are busy. Let's bring you something to eat when we come back. It's okay. We'll order takeaway later. You can eat slowly and don't worry about us. Ling Shuo was worried that the two little babies were in a hurry to deliver food to her, and she couldn't eat well. She simply ordered takeaway from Sissy so that they could have a good meal with peace of mind. Okay, Sister Shuo, you can go ahead and don't worry about them. Every time I go back to my hometown, I am the king of children. Xiaowei said proudly. Yes, Mom, you don't have to worry about me and my sister. Sister Xiaowei tells us a story. We like it very much. We will listen to Sister Xiaowei. Ling Yucheng promised his mother. Mom, I will listen to my brother and Sister Xiaowei. Ling Yun was little milk sounded. Ling Shuo looked at the two little babies and felt that he was full of motivation again. When Ling Yucheng saw his mother leave, he pulled his sister and Xiaowei to talk about his big plan to find his father. Sister Xiaowei, let's go out for dinner later. You send me and my sister to the headquarters of JK Group, and then, Nono, you go to their boss and say. Ling Yucheng said. Ling Yunhua immediately raised his hand to support his brother. Brother, Nono must complete the task. Xiaowei's thoughts were simple. He felt that since the child's father was still there, Sister Shuo had such a hard time taking care of the child alone. As the child's father, he must take responsibility, so he supported Ling Yucheng's plan with great fighting spirit. The three of them set off directly to JK Group. Multiplied by when the three people arrived downstairs of JK Group, Ling Yunhua walked into the hall alone. The receptionist saw a cute little girl coming in, hurried out of the workbench, half squatting and asked, Kid, are you alone? Who are you looking for? Beautiful sister, I'm looking for my father. Looking at such a cute little girl with such a sweet mouth, the little girl at the front desk couldn't close her mouth with laughter. Kid, do you know your father's name? The little girl at the front desk thought to herself which employee's child. My father's surname is Tang, and he is the boss here. Nono said loudly with great pride. The little girl at the front desk was a little surprised when she heard that she was Mr. Tang's daughter. She didn't dare to make a decision, and she really looked a bit like Mr. Tang. Then he immediately called the president's office. It was the phone call answered by Sister Yao of the president's office. Sister Yang, a little girl downstairs, said that she was Mr. Tang's daughter and came to find Mr. Tang. Secretary Yang was also surprised when he received the phone call. Mr. Tang's daughter? Are you sure you are talking about Mr. Tang? Yes, she said she was looking for her father, surnamed Tang, who is the boss here. The little girl at the front desk moved to the top floor according to Ling Yunhua's words. Then you bring it first. Secretary Yao was at a low idea for a moment. Mr. Tang and Li Tasoka were not in the company, so he could only bring them with them first and then ask. Ling Yunhua remembered his brother's words and called him when he saw his father. So she obediently followed her beautiful sister up the elevator upstairs. The little girl at the front desk took her to the Yang secretariat of the president's office. Sister Yang, people brought her here. Several people in the secretary's office gathered around and were all curious to see what their boss's daughter looked like. After all, they had worked in JK Group for so many years and had never heard that the boss had a daughter. Secretary Yang saw behind the little girl, a little girl who looked like a doll, suddenly flashed big eyes and stood there obediently. Hello, beautiful sisters. Ling Yunhua greeted politely. Oh, my god, is she really the boss's daughter? She's so cute. If you take a closer look, it feels very similar to the boss. But when did the president have a daughter? He and Miss Wen are not married. The boss is the boss. The silent daughter is so old. Everyone is talking, you say a word and I say something, but we, Nono, have always smiled. My brother said that we must use her killer to bring Dad home. In the future, they will be people with fathers. They will not be called wild children without a father by the little fat man in the class. Although the little fat man said this last time, I was beaten up with my brother. Alright, let's go back to work first. Secretary Yao saw that everyone was surrounded and worried that people would see that their president was not serious about his work. Then squat down and asked Ling Yunhua, Kid, what's your name? Do you have a family to come with you? Where is your mother? My name is Nono. My mother is working. My brother and I came by myself. Lin Yunhua thought of his brother's words and did not talk about his brother and Xiao Wei waiting for himself downstairs. It's hard for anyone to dislike such a cute baby. Secretary Yang herself is a mother. She thought that whether she was the president's daughter or not, how could the child's mother let such a young child go out by herself? She took Lin Yunhua to the leisure area, brought her some snacks, and poured warm boiled water. "No, Mr. Tang is out today. You can take a rest here now. Shall I try to contact him?" "Okay, thank you, beautiful sister. You can call me aunt. Auntie also has a baby about your age," Secretary Yang said with a smile. "Okay, thank you, beautiful aunt. Go about your business." Lin Yunhua sat in the rest area, and several secretaries in the president's office quietly took turns to deliver food to her. Nono, a snack bar, ate very happily. "I almost forgot the important task assigned by my brother to find my father." Lin Yucheng and Xiao Wei downstairs saw that Lin Yunhua had not come down. Xiao Wei was more anxious. After all, they could not enter the headquarters of JK Group at will. If they lost Xiaonuanhua later, it would be over. Sister Xiao Shaw trusted her so much that she gave her 2 children to take care of. She said that she was going to rush in, but was stopped by Lin Yucheng in time. "I called Nono." He said that he called Lin Yunhua with his phone watch. "Nono, where are you? How are you doing? Have you seen your father?" Lin Yunhua still has unswallowed cookies in his mouth. "Brother, Dad is not in the company today. The beautiful aunt said that he went out, and I haven't seen Dad yet." "Then you come back first. We have to go back, or Mom will find out later." "What about Dad?" Lin Yunhua thought that his task had not been completed and his father had not brought it home. "It doesn't matter. We know the address. Come back next time." "Well, I'll come down to find you now." Hearing what his brother said, Lin Yunhua was relieved. "Come to see his father next time." After saying that, I walked towards the elevator. I just touched the button on the first floor, so I pressed the first floor to go out to find my brother. Chapter 26. The duck's mouth is hard. In the studio, Meng Xiaoxiao arrived on time at 11:30. Lin Shu talked to her for nearly an hour and finally finalized all the details. The 2 newly painted drawings were also added to the reservation. Although Miss Meng has a heavy temper and has more requirements, in line with the principle that the customer is God, Lin Shu did his best according to the requirements of the other party. The power is satisfied. "Thank you for your hard work, Miss Lin. I hope to receive the dress on time before my birthday party." Meng Xiaoxiao stretched out his hand. Lin Shu stretched out his hand and held it back. "Thank you very much for choosing us. We will not let you down." "You're welcome. Although I don't want to admit it, your design does have ideas, so I'm looking forward to the finished product. See you next time. It's an honor to be recognized by Miss Meng. See you next time." After sending Meng Xiaoxiao away, Ling Shu and Chen Sisi breathed a sigh of relief and won this big order, and there was basically no need to worry about the business later. Many rich people will definitely be present at Meng Xiaoxiao's birthday banquet. Meng Xiaoxiao, as the protagonist, will definitely be the focus of the audience. At that time, the dress she wears is about to get a free publicity. Their ideas are not only for this order, but also for the subsequent business development of Secret. Ling Shu, who had just won the big order, didn't know that the 2 children had run to find Tang Yichen on their backs. Multiplied by Tang Yichen drove to the night bar by himself. Several brothers were there. Tang Yichen sat down and poured a glass of wine, and then didn't say a word, but one glass of wine after another did not stop. Lu Yan looked at Tang Yichen like this and looked at the other brothers. What's wrong with the big brother? Several people looked at each other and couldn't guess. Tang Yichen ignored the discussion of several people. He raised his wine glass and wanted to raise his head and drink again. Moza raised his hand and stopped him. "Brother, don't drink. If you drink again, we will really send you to the hospital." "That's right, but there is no sister-in-law to pick you up," Lu Yan said bluntly. "I didn't realize that I shouldn't mention it until I said it." I touched my nose and lowered my head. Although I don't know why the eldest brother divorced at the beginning, after so many years, the little sister-in-law has also disappeared from their gang since the divorce. The eldest brother has been surrounded by Wenqing, and it seems that the little sister-in-law should not be mentioned again. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Tang Yichen said, "She has returned to Jiangcheng." Huh. Everyone reacted for a while to know who he was talking about. "Is the little sister-in-law back?" Lu Yan reacted and said excitedly. Moza probably guessed that part of the reason for the eldest brother's divorce was to find out the cause of death of Uncle Tang and Aunt Tang, but he was not sure whether the eldest brother really had feelings for his sister-in-law. After all, the marriage at the beginning was not the eldest brother's own will. Speaking of which, Kay's side has disappeared in recent years. They didn't find any information, and there was no trace of contact between the 2 sides here. It was not until last month that he got a little information from partners in the Middle East. After their investigation, Kay's powerful deputy, nicknamed Eagle Eye, may have entered the country. They have not found out which city they are in. Qing Hao has spent a lot of time in China in the past few years. The eldest brother has basically rushed to do all the business trips, so he is in charge of domestic business. Tang Wana, the little girl, used to intern in JK Group. After graduation, she stayed to work directly and is now her assistant. Although she is the eldest brother's cousin, she also started from the grassroots level. The little girl works very seriously and hard. After the training of her work ability over the past few years, she can stand alone. His own sister Qing Qing has now begun to shoot some small short stories and online dramas by herself, and has won some newcomer awards, which can be regarded as officially entering the director's line. Monsoon Sale may have changed the most. From the original playboy in the game world to now zero gossip, the outside world says that Ji Xiao has self-cultivated. Only these brothers know that since Xia Xingqiang appeared, Monsoon Sailing God has never appeared in other women. I guess this time it really fell into his hands. Luo Yan is still the same as before, eating, drinking, and playing. In the past, he could take Tang Wen'er and Qing Qing together. Now his two sisters are busy, and there is very little time to make an appointment, leaving him alone. He either went to find the fourth brother, but since the fourth brother had Qianqiang, he didn't pay much attention to himself, so he either went to the eldest brother's office to hang out and sighed all day long. A few people didn't know that Tang Yichen said that Ling Shuo had returned to Jiangcheng and what his plan was. Luo Yan couldn't help saying, "Big brother, are you going to find your sister-in-law?" "No, I asked Li Chen to give her the money given to her at the time of divorce. She didn't take it with her at the time of divorce. She deserved it. Maybe she also has her own life, so I won't bother her." Why does this sound so sour? Since he said he wouldn't disturb himself and ran to drink suffled wine, several people exchanged glances, as if they could see through it and didn't say anything. In their hearts, "I know." Then silently raise the wine glass and drink it separately. Tang Yichen didn't drink after being stopped by mother. He lay on his back on the leather sofa, closing his eyes and frowning. Morzeka seeing this, he didn't say much more. Several people took care of themselves and drank until almost 12 o'clock intermittently. Qing Hao, as the boss, arranged for people to send everyone back separately, and finally left. Tang Yichen returned to the villa and faced the empty house. There was no trace of Ling Shuo. He still couldn't help but think of the scene of Ling Shuo cooking in the kitchen and waiting for him to come back to eat in the restaurant. "I went upstairs to the bedroom, sat by the bed in the dark, and didn't get up to take a shower for a while. I really drank too much today, maybe it's been for years. It was the first time I heard from Li Shu. I knew that she was in Jiangchong, close at hand, so I always remembered what happened before I divorced Ling Shu. Before I got the certificate, I asked her to sign a prenuptial agreement. At that time, I really had no feelings for her. I had to marry her under the pressure of my grandfather. I had no emotional experience. Family education has always been very traditional, which is why I have been giving Wenqing a chance in those years. However, at the beginning of the accident with Ling Shuo, he also began to try to treat her in a normal way as a husband and wife, and also wanted to try to see if the two of them could be a normal husband and wife. However, Wenqing came back, and he also found that his parents' death was also strange. Moreover, he did not know Ling Shu's thoughts. Maybe at that time, she agreed to marry herself. He was also forced to do nothing. After all, who would be willing to give his life to a man he had only met once or twice? He filed for a divorce, and she didn't object. Maybe it was as she wished. After taking a shower, Tang Yichen lay on the bed. After the anesthesia of alcohol, he had insomnia again. He habitually opened the drawer at the head of the bed, took out the bottle inside, poured out the sleeping pills inside and swallowed it directly. Chapter 27. Cute baby breaks into the president's office. Since signing Miss Ma's big order, Ling Shu and Chen Sissy have been busy. The time is still a little tight to finish the production of all the dresses before Meng Xiaoxiao's birthday party, and 2 sets have been added, and it takes more overtime. Some design details need to be sewn by hand with special materials separately. Ling Shu is responsible for this part, and Chen Sissy is responsible for finding fabrics and production. Therefore, the 2 little guys, Chung Chung and Nono, basically came to the apartment where they live to help take care of them. "Sister Xiaowei, take us out today." Ling Yucheng thought that he hadn't seen his father in Jiangcheng for so long. If he didn't hurry up, his mother would take his brother and sister back to Yinshu after work, and it would be more difficult to have a chance to find his father in the future. "Where do you want to go, amusement park or zoo?" Xiaowei thought that the 2 cute babes had stayed at home for a long time and wanted to go out to play. "We want to find Dad," Nono said aggrievedly. "Ah, but what if I still can't meet anyone?" In fact, since Xiaowei took the 2 of them to JK Group last time, he has doubted whether he has been fooled by them. "Sister Xiaowei, please take us there again. I called in advance to confirm that my father was there." Ling Yucheng did his homework in advance this time. "Yes, my brother said that we will go back to Yinshi after Mom's work, and it will be difficult to see Dad again in the future." Nono said that he felt so wronged that he was about to cry. "All right, I'll take you there. Let's go." Looking at such 2 cute boobs making a request to himself, Xiaowei felt that if he didn't agree, it would be acceptable. After saying that, he took the 2 of them out and took a taxi downstairs to the headquarters of JK Group. According to the plan, let Ling Yunwo go up first. Ling Yunwo entered the hall and found the receptionist in a familiar way. His sweet mouth coaxed the little front desk girl to send her into the elevator and thoughtfully pressed the floor for her. When I got to the top floor, I directly found Secretary Yang. Last time, beautiful aunt. I'm here again. Is my father in the office today? Secretary Yang saw that it was the beautiful little girl who came to see Mr. Tang last time and said that she was his daughter. She still remembered that she said her name was Nwanwa. Nono, you're here? Mr. Tang is here today. I'll go and see if he has time now. Secretary Yao got up and went to the president's office and knocked on the door. Please come in. Tang Yichen's low voice came from inside. As soon as Secretary Yao opened the door, Nwanwa, who followed her, rushed in directly. Dad, I finally saw you. Tang Yichen only saw something like a meatball rushing towards him. He lay directly on his chest and held it quietly and did not let go. Because it was the first time I saw such a small child close to me, I was directly frozen in place. Secretary Yao was also scared. It's bad. I didn't expect Nwanwa to rush in directly. Looking at the president's eyes staring at him, he hurriedly explained, Mr. Tang, this child has been here before. She said it was your daughter and came to her father. Secretary Yang said truthfully under pressure under the gaze of his boss. Tang Yichen didn't say anything. He looked at the little meatball holding him, and the top of his black head kept drilling into his arms. There was a grandmother's fragrance on his body. He never felt that he was a person who liked children, but in the face of the little girl who suddenly rushed in and hugged him, he didn't hate it at all, and even felt the depths seemed to become softer because of her bumping movements. Secretary Yao saw Tang Yichen's face and didn't say anything. Could it be that Nwanwa made a mistake? He hesitated and said, Mr. Tang, I'm sorry, I'll take the children out first. No, Dad, it was hard for me to find you. When I met you, I didn't leave. When Nwanwa heard that she was going to send her out, she immediately raised her head and looked at Tang Yichen with tears in her big eyes. She finally found her father. Why did she send her away before she was close to her father? Doesn't Dad like Nono? Wow, do I have to say that Ling Yunwa's cry is shocking. Tang Yichen looked at the little girl crying in his arms and felt a little at a loss. He stiffly said, I didn't want to drive you away. Then he looked up and said to Secretary Yang, you go out first. Okay, Mr. Tang. After Secretary Yang left, Ling Yunwa slowly stopped crying. Tang Yichen carried Ling Yunwa to the sofa. Ling Yunwa held Tang Yichen's arm tightly and didn't let him leave. Dad, where are you going? I'll take care of the work first. You sit here and I'll ask someone to get you some food. Okay, Dad. Tang Yichen did not refute. He returned to his desk and picked up the phone on the table. Secretary Yao brought in some food and drinks and took what the children liked. Hanging up the phone and continuing to deal with the rest of the previous work, Ling Yunwa sat quietly on the sofa and waited, thinking about how to send a message to his brother and tell him that he had met his father. After a while, Secretary Yao came in with a few small cakes, some fruits and a glass of orange juice, and put them on the table by the sofa. Nono, the strawberry cake you ate last time, Auntie brought it for you. Eat it quickly. Thank you, Auntie. After Nono finished speaking, he grabbed a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Tang Yichen looked up and saw that Nono's mouth was bulging, and the corners of his mouth were still covered with cream. He walked over and took a piece of paper, gently wiped it clean for her, eat slowly, be careful not to choke, and many more. There was tenderness in his tone that he didn't even notice, really like an old father. Do you know the information of her parents? Secretary Yao was stunned and thought to himself, isn't her father the boss? I don't know. Last time she said she came with her brother and sister. You go out first. Okay. Mr. Tang. Secretary Yao has no information here, so we can only ask Li Chong to check it later. What's your name? Looking at the happy little girl in front of her, the ordinary small cake seemed to become delicious in her mouth, and Tang Yichen seemed to be infected. My name is Ling Yunwa. Dad, you can call me Nono. Dad, do you also want to eat strawberry cake? Seeing that his father had been staring at the small cake in his hand, Ling Yunwa thought that his father must like to eat strawberry small cakes as much as he did. He picked up a piece in his hand and handed it to Tang Yichen's mouth. You eat, I won't eat. You eat, Dad. I have a lot. Ling Yunwa thought that his father might be embarrassed to admit that he also liked strawberry cakes, so he stuffed a piece into Tang Yichen's mouth. It's delicious. Mom likes it very much. Ling Yunwa ate happily. Tang Yichen chewed the cake stuffed by Ling Yunwa in his mouth, which seemed to be different, with a very sweet strawberry flavor. Chapter 28 Dad doesn't have a new wife. Ling Yunwa soon ate all the cake on the plate and drank all the orange juice. Tang Yichen didn't expect the little person to have such a good appetite. Looking at her round belly, he was really afraid that she would eat badly. Well, do you have your parents' contact information? I'll arrange someone to take you back. Are you my father? Does Dad really dislike Nono? Is it because I finished the strawberry cake? I'll leave more for my father next time, okay? Nono said aggrievedly. If it's too late, your family will be worried. Did you come out alone? Tang Yichen wondered if it was someone's lost child. I didn't come out alone, brother. Sister Xiaowei and I waited for me downstairs. My brother asked me to come up first to see if dad really doesn't want us. If dad is married and has his own family and his own baby, we will go back to Yingshi with mom. I don't know why, Tang Yichen felt very uncomfortable in his heart when he heard Ling Yunwa's soft little milk voice say these words, as if he was going to lose something important. So is dad married? Is there a new baby? No, great, I knew dad wouldn't abandon us. I'll call my brother and tell him now. When Ling Yunhua heard that Tang Yichen was not married and had a new baby, he jumped off the sofa with joy and quickly called his brother with a phone watch. Brother, come up quickly. Dad doesn't have a new wife or a new baby. We have a father. Facing the excited Ling Yunhua, Tang Yichen didn't know how to explain to a 3-year-old baby that although he was not married or had a baby, it did not mean that he was her father. The child seemed to have identified him. Is it possible that the children are so powerful that they found their own stepfathers? You ask your brother to go to the front desk for a moment. I'll send someone to pick him up. He may not be able to come up. Brother, dad asked you to wait at the front desk. He will send someone to pick you up. Listening to Ling Yunhua's loud declaration, Tang Yichen really felt that he had become a father. Ling Yucheng and Xiao Wei, who were waiting downstairs, didn't see any news from Ling Yunhua for a long time. They wondered if it was the same as last time and returned in vain. Unexpectedly, when they were about to contact Ling Yunhua to go home, they received a call from Nono, and it was good news that he was also going to find his father. Although Ling Yucheng, who hung up the phone, deliberately pretended to be calm, after all, he was only a 3-year-old child, and the smile on his lips could not be hidden. Cheng, what does your father do there? This is a big company. Xiao Wei couldn't help being curious or asked. Originally, she thought the two little guys were just playing, so she went out to play with them. Unexpectedly, she really found her father. My father is the president of this company, Ling Yucheng said proudly. Ling Yucheng originally believed that his mother told him that his father worked on the moon, but who let him accidentally find the marriage certificate with an invalid impression and saw his father's name and photo, so the child looked up a lot of information about Tang Yichen on the internet in Yingshi. Knowing that his father was very powerful, he founded JK Group by himself. He is currently the president of JK Group. It's not what his mother said at all that he can't come back after working on the moon. Obviously, the two people have divorced and separated. Ling Yucheng is a child. Naturally, he knows that divorce means that his father and mother will not live together, and his father will have his own new family and another baby. Therefore, I came to Jiangcheng with my mother this time to find out why my parents divorced and why my father didn't want me and my sister. He also knew that there was a photo of my father in my mother's old mobile phone. My mother was very precious and often looked it out at night, which proved that my mother still missed my father very much. Moreover, Grandma Chen introduced several uncles to her mother, but her mother didn't agree. If mom and dad can be together again, then he, his sister and mom and dad can live together, and will no longer be laughed at by Xiaopang that they are children without a father. But if dad already has his own family, he and his sister come to see his father, they will go back to Yingshi with his mother. He will take good care of his mother and sister when he grows up. Ling Yucheng, who was young, thought a lot. Maybe his blood was thicker than water. Since he knew that his biological father was Tang Yichen, and he was in Jiangcheng, he and Ling Yunhua could no longer accept others as their fathers. Are you serious? Xiao Wei swore that even if she thought about what kind of executive she was, she would never dare to think that the father they said was the president of JK Group. The man she had only seen on TV, Cheng Chen actually said that he was his father. Isn't that Sister Xiaoshu's husband? Oh, my god, what kind of invisible boss is around me? Sister Xiao Wei, you go back first. I'll go up to find Nwanhua. Dad will take us back later. But Xiao Wei is not at ease. Although JK Group is not a liar, she brought people out, so she left directly, which is too irresponsible. I'll go up with you and confirm that you are the president of JK Group, and I'll go back first. Xiao Wei thought that if the president of JK Group was indeed their father, she didn't have to worry, but she had to recognize the door. Okay, let's go up together first. The two came to the front desk together, and Secretary Yang went downstairs to pick them up. Secretary Yang's psychology at the moment he saw Ling Yucheng, the boss is really awesome. He has a daughter and a son. Unexpectedly, everyone knows that the two children are so beautiful. It's amazing. The boss is indeed the boss. Because Ling Yucheng is a boy, his eyebrows do look more like Tang Yichen. You are Cheng Cheng, right? Nono is in Mr. Tang's office. Let me come down to pick you up. Yes, thank you, auntie. This is Xiao Wei. She went up with me. Xiao Wei quickly said hello. Hello. Hello, thank you for bringing two children here. Let's go up. Secretary Yao has determined that Nwanhua and Chen Chan are the children of his boss. After all, she has never seen her boss spoil a child so much, and her brother really looks like the boss. Okay. Xiao Wei was still a little nervous. After all, it was the first time he came to the famous JK Group, and he still had to meet the big boss, so he carefully followed the elevator to the top floor. Secretary Yang led the two directly to the president's office. Several other young girls in the president's office whispered, "Oh, my God, is that the president's son? So handsome. It's like a hug to he's so handsome. I can wait for him to grow up. The president is so awesome. Why did he have his son and daughter all of a sudden? He is a winner in life." Chapter 29. Father and son meet, and the three of them have dinner together. After sending Ling Yucheng and Xiao Wei in, Secretary Yang withdrew. When Nuanhua saw his brother coming, he ran out happily and took his brother's hand. Brother, you're here? Dad just invited me to eat strawberry cake. It was very delicious. I accidentally finished it, but I left candy for you." With that, he took out 2 candy from his pocket and gave them to Ling Yucheng, and Xiao Wei also had them. "I gave the little one again." Tang Yichen looked up at the only adult among the 3 children opposite. "Are you their sister?" "Yes. Yes." Facing Tang Yichen's powerful aura, Xiao Wei was so nervous that he stuttered a little. At this time, Ling Yucheng turned around and looked over. Only then did Tang Yichen see his appearance clearly. He couldn't tell why. Like the little girl, he always had a familiar feeling. "What's your name?" "My name is Ling Yucheng. You can call me Chongcheng." Ling Yucheng didn't call him father. He felt that he still needed to investigate. "Since you are with adults, let her take you back." "I don't want to go, Dad. I'm hungry and want to eat." If he hadn't seen her eat a plate of cake and drink a glass of orange juice with his own eyes, Tang Yichen would really be blinded by her innocent big eyes. In the end, we lost the battle. "Well, I'll take you to eat first, and then send you back, okay?" "Yes, yeah." To looking at the happy Ling Yunhua, Tang Yichen unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Xiao Wei refused the invitation to go with the father and son. Cheng and Nuanhua's father was too cold, and he felt like he would freeze to death if he stayed any longer. Seeing that he was really the president of JK Group, Xiao Wei was also relieved. He gave Tang Yichen the address of the apartment and left first. Multiplied by Tang Yichen took the 2 out of the company and drove to the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the Crown Hotel by himself. The 3 of them sat by the window, and the hotel manager personally came to deliver the menu to Tang Yichen. He handed the menu to the 2 children. "What do you like to eat? Order by yourself." Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhua looked at the menu and stared wide-eyed one after another. "The price here is too high." Seeing that the 2 of them didn't open their mouths for a long time, Tang Yichen saw their hesitation and said, "You're welcome. I'm a member here and can get a discount." The manager was naturally familiar with Tang Yichen. Seeing that he actually made a joke, he looked at the 2 children sitting opposite curiously and guessed who Mr. Tang was. Ling Yunhua didn't quite understand. He turned over the menu with his small fingers and chose a few good-looking ones in the picture. "I want to eat these." Ling Yucheng knew that his sister's foodie nature was exposed again. Although he didn't want to admit it, Nono was really good at eating. Tang Yichen looked at the brother and sister and hooked his lips. After several people ordered, Ling Yunhua wanted to order a strawberry ice cream, but was stopped by Ling Yucheng. "Nono, you have eaten 2 ice creams at home this morning, and you can't eat any more now." Well, Nono is a little discouraged. Although she knows that her mother and brother control her to eat ice cream for her good, she really loves to eat and really can't help it. Tang Yichen saw that the little girl was suddenly weak, so he stopped eating today and brought you to eat it another day. "Okay, Dad is so kind." Ling Yunhua looked at Tang Yichen with shining eyes, and his liking for his father rose sharply to the peak. After the appetizer was served, Tang Yichen asked the 2 little ones to eat first. He asked casually, "Where is your mother? How can you rest assured that you will come out by yourself? Mom has been very busy and hard at work recently, so please ask Xiao Wei to take care of us." "We didn't come out by ourselves, but asked Xiao Wei to take us out." Ling Yunhua explained it very clearly. "What is your mother doing when she is so busy?" "She is a famous designer," Ling Yunhua said proudly. "Famous designer?" Tang Yichen frowned and lowered his head thoughtfully, as if he was thinking about something. He looked at Ling Yunhua. "What's your mother's name?" Ling Yucheng hurriedly said, "Chen Sissy. My mother's name is Chen Sissy. It's just an ordinary designer. If he is not famous, Nono doesn't understand." Ling Yunhua raised his head and looked at his brother puzzledly. He didn't understand. His mother's name was obviously Ling Shu. Chen Sissy was the name of his godmother. Why did he say the name of his godmother? However, there must be a reason for what my brother does. As my brother's little follower, Ling Yunhua did not refute. Anyway, the godmother is also a mother. Even if Dad finds out about them in the future, it is not a lie. "Dad, you said you didn't get married and didn't have a baby, so do you have a girlfriend now?" Ling Yunhua asked carefully, and Ling Yucheng also looked at Tang Yichen nervously. It seemed that this answer was very important to the 2 little guys. "No." Tang Yichen looked down, and Wen Qin was not his girlfriend. Hearing his answer, Ling Yunhua's happy smile bloomed on his face. "I knew that Dad would not want his mother and us." Tang Yichen hooked his lips helplessly. The little girl seemed to be really on him. He turned his head and glanced at Ling Yucheng. It seemed that he was relieved. The little boy didn't call him father when he met, which showed that he knew that he was not their father. Just now, he seemed to be very nervous about his answer. It was obvious to hear that he had no girlfriend. He breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Yichen himself couldn't figure it out. If he really had children, how could he not know? My mother is also single and very beautiful. Many people pursue her. You are also very handsome. You are very suitable for my mother. You are talented and beautiful. Ling Yucheng suddenly opened his mouth seriously, and Tang Yichen almost spit out the water he had just drunk. It turned out that the two children were really single-parent families, and they were really looking for a stepfather for themselves. Tang Yichen lowered his eyes and said nothing. Indeed, Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhuo are both very good-looking. The women who can give birth to these two babies can't be found anywhere. Looking at the face in front of him, he felt more and more familiar, and the little girl's eyes also felt very familiar. Could it be that the little girl called Dad a few times and wanted to be a father? Tang Yichen shook his head and threw away the messy thoughts in his mind. Are you full? It's not early. I'll send you back. Your mother will be in a hurry later. Tang Yichen saw that it had been a long time for the two of them and was ready to send them back. Okay, no, let's go. Ling Yucheng got up and asked his sister to follow Tang Yichen out of the hotel. Tang Yichen sent the two people to the platinum apartment according to the address given by Xiao Wei. As soon as they arrived at the door, Sister Xiao Wei, we are back. Xiao Wei opened the door and saw that the two of them came back and finally felt relieved. Thank you, Mr. Tang, for sending them back. You're welcome. Where's their mother? Oh, they haven't come back yet. Tang Yichen didn't say anything more. It seemed that they were right. Their mother was really busy. Then I'll go first. Tang Yichen turned around and prepared to go back. Dad, can you leave your phone number for me? I'll come to you another day. Ling Yunhuo chased her to the door. She couldn't bear to leave her father. After all, today was only the first day she saw her father. Tang Yichen wrote down a number and gave it to Ling Yunhuo. Call me in advance next time. I will ask someone to pick you up. You can't run out. Okay, good night, Dad. Ling Yunhuo quickly kissed Tang Yichen on the cheek and ran back to the room. Tang Yichen was stunned for a moment, and it took him a while to recover. Chapter 30. Take the two little treasures back to their hometown. Ling Shaw was busy for almost a week to find all the materials that needed to be sewn by hand. Chen Sissy's Side also found all the fabrics and started to make it. It would take some time to make it by hand. Ling Shaw planned to take the two little ones back to his hometown. At that time, he was in a hurry and didn't say hello. In the past few years, he hasn't gone back because of the two children. He just took this opportunity to go back to see his grandfather. In the evening, Ling Shu said to Chen Sissy in advance, Sissy, my hometown is not far from Jiancheng, and there are still some days of manual sewing. I want to take Chencheng and Nuanhua back to my hometown while I have time. Of course, Sister Shu, can you take them back alone? Do you want me to go back with you? Chen Sissy didn't expect that Ling Shu's hometown was near Jiancheng. It's okay. We still need to keep an eye on the production of clothes here. I'll be back in 2 days. Thank you for your hard work these 2 days. Okay, just call me if you need anything. Chen Su thought that these dresses were really important. They still had to keep an eye on them, so they didn't have to go back with Ling Shu. Ling Shaw went back to the room and took out his mobile phone to order a ticket. He was going to bathe Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhua. Ling Yucheng rushed in first and closed the door. Mom, I took a shower by myself today. I'm a boy, and I can wash by myself when I grow up. Well, then be careful yourself. Ling Shaw knew that his son was well-behaved, sensible and very opinionated, so he asked him to wash by himself. After about half an hour, Ling Yucheng came out after taking a shower and put on his pajamas. Mom, I've finished washing. You take your sister to wash. Okay, Cheng, go to bed and cover the quilt first to avoid catching a cold. Ling Shaw has laid the quilt on the bed in advance. Ling Shaw led Ling Yunhua and prepared to take her to take a bath. Mom, Nuanhua has grown up and wants to take a bath by herself. Nuanhua is good, Mom will wash for you today. Can Nonyuo wash by herself when it's hot? Ling Shaw seems to want them to take a bath by themselves when the summer is hot. Alright. Nono thinks that she should do what her brother can do. It's a little unhappy that her mother doesn't let herself take a bath alone. However, after entering the bathroom and seeing her bathtub, I completely forgot about it. After all, it was still very happy to soak in her beloved bucket. After washing up, the family of 3 lay on the bed. Cheng and Nuanhua, tomorrow, Mom is going to take you back to your hometown to worship your grandfather. Mom, what does hometown mean? Who is Grandpa Tai? Ling Yunhuo asked innocently. My hometown is where my mother has lived since I was a child. Grandpa Tai is my mother's grandfather. Ling Shaw explained patiently. Is the worship of the deceased grandfather. Ling Yucheng knows more about it. Yes, Grandpa is my mother's only relative and has passed away. Ling Shaw felt a little sad when he mentioned his grandfather, and his voice was also very low. It doesn't matter, Mom. Now you have 2 relatives, me and my sister. Ling Yucheng saw that his mother mentioned that Grandpa Tai was unhappy, so he quickly comforted his mother. Yes, Mom, you have 2 babies now, me and my brother. Ling Yunwo also hugged his mother tightly and comforted her. Well, thank God for giving me a little angel for you too, and thank you too for choosing me to be your mother. Ling Shaw said as he hugged the 2 tightly. Go to bed early. We will get up and pack our luggage tomorrow morning and leave at noon. Good night. Ling Shaw kissed Chen Cheng and Nwanwa's cheeks on the left and right, and hugged the 2 to sleep together. Good night, Mom. The 2 babies spoke in Unis and kissed their mother back. Multiplied by at noon the next day, Ling Shaw took 2 small green trains to the town. There was a taxi to the village. The village had changed a lot. The road was repaired, and many families built small buildings. Because of the development of tourist attractions, many people in the village opened homestays and farmhouses. Jala, although it is almost dark, the street lights on the road are bright, with colorful flags hanging, and every house is brightly lit. Ling Shaw didn't expect that the village had developed so well in recent years. She was worried that she would not be able to live in the old house for so long. She found a homestay and went directly in, preparing to live in the homestay for the past 2 days. Fortunately, it was not the peak tourist season, and there were still vacant rooms. Ling Shaw went to the front desk to ask for a double-bed room. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance. Are you Xiao Shu? Ling Shaw looked up at the owner of the homestay. Yes, are you? Oh, I just said it looks very similar. You haven't come back for several years. I'm the daughter-in-law of your aunt's family, sister-in-law Gui Ping. I guess you don't remember. In the past, I didn't often stay at home with your brother Gui Ping. It was your aunt and grandmother. When I met you, you were still a little girl. With that, he turned his head and saw Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhua. Oh, this is your child, isn't it? When your grandfather left, I heard from my mother that you got married. In Jiangcheng, the children are so big in a blink of an eye. Ling Shaw finally remembered what the boss said. It was Gui Ping's sister-in-law next door. Did you come back with brother Gui Ping? Yes, a Yao and the village chief have engaged in a tourism development, and many young people in the village have come back. Those who run restaurants are open, those who run homestays, those who sell specialties, and there are many people who come to travel. Everyone's business is quite good, and the days are getting better. They can also take care of the elderly and children at home. The big guys are very grateful to Ayao. Don't forget the capital, walk out of the mountains, and remember to take everyone out of poverty. Now our village is still one of the top 100 villages in the country. Sister-in-law Gui Ping said happily and proudly. That's great. Brother Yao is still so powerful. Ling Shaw said sincerely. Did you come back by yourself? Didn't your husband come back with you? Sister-in-law Gui Ping was very careless and extremely enthusiastic, and asked casually. Yes, I came back by myself. Ling Shaw didn't explain and responded casually that it was never a glorious thing to divorce and be a single mother, especially in rural areas. Then you go to the room and put your things away. You haven't eaten yet? I'll go to the kitchen to get you some dishes and come down for dinner later. I'm so sorry to bother you, sister-in-law. You're welcome. It's all my own family. Anyway, I'm going to burn it. It's a matter of more pairs of chopsticks. I'm tired of sitting in the car. This is the key to the room. Turn left upstairs and the first room is. You take 2 small ones to rest first. I'll call you to eat. After saying that, sister-in-law Gui Ping turned around and went to the kitchen. Okay, thank you, sister-in-law. Ling Shaw took Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhua upstairs to the room. The room was large, clean and tidy. Outside the window was a large lake. Pushing open the window, you can still see 1 or 2 stars hanging on the dark night sky. Mom, it's so beautiful here. Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhua looked at the scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling window and also shouted happily. Yes, it's very beautiful. Ling Shaw said to the 2 babies with a smile. Tomorrow morning, Mom will take you to see the house where you lived when you were a child, and then go up the mountain to see Grandpa. Okay. Ling Shaw looked up at the night sky of his hometown. Grandpa, I'm back. Chapter 31 Comb the mountain to worship Grandpa. The next day, Ling Shaw got up early in the morning, and the 2 little guys also woke up early. Maybe they had just arrived at a new place. The 2 little ones have been in this state of excitement since yesterday. After the 3 of them washed up, they went downstairs. Sister-in-law Gui Ping had made a rich local breakfast. You got up so early. Come and have breakfast. Brother Gui Ping didn't meet you when he went to see your aunt last night. He heard me that you were back. He went out to buy vegetables in town early this morning and said that he would cook some delicious food for you in the evening. Thank you, sister-in-law. Don't bother me. You don't have to take care of us. I'll take them to the old house later and visit my grandfather by the way. Ling Shaw saw that many people came into the small courtyard one after another. It was estimated that they were all here to stay. He quickly asked sister-in-law Gui Ping to take care of herself first. All right, then put it on the table after you finish eating. I'll clean up later. I'll go to work first. There are a lot of people booking today. After saying that, he also turned around and greeted the guests to check in. The 2 little guys started to eat when they were served, and Nono, a snack lover, took it directly. Ling Shaw hadn't tasted the taste of his hometown for a long time, and he also ate a lot. After breakfast, Ling Shu took the two out. Walking and stopping along the way, Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhua were banging in front of them. Ling Shaw took pictures of the two little ones while enjoying the roadside scenery. I have to say that the village watched during the day. It was a different flavor when I got up. The road was repaired, and the roadside was full of all kinds of flowers. The walls I walked through were painted with beautiful paintings, and there was scenery everywhere. Walking on the side of the road, I felt that after walking for a while, the three of them came to Ling Shu's hometown, the old house where they used to live with their grandfather. Ling Shu took out the key, opened the door and went in. The room was very clean. It should have been that her aunt had come to clean for her regularly. When Ling Shu saw the scene in front of her, her eyes turned red in an instant. She didn't know if it was because she remembered the old days with her grandfather, and she missed it very much. I haven't come back for so long, and my aunt still came to clean for her, so I'm touched. Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhua looked at their mother. Mom, what's wrong with you? Ling Yunhua didn't know why his mother didn't move when he opened the door, and his eyes were still red. He asked quickly. It's okay. Come in. This is where my mother used to live. Ling Shu, after calming up, he turned around and invited the two children in. He took them to visit the places where they used to live, and told a lot of interesting things about his childhood. Thinking of his aunt, Ling Shu planned to go and see her first. Let's go and see Grandma, who is Uncle Guipi's mother and my aunt. As he said, he took the little hands of the two little guys and walked to the house next door. When he walked to the door, he happened to see his aunt sitting in the yard doing handicrafts. Auntie, I'm Xiaoshu. I'm back. As soon as Ling Shu entered the door, he began to call people when he saw people. The old man stood up excitedly. It was Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu came back. The old man looked at the two children beside Ling Shu and was even more excited. Are these two children you? Oh, my God, it's so old that your grandfather's spirit can rest in peace. Yes, auntie, they are my children. This is Cheng Cheng, and this is Nono. Ling Shu pointed to Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhua and introduced them respectively. Cheng Cheng, Nuanhua, call Grandma. Hello, Grandma. Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhua called people obediently. Good, good. After saying that, as if he remembered something, he tremblingly entered the room and came out with a handful of candy in his hand. This was given to me by them. Take it to the children to eat. Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhua received the candy. Thank you, Grandma. Good boy, so good boy. Ling Shu took out a black bag from his bag, which contained 50,000 yuan, and put it in his aunt's hand. Auntie, thank you for helping me clean the house for so many years. I haven't come back for so many years. Thank you for your hard work. This is my little fort. Please keep it. What are you doing, Xiaoshu? It's all a hand-raising work, and I don't need money now. Gui Ping and his wife have also come back. They take good care of me. A big house has been built in the village, and I'm not used to living there. Your brother Gui Ping and sister-in-law Gui Ping take turns to see me as an old woman every day. I can't take this money. You take it back and use it for the children. His aunt said that he would not accept anything. Ling Shu had no choice but to give up. He wanted to buy her some food before leaving. Although there was no shortage, it was his own intention. After coming out of his aunt's house, Ling Shu was going to buy good things and go up the mountain to see his grandfather. Cheng Cheng and Nuanhua, let's go to buy something and go to the mountain to worship his grandfather later. Okay, Mom, what does Grandpa like to eat? We can buy Grandpa's favorite food for him. As a snack lover, Nono still wants to eat first. Grandpa Nono's favorite will also like it. Nono will choose. Okay, I will definitely choose the most delicious food for Grandpa. After saying that, Ling Yunhua quickly ran to the store. In addition to some worship supplies, I also bought water, fruits, candies and snacks. The road up the mountain is not very easy. With two children, Ling Shu walked relatively slowly. It took twice as long as usual to get to Grandpa's grave. There were no weeds, as if it had just been repaired. Grandpa, I'm Xiaoshu. I'm back to see you. I'm sorry that I haven't been back to see you for so many years. Ling Shu stood in front of his grandfather's grave. His eyes were red, his lips were a little white, and tears unconsciously flowed down his cheeks. Mom, did you cry? Ling Yunhua's voice drove away Ling Shu's sadness a little. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears and squatted down. Mom was in tears of joy because she hadn't come back to see Grandpa Tai for a long time. She was so happy that she finally came back today. After saying that, I took the hands of the two little guys to Grandpa's grave. Grandpa, these are my two children, this is Cheng Cheng, and this is Nono. We took them to see you. Hello, Grandpa Tai. Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhua said hello together. Mom, is Grandpa sleeping in there? The naive Ling Yunhua asked his own questions. Yes, Grandpa Tai is sleeping in it. Can you ask Grandpa Tai to get up? Grandpa is too tired, so he will sleep all the time and won't get up. Let's ask Grandpa to have a good rest and stop calling him, okay? Alright? The two little guys turned around and saw a butterfly flying, so they all ran to catch the butterfly. Ling Shu stood alone in front of the grave. Grandpa, this is my child and Yichen. The last time I saw you, I said that I would bring Yichen to see you, but there may be no way to do it. I am separated from Yichen, but I will bring my two children to see you in the future. Don't worry, I'm fine now. I don't blame Yichen, and you don't blame him. Thank him for giving me two angels. It's not early. Chong Chong, Nwanwa, let's go down the mountain and go back. Here we go, Mom. The road down the mountain is always faster than the road up the mountain, and it soon returns to the gate of the homestay courtyard. The small courtyard is brightly lit and very lively. Chapter 32 Dad has a rival. Ling Shu took two little guys into the door. Brother Guiping and sister-in-law Guiping had cooked a large table full of good dishes, as well as the village chief's family, Brother Nyo and sister-in-law Nyo's family. The big guy warmly greeted them to their seats. Ling Shu took Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhua to greet everyone. As soon as they sat down, they heard the village head stand up. A Yao came. It's. Everyone looked at the door, and there was a graceful man standing at the door of the courtyard. Sister-in-law Guiping hurried up to greet her, and A Yao also came. Coming quickly. When I asked the village head in the morning, he said that he might not have time to come over. Well, I just came over after I was busy. I'll bring you 2 bottles of wine to have a taste. With that, he handed the bag in his hand to sister-in-law Guiping. A Yao is really careful. Every time he comes, he brings something to everyone. Sister-in-law Nyo also praised with a smile. When Ling Muyao approached, Ling Shu called out in a low voice, Brother Yao. The man beside him nodded slightly, as if he was holding back some emotions, and came back. He turned around and asked the 2 children to say hello. Ling Yuchen and Ling Yunhua said sensible hello, uncle. Hello. Ling Muyao reached out and touched Ling Yucheng's head, and unexpectedly took out 2 small toys from his pocket and handed them to them. Thank you, uncle. The 2 little guys who received the gift were very happy. The 2 didn't say any more. Ling Muyao sat down next to Ling Shu. The village head asked everyone to pour wine for Ling Muyao. After 3 rounds of wine, several men almost drank. The village head fell down directly, and his family helped him back to rest. Brother Nyo and Guiping continued to compete at the dinner table. Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhua had already after eating, he got off the table and played with their little ones in the yard. Ling Shu got up and went to the bathroom. When he came out to wash his hands, he saw Ling Muyao standing not far away, leaning against the pillar, and then walked over. Brother Yao, are you okay? It's okay. After working for so long, I still have this amount of alcohol. Ling Muyao stood up straight from the pillar. Walk with Brother Yao. Ling Shu looked back. Ling Yuchen and Ling Yunhua were having fun with a few children. They had just eaten a lot and happened to take a walk. Okay. The 2 walked out of the courtyard and walked along the path next to the lake. There was a plastic runway by the lake. Next to the plastic runway was a walking path. Maybe the weather turned cold in the evening and there were not many people. Several people sat on the bench by the lake in 2s and 3s, and occasionally there were people running at night running past. The 2 walked quietly. Are the children so old? I haven't seen you come back for several years. How are you doing? Ling Muyao spoke first. I separated from their father. He didn't know that I had children. After the separation, I moved to Yingshu myself. This time, I went back to Jiangcheng to do something, so I came back to see my grandfather. Ling Shu did not hide it from Ling Muyao, and told the truth about the current situation in the past few years in a few short sentences. Ling Muyao was slightly stunned after listening, and soon recovered. If you need help, you can tell me. It must be hard for you to take care of 2 children alone. Ling Shu stopped and looked at Ling Muyao. It's not hard. The 2 of them are our spiritual sustenance and angels sent to me by God. After saying that, he continued to move forward. When will you go back to Jiangcheng? How long will you stay this time? I plan to go back to Jiangcheng tomorrow. I still have some work to do, and I can't say I have time now. I'll send you back tomorrow. I also happen to go back to Jiangcheng. In the past 2 years, my business has basically been transferred from Beijing, and I have a lot of time to stay in Jiangcheng. Ling Muyao said. Okay. Ling Shu didn't refuse. When will Brother Yao find me a sister-in-law? It is said that if you want to start a family and a career and have a successful career, you should consider lifelong events. You are still a child. Take care of me. I'm already a mother, what a child. Ling Shu pouted and protested. Indeed, if she doesn't say that the 2 children are hers, I guess others will think she is a college student who has just graduated. Yes, you are a mother in a blink of an eye, but you will always be a little boy in my eyes. The 2 of them talked and laughed, as if they had returned to the days of fighting and playing in the village when they were children. Go back. It's getting cold. It's late. 2 children are looking for you. Ling Muyao stopped. The temperature in the mountains was low at night, and he was worried that Ling Shu would catch a cold. Okay, Brother Yao, where do you stay at night? I'll go home and pick you up tomorrow morning. Ling Muyao will definitely visit his family at home when he comes back. Well, then be careful. I'm going back. After saying goodbye to Ling Muyao, Ling Shu turned around and walked back. Ling Muyao watched her walk to the gate of the homestay courtyard before turning around and walking home. As soon as Ling Shu entered the door, two little guys rushed over. Mom, you're back. The two of them were sweating profusely and their hands were covered with mud. I'll take you to take a shower. We will go back to Jiangchen tomorrow and take Uncle Ling's car back. After saying that, take the two upstairs to take a shower. The two little guys nestled in the quilt together after taking a shower. Ling Shu went to take a shower by himself and heard the sound of flowing water. Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunwo hid in the quilt and whispered, "Brother, no, Dad has a love rival. This uncle seems to be different from what Grandma Chen introduced to her mother before. What should I do?" Ling Yucheng, who was young, frowned. His silly sister felt it. How could he not? I felt that although his father was still in the inspection period, the little guy still favored Tang Yucheng in his heart. No, I'll send a message to my father to reveal the situation to him first, so that he has a sense of crisis. After Ling Yunwo finished speaking, she took out her phone watch and turned to Tang Yucheng's WeChat. She had asked Xiao Wei to help her save the number before, and her father's WeChat account message popped up synchronously. She sent a verification message. Unexpectedly, her father passed it soon, and she didn't expect it to come in handy so quickly. "Dad, there is an uncle who just went out for a walk with his mother. He is not bad looking. Although he is worse than his father, he is also a good match for his mother. And he grew up with his mother. If you don't act, my brother and I will have a new father. And uncle has to drive us off tomorrow, so he can show up in front of mom." Ling Yunwo was worried and quickly added another sentence. Ling Yucheng looked at his own sister's tough speech, and he was also helpless, but this uncle is indeed a threat to his father. The relationship he grew up together since childhood, his father must not be able to lose. Fortunately, his father's appearance won one game, and his father and the two of us won another game. Overall, his father won. Thinking of this, Ling Yucheng was not worried. "Hurry up and take your sister to bed." Tang Yucheng, who was still working overtime in the company, inexplicably received a WeChat message from Ling Yunwo, and it was still such a nonsensical message. His first thought was, what does their mother look like? He thought that he was really crazy about working overtime to think about what a woman he had never met and had had children looked like. Put down your mobile phone and continue to work. Chapter 33. A private date of 3 people. It was past 9 o'clock when the 3 of us went downstairs for breakfast in the morning. 2 small families. The guy was tired of playing yesterday and couldn't get up in the morning. He stayed in bed until 9 o'clock. The other guests had basically eaten and went out to play. Sister-in-law Guiping left porridge, side dishes, eggs and pancakes for them, which were very rich. Ling Shu ate first and went upstairs to pack his luggage. The 2 little guys continued to eat downstairs. As soon as Ling Shu took down his luggage, Ling Muyao came. Although the 2 little guys felt that the uncle was a threat to his father, they still greeted him politely. After all, his mother said that others would say that there was no tutor for an impolite child. "Good morning, uncle." "Good morning, Cheng Cheng and Nwanwa." After Ling Muyao bent down and greeted the 2 little ones, he got up and turned his head to ask Ling Shu, "Have you packed up?" "Well, when they finish eating, I can say hello to sister-in-law Guiping and leave. Don't be in a hurry. Let them eat slowly. It's still early. I was too tired to play yesterday. Neither of them could get up this morning, so we had breakfast late." Ling Shu opened his mouth to explain to Ling Muyao, worried that they would affect Ling Muyao's return time. Ling Muyao saw her worry. "It doesn't matter. I have nothing to do today. It doesn't matter whether it's early or late. Turn around and look at the 2 people who are still eating cakes. You eat slowly. It's easy to choke if you eat too fast." Their mouths were full of food, and they could only nod in response. Ling Muyao looked at the cute appearance of the 2 children and also smiled. Ling Shu said goodbye to sister-in-law Guiping. She didn't want to calculate the room fee and the cost of meals. When Ling Shu left, she quietly put 20,000 yuan in the drawer of her front desk and left. Along the way, the 2 little guys had a lot of questions, and Ling Muyao patiently answered them one by one. Ling Muyao sent the 3 people downstairs of the apartment. When they got out of the car, Nono was basically about to rebel. She felt that her uncle's score in her heart was about to catch up with her father. After all, the uncle is gentle and patient, and also tells them stories and jokes. After Ling Shu got off the bus, "Brother Yao, thank you for sending us back. You are so polite to your brother. Can you keep a new number? I've been in Jiangchen recently. I can take my 2 children out to play when I have time. Of course, I'm sorry, the situation was special before, and I didn't tell everyone about the change of number. Don't be sorry, as long as you are doing well. You guys go up quickly. I'll go first." "Okay, Brother Yao, be safe on the road." "Goodbye, uncle." Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunwo also waved goodbye to Ling Muyao. "Cheng, Nono, see you next time." After Ling Muyao drove away, Ling Shu took the 2 little ones back to the apartment. "Isn't the godmother at home?" The godmother will go to get the dress and come back later. Chung Chung, go and take a shower quickly. After washing, I'll wash for Nwanwa. On the way, Ling Shaw sent a message to Chen Sissy. She said that several dresses were basically finished and she was going to get them back. Now, Ling Shaw has sewn it by hand and delivered it. Multiplied by lying in bed at night, the little girl sighed, "Oh, it's too difficult." It's rare for Ling Shaw to see his daughter down. "What's wrong with Nono?" "Mom, it's okay. She just can't think about what to eat tomorrow." Ling Yucheng quickly explained cleverly, but his mother must not find out that they had found their father. He threw himself on the bed and told his sister. Ling Yunhua took out his phone watch again and quietly sent a voice message to Tang Yucheng. "Dad, I almost defected today. My uncle is also very nice. He also told us stories and jokes and drove us home. Do you have time tomorrow? If you don't meet me again and treat me to strawberry cake and strawberry ice cream, Uncle's score will surpass yours." Tang Yucheng listened to Ling Yuno's little milk sound. This time he came back very quickly. "Tomorrow, I will ask someone to pick you up and take you to eat cake and ice cream." "Dad, can I take my brother with me?" Mom said she wanted to share it. Ling Yunhua still never forgets his brother. "It's okay. Okay to Dad, wait for you. Call me in advance tomorrow. We can only go out when Mom is not at home. So you should contact me in advance." "Okay, but you'd better tell your mother when you go out, or she will be worried." "Do you need me to help you?" Tang Yucheng felt that it was not good to sneak out. If necessary, he could help the two children say hello to their mother. Okay, Dad, I'll tell Mom. Don't worry, see you tomorrow." Well, Ling Yunhua was scared to death. She let her mother know that she and her brother went to find her father by themselves, and the two of them were dead. Xiao Budden crawled over and gently woke up her brother to report the latest information as soon as possible. The next day, Ling Shaw and Chen Sissy had to go to the studio to make a dress early in the morning, so they could only take the two children again. Zhu entrusted Xiao Wei to take care of him. After Xiao Wei arrived at the apartment, Ling Shaw told the two little guys to go out with Chen Sissy. As soon as the mother and the godmother went out, she immediately took out her phone watch to contact Tang Yucheng. "Dad, are you here to pick me up? I'm going out now. Have you told your mother? Do you need to wait for me to say hello?" Having said that, Mom must have agreed that we didn't go out. "Dad, come quickly. My brother and I will wait for you downstairs." Although the child who lied was going to swallow 1,000 needles, the brother said it and couldn't let his mother know that they had gone to see their father, so Ling Yunhua felt that it was a last resort to lie. If he wanted to swallow 1,000 needles, the brother had to bear half of it. Ling Yunhua hung up the phone and called his brother while quickly changing his clothes and going to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. Xiao Wei heard Ling Yunhua call and knew that the two of them were going to find their father again, and he was used to it. The two dressed neatly and went downstairs. Tang Yucheng's black Rolls-Royce just stopped. He had arranged for the driver to pick him up. Thinking of Grandma Ling Yunhua's voice, Tang Yucheng decided to come in person. "Dad, is this your new car? That's cool, isn't it, brother?" Ling Yunhua turned around and said to his brother. Although Li Yucheng also thought it was cool, he couldn't show it. He said softly. There was a sound. Tang Yucheng looked at the little boy in front of him. He obviously liked him very much, but he pretended not to be interested. He was really a little curious about him. Tang Yucheng opened the car door and let the two get on the bus. "Let's take you to have breakfast first. Where do you want to go today?" "I want to go to the zoo. Last time my godmother took me and my brother to the amusement park. I haven't been to the zoo yet." "Dad, can we go to the zoo?" "Okay, then let's go to the zoo." This is Tang Yucheng's first time to take care of a child. He didn't expect that the child could be so energetic. From the time he went out to now, Ling Yunhua has never stopped. He jumped around all the way and ate all the way. He never stopped. Although Ling Yucheng didn't talk much in front of him and was very quiet, he still couldn't hide the child's day when he arrived at the zoo. Sex, obviously very happy, followed his sister around. Several people played until the afternoon, and the three of them were sitting on the bench to rest. Tang Yucheng felt a little tired. At this time, Xiao Wei called and asked when they would go back. She said that her mother and godmother would probably come back, so they had to ask Tang Yucheng to take them home. "Dad, Nono is very happy today. Thank you, Dad, for treating me to strawberry ice cream and strawberry cake." After saying that, don't forget to kiss Tang Yucheng on the cheek. Although Ling Yucheng is still inspecting Tang Yucheng, taking them to the zoo today is a bonus. "Thank you." 2 words cool. Tang Yucheng thought he was really an interesting child. When Xiao Wei came down to pick up the 2 little guys upstairs, he turned around and drove away. Chapter 34 Encounter in the most embarrassing time. When Ling Shaw and Chen Sissy came back, the 2 little guys were already playing with toys in the room. "Are they good today? Did they cause trouble for Xiao Wei?" "Mom, of course we are very good." Ling Yunhua answered obediently. Ling Shaw has to go to the studio tomorrow. He took his pajamas and prepared to take a shower early. At this time, his mobile phone rang. It was Ling Moyao. "Hello, brother Yao. Xiao Shu, didn't I disturb you? No, it's okay now. What's the matter? Tutor, there will be a dinner party tomorrow night, and a female companion is missing. I want to ask if you have time, please accompany me to attend. After a minute of silence, Ling Muyao on the other end of the phone waited nervously and was about to give up. It seemed that he was too abrupt. It doesn't matter. If it's inconvenient, forget it. In fact, Ling Shu really wondered if he attended the dinner party, which he had never been to such an occasion, would he be humiliated by Brother Yao. But when I heard Brother Yao's lost voice, I couldn't bear to refuse. Yes, Brother Yao, send me the time and place, and I'll be there by myself. I'll pick you up at 7 p.m. Okay, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Multiplied by at 7 p.m., Ling Muyao parked the car downstairs of the apartment on time. After getting out of the car, he called Ling Shu and waited by the car. Ling Shu went downstairs and walked to Ling Muyao, wearing a black off-the-shoulder evening dress. The cut-fit dress was tightly wrapped around her slender body, with graceful curves, sexy and charming. Tender, white and flawless skin, starry eyes, slender and elegant neck, beautiful, noble, generous and elegant and charming. The slender jade legs exposed outside the evening dress and the high heels of the same color are more charming. Forrest when Shu approached, Brother Yao to Ling Muyao came back to his senses, coughed awkwardly, opened the co-driver's door for her, and then detoured the cab and drove away. On a dazzling night, luxury cars gathered at the gate of Jiangchen Dihao Hotel. Unexpectedly, there were reporters carrying long guns and short cannons blocking the door. Ling Shu sat in the car and was a little nervous. She didn't expect such a big battle, thinking it was just an ordinary party. When the two got out of the car, Ling Muyao took her hand and held his arm. Don't be nervous. After we go in, just find a small corner to stay. Hearing Brother Yao's words, Ling Shu relaxed a little. They must not be important people. Just go in and hide in the corner. As soon as the two entered the door of the hotel, they found a commotion at the door. The reporter next to them exclaimed, Tang Yicheng. Tang Yicheng is here. Everyone hugged them, and many security guards came out to block the crazy reporters. Tang Yicheng's 3 words made Ling Shu turn around. He saw a luxurious and noble pagani slowly stop at the gate, and the security guard respectfully came forward to open the door. Tang Yicheng, dressed in black formal clothes, stepped out his slender legs and got out of the car. He was still the same as 4 years ago, handsome and dashing, full of aura. Ling Shuzhen was distracted. The security guard opened the car doors on both sides. Wen Qing was wearing a fiery red evening dress and a pink brick necklace sent by Tang Yicheng last time. With a slight smile on her face, she was generous and decent, and slowly got out of the car. Wow. Mr. Tang drove the car himself. He is really a talented man and a beautiful woman. What a couple. Who says no? Business tycoons love temperament dancers. I heard that it's her first love. Oh, my god. It's too infatuated and romantic. I envy Miss Wen so much. The discussion of the crowd came one after another. Ling Shu looked at a pair of tall and standing people and stiffly. Standing still, she didn't expect to meet Tang Yicheng and Wen Qing. After all, Jiangcheng was so big that if she knew they were there, she might not have come with Brother A Yao. There seemed to be a lot of people around, and my breathing was not very smooth. I didn't expect that it was still a little uncomfortable to see it with my own eyes for years later. What's the matter? Are you all right? Your hands are very cold. Ling Mu saw that Ling Shu seemed to be wrong from the appearance of Mr. Tang. It's okay, Brother Yao. Let's go in. Maybe it's windy outside. Ling Shu turned around and stopped looking at the wall man. On the other side, Tang Yicheng looked up and glanced at Ling Shu's back as he turned around. Was it her? No, she has never dressed up like this. And there seems to be a man next to her. She must have seen it wrong. Seeing that Tang Yicheng's eyes had been staring at the door of the hotel, Wen Qing, who followed him, followed his gaze and looked over there. There was nothing. She was stunned. Yicheng, what are you looking at? It's nothing. Let's go in. After Ling Shu followed Ling Muyao in, Ling Muyao himself had some relationships to socialize with. He saw that Ling Shu was not in a good mood, so he asked her to rest by herself and come to her later. The banquet hall was full of powerful and beautiful people. Ling Shu was really uncomfortable with this kind of occasion for the first time. She went to sit on the sofa in the corner, and next to her happened to be a buffet table. Ling Shu sat for a while, took a glass of juice, picked a plate of food, and prepared to go back to the sofa to eat something to fill her stomach. She just turned around, a big belly, the middle-aged bald man stood behind her and almost spilled the juice in his hand on the other party. Excuse me. Ling Shu hurriedly stepped back to apologize and was ready to leave, but was blocked by the other party. Miss, alone? Do you want me to go with you? The greasy old man stared at Ling Shu for a long time and saw her alone. After sitting on the sofa for a long time, she was so beautiful that she probably had no background, so she stretched out her unscrupulous salted pig's hand directly. Seeing this, Ling Shu hurriedly dodged to the side. Brother Yao didn't see anyone now. Ling Shu was a little anxious. There were not many people in this corner. The man in front of her had been blocking her. She didn't go out left or right. This person was difficult to deal with. Seeing that Ling Shu didn't make a sound, the greasy man was even bolder. He opened his hands and wanted to come forward to hug him. Ling Shu poured the juice in his hand directly in a hurry. The greasy man's whole face and clothes were wet. He raised his hand and slapped Ling Shu's cheek directly. "Bitch, do you know who I am? Shameless, I'll make you cry and beg me later." After saying that, he went straight forward and pulled Ling Shu out. Ling Shu struggled hard and let me go. "Let go of me. Bitch, let's see how I deal with you later." The commotion attracted everyone's attention. They all looked over, but no one knew Ling Shu. The people attending the banquet were all the presidents of the enterprise. They had more or less business exchanges with greasy men. Everyone did not make a sound to stop them, just like watching a play. "Let go." With a cold voice, the crowd automatically separated, and Tang Yichen came through the crowd. His eyes stared at the greasy man holding Ling Shu's hand, which was already red. "Let go." Everyone knows that Mr. Tang is full of joy and anger, but now everyone can feel his anger. The greasy man let go and grabbed Ling Shu's hand. He to Mr. Tang, "This woman sneaked in and seduced me. Now she regrets and splashed me all over. I'll teach her a lesson." Tang Yichen didn't look at him from beginning to end. He stared at the woman in front of him and looked at the red mark on her face. "That hand hit it? Huh? What?" The greasy man didn't expect that this woman would know Tang Yichen. If he knew him, he would never dare to provoke him. "I asked which hand hit it." "No, Mr. Tang, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." The greasy man realized that something was wrong and swallowed the explanation. Tang Yichen didn't listen to his nonsense. He said to Li Cheng next to him and dragged him out. Li Cheng didn't expect to meet his wife at the banquet, and under such circumstances. "This Mr. Zhang is very unlucky. It's not good to mess with anyone, but to mess with them, Mr. Tang." "Yes." Li Cheng dragged the greasy man away cleanly. Everyone doesn't know what the ending of waiting for the greasy man will be. In short, it won't be better. Later, Mr. Zhao's company went bankrupt in a week, and everyone knew that it was done by JK Group. Chapter 35. Tang Yichen took her home. Ling Shu stood in place, afraid just now. She didn't dare to look at Tang Yichen, especially when she met for the first time for years later. She was so embarrassed and he was so noble. Tang Yichen took off his coat and walked over and put it on her. Ling Shu was stunned in a voice that only Tang Yichen could hear. "Thank you." Tang Yichen bent down and walked out of the door with her in his arms. Wen Qing came over and only looked at this scene. She hurriedly called Tang Yichen to stop. Tang Yichen stopped when he walked to Wen Qing's side and asked Li Cheng to send you back. After saying that, he left without looking back, leaving Wen Qing behind him, staring fiercely at the backs of the two people leaving. Everyone was whispering, "Who was that woman? Why did Mr. Tang take her away?" Yes, Mr. Tang left Miss Wen behind. Hearing these words, Wen Qing was even more angry. She was unwilling to maintain the relationship for 4 years, and she could never change because of Ling Shu. Ling Muyao, who had just been talking to people in the box, heard about the fast just now. Hearing that Ling Shu was taken away by Tang Yichen, he quickly called Ling Shu, but no one answered. Multiplied by Ling Shu was carried into the car by Tang Yichen in a daze. When she realized, the car had parked at the door of the villa where the two lived before. Tang Yichen got out of the car and walked to the co-pilot to carry Ling Shu into the house. Ling Shu buried his head low. "Let me down and I can go by myself." Tang Yichen didn't say anything, but he didn't listen to her. Ling Shu twisted his body and struggled to come down. Tang Yichen stopped, suppressed his low voice, and did not move. Ling Shu was scared like a quail, and Tang Yichen carried her into the room. Putting Ling Shu on the bed, Tang Yichen got up to find the ointment, and the red marks on his face were a little swollen. Ling Shu sat on the bed and looked at the furnishings in the room. It was still the same as when he left 4 years ago. The suit on his body smelled like Tang Yichen. Ling Shu's eyes turned red in an instant and couldn't help blowing his nose. Tang Yichen came in with the ointment and looked at Ling Shu's eyes and nose were red. He thought it was because of what had just happened. He hurried over. He held a tube of ointment in his hand and gently smeared it on Ling Shu with a cotton swab. His movements were gentle. His to be gentle. "Just now, I was thinking about how to get rid of that man. I was afraid. I saw that Tang Yichen was dizzy and didn't care about the wound on his face. Now that I calmed down, I felt the pain." Tang Yichen looked at the red and swollen marks on Ling Shu's face, frowned and hissed, and his eyes were full of tears. The pig should have chopped his hands directly. Neither of them spoke. Tang Yichen quietly helped her deal with her red and swollen face. Looking at his focused appearance, Ling Shu gradually became a little distracted. "I have to say that after so many years, this man is still so good-looking, with long eyelashes and a straight nose. Because of his high concentration, his lips are slightly tense, and he still looks so serious. Chen Chen's eyes and nose are very similar to him." The two of them were so close that she could even hear his shallow breathing and his warm breath. Ling Shu felt that his face was getting hotter and hotter, and he wanted to step back. Well, don't wash your face at night. 3 times a day, apply it for 2 days and it will disappear. After saying that, he covered the ointment and handed it to Ling Shaw. Thank you. Ling Shaw took the ointment and bowed his head to say thank you. Ling Shaw suddenly remembered that he had left his bag in the hotel. He hadn't said anything to Brother Yao yet. He would be anxious when he couldn't find himself. Can I borrow your mobile phone? I left my bag at the hotel. Ling Shaw is always a little timid and inferior in front of Tang Yichen, and dare not speak too loudly. Tang Yichen took out his mobile phone and handed it to her. Ling Shaw quickly called Ling Moyao. Brother Yao, it was me. Xiao Shaw, are you okay? I came out to hear that a girl was harassed. Is it you? Well, he recognized the wrong person. I'm fine. I happened to meet a friend and left first. I left my phone in a hurry, so I didn't have time to tell you. Ling Shaw didn't want Brother Yao to feel guilty, so he deliberately took it over lightly. Sorry, Xiao Shaw. Brother Yao, it's okay. Go to bed early. Have you gone home yet? I'll go to see you first. Ling Muyao is still worried. I haven't gone home yet. Let's make an appointment another day. Xiao Shaw, is your friend Mr. Tang? Ling Muyao heard that everyone said that Mr. Tang took the harassed girl away. Well, yes. Ling Shaw didn't intend to lie to Brother Yao, but he didn't explain her relationship with Tang Yichen. After all, Tang Yichen stood behind him and stared at him on the phone. Okay, then you should go back to rest early. Ling Shaw hung up the phone and turned around. Seeing that Tang Yichen was still standing behind him, he hurriedly returned his mobile phone. Thank you. This is the 3rd thank you said to me tonight. Tang Yichen took the mobile phone and looked at Ling Shaw teasingly. Ling Shaw lowered his head and thought of the 2 babies at home. She hadn't come back so late. They must be worried to death. Seeing Tang Yichen turn around and leave. Wait a minute, can you lend me your mobile phone again? I'll call you again. It will be fine soon. Tang Yichen didn't say anything and handed over his mobile phone. Ling Shaw took it and saw that Tang Yichen had no intention of going out. After dialing Chen Sissy's phone, he slowly moved the window and lowered his voice. Sissy, have Chen Chen and Wanhua slept? I have something to do here. I don't think I can go back until early tomorrow morning. Aha, thank you for taking them to sleep today. Okay, I'll talk to them. Ling Shaw told him to hang up the phone. He must not go back tonight with half of his swollen face, otherwise the 2 babies would be very worried when they saw it. Later, he would find a hotel to stay for 1 night. It should disappear tomorrow. At that time, he would get some concealer to cover it. Ling Shaw finally finished the phone call. Sorry to keep you waiting for so long. I returned my mobile phone awkwardly. Can you call a car to the hotel for me? I'll go back to get the bag. The mobile phone and wallet are in it. If you don't go back to get the bag first, you can't do anything. Stay here tonight. I'll ask someone to pick it up and send it to you tomorrow. Don't bother. There should be someone in the hotel. I'll just go by myself. Ling Shaw instinctively refused. What's the matter with living here? They are all divorced. Miss Wen knew that she must be angry. You really don't need to. Just call a car for me. It's not good to let people know the misunderstanding. Are you afraid of someone's misunderstanding? Tang Yichen suddenly approached, and the warm breath sprayed on Ling Shu's face, which scared Ling Shu to step back and fell on the bed. Does she already have someone else? The Yao brother who just called. Tang Yichen guessed in his heart that he didn't know who was secretly talking for half an hour later. At such a close distance, his eyes stared at the little woman in a black dress in front of him. Although he was still wearing his coat, his chest was exposed, which was more white. Further down, he saw the proud twin peaks, Yingyi's slender waist, looking at the moist lips, and slowly approaching with his head down. Ding to the prompt of the mobile phone message sounded, and Ling Shu came back to his senses and turned away. Tang Yichen stood up and opened his mouth in a low and hoarse voice. Don't think too much. You sleep here and I sleep in the guest room. I'll ask someone to deliver your bag tomorrow, and you go by yourself. After saying that, he took his pajamas and walked out of the bedroom without looking back. After Tang Yichen left, Ling Shaw sat on the bed blankly, his face turned red, and he didn't understand why he was stupid when he saw others. Unexpectedly, I was seduced by his beauty. I can't leave. I can only sleep here tonight. When I opened the wardrobe, Ling Shu didn't see the women's clothes. He was inexplicably relieved and took a shirt of Tang Yichen to take a shower. Chapter 36 Mr. Tang caught a bad cold with cold water. All night, Ling Shaw unexpectedly slept well. In the morning, he was woken up by a knock on the door. After getting out of bed, he went to open the door in a daze and saw Tang Yichen standing outside the door and staying where he was. Tang Yichen swore that he didn't expect such a scenery when he opened the door. He took 3 cold showers last night to suppress the fire on his body, which led to a cold and a terrible headache when he got up this morning, and he didn't go to the company. The little woman in front of her just got up and opened the door of the room. Her hair was messy, she was wearing her own white shirt, and her 2 slender long legs were exposed. Her hem just covered her buttocks. The buttons on her chest were loose, and half of her sides were round and looming. Tang Yichen turned his head and coughed softly. He handed her the bag in his hand. You changed your clothes first. The clothes inside were bought by someone in the morning. It was inconvenient for you to go out with yesterday's dress. Ling Shaw took the bag with a red face. Thank you. When I closed the door and went in, I went to the bathroom to find that the button of my shirt was loose. I thought that I had just opened the door for Tang Yichen and stood at the door for so long. Did he see it all? Help me, let me disappear in place. No wonder he kept twisting his head when he handed himself the clothes just now. Ling Shaw felt that he was going to collapse and had no face to see Tang Yichen. She took out the clothes in the bag, which were a small fragrant skirt. She changed her clothes, washed herself, and deliberately procrastinated for a while before leaving the room. There was no sound outside. I thought he should go to work. As soon as she went downstairs, she saw that her bag had been delivered. She was lying on the sofa and ran over. She was about to pick it up. The sound behind her almost scared her to death. How are you? Come here for breakfast. Tang Yichen is dressed in grey, color home clothes and slippers, coming out of the kitchen with dishes and chopsticks, with a cold temperament, like a character coming out of a comic. Ling Shaw was really scared to death by him just now. Why didn't he go to work in the company so late? She thought that no one in the family was ready to leave with the bag. No. I won't eat. I'll go back first. It's not easy to take a taxi here in the morning. I'll ask the driver to take you back after eating. Well, I'm sorry to bother you. Tang Yichen looked up at her, said nothing, and bowed his head to eat his own. Ling Shaw walked over and sat opposite him. There were vegetable porridge and eggs on the table. Ling Shaw made a bowl and peeled an egg. Why didn't you go to the company today? People are uncomfortable. What's the matter? Do you want to go to the hospital? When Ling Shaw heard him say that he was not feeling well, he was in a hurry and put down the spoon. Tang Yichen looked up at her and said nothing. Ling Shaw realized that he was too excited. I mean, if you don't feel well, you'd better go to the hospital. Don't drag it. Well, it's troublesome if it's serious. He quickly picked up the spoon and lowered his head to continue eating. Tang Yichen pushed the bowl forward and caught a cold. I'm done eating. The driver will arrive in about 20 minutes. He will take you back and help me close the door when I leave. I'll go up to sleep first. He said he was going to turn around and go upstairs. Only then did Ling Shaw find that his voice was hoarse and his face was also pale. Staring at his back upstairs, he didn't turn around until he entered the room and closed the door. He lowered his head and quickly finished breakfast and cleaned up by the way. When he came out of the kitchen, the driver just rang the doorbell. Ling Shaw looked back upstairs with his bag and turned around and left. Tang Yichen felt dizzy. I guess he had a fever. In fact, he lay in bed and didn't fall asleep since he went upstairs. He kept listening to the movement downstairs. The jingle sound seems to go back to 4 years ago, when the two were not divorced. She always liked to cook for herself every day in the kitchen. The only thing she learned after she left was to cook porridge. The sound of closing the door sounded, and he knew that she had left. Tang Yichen lay in bed in a daze. He just felt that he was about to fall asleep when he was woken up by the ringing of his mobile phone. Say, Big brother, it's me. I want to ask why you didn't come to the company today, is it? Forget. You ask us to have a meeting. Luo Yan asked cautiously. He could feel the big brother's anger across the phone, as if he was dissatisfied. I'm not feeling well and I have a cold. Then he hung up the phone. Big brother. Luo Yan looked at his mobile phone. The eldest brother was so ruthless, and he still wanted to care about his health. Several people sitting there looked at each other. Yesterday, they received a notice from the eldest brother that they came to the meeting today. Who knew that Lu Xiaowo, who was late the most, had arrived? The eldest brother had not appeared yet, and the president didn't know where he had gone. So he asked Luo Yan to call the eldest brother. I don't know what the eldest brother said, but it seemed that it would not be possible. What's wrong with the big brother? Qing Hao asked Luo Yan curiously. After all, the eldest brother has always been a self-disciplined maniac and will never delay his work because of anything. Today, he even forgot to make an appointment with them for a meeting. Yes, what's wrong with the eldest brother? Why did you forget the meeting? The monsoon sale also gossiped over. Luo Yan looked up and found that even the coldest second brother was looking at him, but he really didn't know what the inside story was. The eldest brother said that he was not feeling well and had a cold. I heard his voice like a bad cold. Is the eldest brother sick? Have a bad cold? Unexpectedly, the big brother Tieda's body was sick. The monsoon sale sighed in shock. No wonder he is so surprised. They have known each other for so many years, and the eldest brother has never been unable to work for health reasons. Qing Hao is also very strange. The weather is fine now. The temperature is not so low. How could he catch a bad cold? Only Moza is more normal. The eldest brother is also a human, not a god. Isn't it normal to catch a cold? He looked up and said to Luo Yan, take a look at the eldest brother's house later. He is alone at home. If he has a high fever, no one will take care of him. But I can't take care of patients either. Luo Yan protested. It's okay to go and have a look. He really can't take care of patients. You can ask Shang Wan'er to go with you. Moza thought that Luo Yan was also unreliable. Although Tang Wan'er was not much better than Luo Yan in taking care of patients, after all, she was a girl. It was okay to get some food, cook some porridge and so on. Well, this heavy responsibility can only be left to me. Luo Yan stood up, as if he was going to the battlefield. Several brothers didn't look at him. Since the eldest brother was sick and couldn't have a meeting, everyone was ready to go back and start working. Luo Yan took out his mobile phone and called Tang Wan'er. Tang Wan'er was working hard on the 20th floor at the moment. After receiving a call, she heard that her eldest brother was sick and asked her to go home together. She quickly asked the supervisor for leave to go upstairs to find Luo Yan. Chapter 37. I found a woman in the eldest brother's house. Tang Wan'er went to the supermarket to buy some fruits and food, and also went to the pharmacy to buy some cold medicine. I guess her brother didn't have anything at home. The two rushed to Tang Yichen's villa, rang the doorbell, and waited for a long time, but no one opened the door. The eldest brother won't faint inside, will he? Luo Yan's reasonable guess is that, after all, if you have a severe cold, you may have a high fever and faint in severe cases. Ah, Brother Wu, what should I do? Should I call the police? Or call an ambulance? Tang Wan'er was so scared by Luo Yan that she kept slapping on the door. I'll call someone to open the door first. Luo Yan took out his mobile phone and was about to find the one to open the lock. Suddenly, the door opened from the inside, and Tang Wan'er slapped the door and almost fell in. Tang Yichen's face was haggard, and there was an abnormal blush on his face. He stood coldly inside, looking weak, but obviously more angry. It's so noisy. Tang Yichen looked at the two people at the door in a bad tone. He opened the door and turned to walk towards the sofa. After sitting down, he leaned against his back. The two hurried in and put the food into the kitchen. When they came out, they saw that Tang Yichen was still in the same posture, closing his eyes as if he was asleep. I guess he heard the sound of them approaching, raised his eyelids, frowned and asked, "What are you two doing here?" "Brother, I heard you say that you were sick in the morning. We were worried that no one would take care of you, so I came with Wan'er to have a look. It's okay after seeing it. You can go back." After giving the order to expel the guests, Tang Yichen got up and was about to go upstairs to sleep. Who knew that, as soon as he stood up, he felt black in front of his eyes and fainted directly. Luo Yan stood beside him and quickly held him up. Tang Wan'er was scared. Brother, what's wrong with you?" "Touch the forehead." "Oh, my God, why is the temperature so high?" Luo Yan was still calm at the critical moment. "Help me and take the eldest brother to the hospital." Oh, yes, go to the hospital, we will go to the hospital right away." After a period of chaos, the two finally sent Tang Yichen to the hospital and put him in the ward. When Moza, Qinghao and Ji Fengfang arrived, Tang Yichen had already hung up the drip and had not yet woken up. "I heard the doctor say that nothing happened, but it's better to observe for 2 days. I fainted because I had a fever all day, didn't take any measures, and didn't take medicine. He didn't eat much, so he fainted. He will wake up later." Only then did everyone feel relieved. They were scared when they just received the phone call. They were afraid that Grandpa Tang would be old and worried about the eldest brother, so everyone didn't tell him. After sitting for a while, Tang Wan'er thought of what the doctor said to be hospitalized for 2 days. Her brother probably wouldn't get used to the things in the hospital. She told everyone to go back and help pack up some hospitalized things. She was too anxious just now and left in a hurry without taking anything. Qinghao said that she would send her back, but she wanted to refuse. Several brothers were there. She didn't have much to say and nodded to agree. After Tang Wan'er got on the car, she didn't say a word. "What's wrong? Who made you unhappy again?" Seeing that she didn't speak, Qinghao thought that her work was not smooth again. No, then he turned his head and looked out the window. Sometimes he also hates himself. He knows that Qinghao doesn't like him. He just thinks that he is a sister like Qing, but he just can't control himself. "My heart, since I was a child, I have been determined to marry him when I grew up, but after so many years, I didn't even dare to confess. In a flash, I shook myself into a leftover girl, and my parents also began to give me a blind date partner. She has always known that as the owner of the night bar, there is no shortage of women around Yinghao who take the initiative to send her door. She doesn't know whether she has slept or not. Anyway, it's right to see her hugs left and right. She is afraid of being alone with Qinghao and always can't control her heart. Tang Wan'er, you are such a coward." Qinghao seems to be in a bad mood today. Although she also works in JK Group, she has rarely seen her recently. "I don't know what happened to the little girl. Ask Qing another day." The car was parked at the door of the villa. Tang Wan'er took the key this time and opened the door directly. "I'm going upstairs to pack 2 sets of clothes for the eldest brother. Third brother, you sit down first." Tang Wan'er came to the room, opened the wardrobe, and took 2 sets of home clothes and a pair of slippers. "I was going to find a clean one to put on." When I turned around, I saw a black dress at the end of the bed. I thought it was the eldest brother who was sick and forgot to take it. I was about to clean it up. When I picked it up, it turned out to be a women's evening dress, and it was still worn. Tang Wana felt that she had found the new world. Her brother has been divorced for 4 years. This dress is definitely not Wen Qing's. She used to live in this villa with her sister-in-law. After the divorce, the eldest brother has been living here. Wen Qing has spent the night here, not to mention, and the number of times she has come to the villa is only a few. In fact, she didn't know why the two divorced at that time, and her sister-in-law had no news after the divorce. Now there is something wrong with the big brother. She picked up her skirt and ran downstairs. Third brother, look. What is this? Qing Hao looked at the unhappy face just now. The little girl, now running in front of her with a piece of black cloth with a shocked and gossipy face, looking at herself expectantly. Well, clothes. Qing Hao made a reasonable guess. Skirt. It's a skirt. Girls. I found it in the bed in my brother's room. Hearing this, Qing Hao was also interested, but when he turned around and thought about it, it could not be Wen Qing's. Absolutely impossible. Wen Qing has never spent the night in this villa. How do you know so clearly? Qing Hao is very curious. Humph, this is the result of gossip between women. Well, I'm really curious about who the woman who shared a good night with my brother last night. Tang Wana suddenly thought of something. Oh, my god, let me guess reasonably and boldly that my brother's severe cold and fever was not because he did that last night, and then excessive. What are you doing? Qing Hao doesn't understand. Isn't he too old to understand the secret language between the little girls now? It's just kissing me, and then a series of indescribable things happened. Qing Hao didn't expect that she was thinking about this. For a moment, she was also a little embarrassed. She reached out and patted Tang Wana's head gently. What does the little girl know? Pack up and go back to the hospital. Tang Wana turned upstairs with her skirt and whispered, what a little girl, I'm 25, and others have been married for a long time. Qing Hao listened to her muttering as she walked. He didn't know what she was talking about. What did you say? Ah, it's nothing. I said I've packed it up. I'll go up and take it down and leave. Humph, treat me as a child all day long. In the end, I couldn't help complaining. The two drove back to the hospital with their things. Tang Yichen had woken up, half lying on the hospital bed, with drips on his hands. Everyone else is not here. I guess they were driven away. Brother, you woke up. Are you better? You fainted just now and scared us. I brought you all the clothes and shoes. Well, it's much better. You should go back early. Lao San, send Wang back. Brother, I'll stay and take care of you. In case you don't feel well at night. No, I have a little cold. You can go back with Lao San. Qing Hao saw that there was no major problem with the eldest brother's mental state, so he pulled Tang Wana away. Chapter 38. It's Chen Cheng and Nono's father. The driver sent Ling Shu back to the apartment. From afar in the car, he saw Ling Muyao's car parked downstairs. Ling Muyao watched the car stand. Ling Shu got out of the car and walked towards Ling Muyao. Only then did he see that his face was haggard and he hadn't shaved his beard, as if he hadn't slept all night. Brother Yao, you came here so early. Well, I hung up the phone yesterday and still didn't worry about you. I'll come and have a look. Ling Muyao didn't tell her. In fact, he stood downstairs of Ling Shu's apartment for a night. He was eager to know her relationship with Tang Yichen. It's like a claw scratching his heart from time to time, and it's hard to sleep and eat. Knowing that when Ling Shu got married, he really decided to give up. As long as she was doing well, he could be her forever brother and protect her behind her. Later, she disappeared for 4 years without any news. He thought she was with her husband. Maybe her husband didn't want her to go back often, or it was inconvenient to have children. When we met again, he felt sad to see that she really had children. When he heard her say that he had divorced, he rekindled his hope in his heart. He didn't mind that she was married or had 2 children. He only hoped to give him a chance to take care of them for the rest of his life. He wanted to take his time. He was worried about scaring her. After all, she had always been his brother. But he panicked last night and knew that she was taken away by Mr. Tang of JK Group. The two knew each other. He had a very bad feeling. He was very uneasy and eager to know the answer immediately, so he kept waiting downstairs. It was Mr. Tang's car that sent her back just now, so they were together last night. Right. Ling Shu's face was much swollen in the morning, with only shallow marks. Tang Yichen's ointment was still very effective. Today, she applied a little concealer and basically couldn't see it. She didn't want everyone to worry. Well, it was too late last night to take a taxi, and I left my bag at the hotel, so I stayed outside for 1 night. After saying that, he felt a little guilty, like a child who fell in love with his parents early, and lowered his head and dared not look at Ling Muyao. Are you with Mr. Tang? Ling Muyao couldn't help asking. Ling Shu was stunned for a moment and slowly raised his head to stare at Ling Muyao puzzledly. Why did Brother Iao ask so much? Sorry, I didn't mean anything else. Tang is always the president of JK Group. I didn't expect that Xiaoshu would always be friends with Tang. Ling Muyao knew that Ling Shuo had misunderstood his words and explained in a panic. He is my ex-husband, Cheng Cheng and Nuanwa's father. Ling Shuo didn't want to deceive her to treat herself as her own brother. She more or less knew his intentions, but she didn't want to give him any hope. It was impossible before, and now it is even more impossible. After she divorced Tang Yichen, she gave birth to Cheng Cheng and Nuanwa. She never thought about her personal problems, and she did not intend to consider her personal questions. I just want to raise the two babies well and grow up happy. Brother Yao, I just want to accompany Cheng Cheng and Nuanwa to grow up in the future. I don't want to think about other things. You know, we will always be the closest relatives. I hope you can be happy. Ling Shuo looked at Ling Muyao and responded sincerely. Hearing this answer, although he expected it and made some preparations, Ling Muyao was still stiff in place. It turned out. It's a father who made a promise. It's good. Xiaoshu, I'm good to you. I'm willing to do it myself. You don't need to have a psychological burden. Remember to come to me for anything, and just think of me as your dearest brother, Yao. Ling Shuo nodded. Thank you, brother Yao. Ling Muyao opened the door of the car. You go back. The children are in a hurry. I'll go first. Call me if you need anything. Okay, brother Yao, be careful on the road. Looking at the car that drove away, Ling Shuo also breathed a sigh of relief. Some things are better for a long time than short pain. It's good for everyone to make it clear early. I hope brother Yao can really listen to him. As soon as Ling Shuo entered the door, two little guys rushed up. Mom, you are finally back. We miss you so much. Good baby, Mom misses you too. Ling Shuo hugged Ling Yucheng and kissed Ling Yunhua alone. The two little guys got up the earliest today and said they would get up first and wait for you to come back. Chen Sissy watched the three of them stick together and did not forget to prove the love of the two little guys for their mother. Thinking that the dress was almost ready, they returned to Yingxi after delivery. Before leaving, they planned to take the two babies out to play. Let's go, pack up, how about taking you to the ocean park with your godmother today? Okay, I can go out again. I'm really happy. Ling Yunhua clapped his hands happily. Multiplied by 1 day in the ocean park, Ling Yunhua was so tired that she fell asleep in the car when she came back. Ling Shuo got out of the car and was about to hold her upstairs. She woke up by herself. I have to say that she was still very considerate of her mother. In the evening, Ling Shuo discussed with Chen Sissy in the living room about going back. Check the progress of the dress production, and it will be completed in 2 days. Basically, they can go back on the weekend. They are going to book the ticket in advance according to the time. The episode of meeting Tang Yichen also made her worry. Originally, she thought that Jiangchen was so big that the possibility of meeting was almost impossible. The gap between your proud son and the common people was a gap, so she felt at ease to bring back with two little treasures. This encounter gave her a sense of crisis. If Tang Yichen found two children the existence, he wants to snatch it back. With his own ability, he can never compete with him, so it is best to complete it as soon as possible and return to Yingxi as soon as possible. After taking a shower, the two little babies lay in the quilt and whispered, "Brother, are we going back to Yingxi?" Nono asked her brother that she heard that her mother had to talk to her godmother today. It should be. I guess my mother is almost busy at work. What about Dad? We haven't let Dad be together again yet. It will be difficult for us to come back after we go back. Otherwise, just go back. Ling Yucheng said in frustration. Why, brother? Nono doesn't understand why his brother suddenly changed his fortune. I saw the news 2 days ago. What kind of dinner was Dad attending? There was a woman around me. Then I found that Dad had her every time on the news. The news said yes, and lied to us that we didn't have a girlfriend. Humph. Ling Yucheng's inspection of his father ended in failure. Really? But I can't give up on my father. I don't believe that my father is such a person. Ling Yunhua's expectations for his father are still very high. Maybe his blood is thicker than water. He hasn't been together for a few times, but his feelings are very deep. In the evening, the little girl secretly sent a voice message to Tang Yichen. Dad, my brother and Mom will go back to Yingxi soon. I can't ask you out to play. My brother read the news that you have a girlfriend and said that you are a liar. But I still believe in my father. I will miss him very much when I go back. You should also miss me and remember to call me often. After sending the voice message, he hid in the quilt alone and secretly wiped his tears. Tang Yichen, who was lying alone in the ward, received Ling Yunhua's choking farewell. Suddenly, he felt as if his heart was being grabbed by something, and he suddenly felt so uncomfortable that he couldn't breathe. Chapter 39. It turns out that she has 2 children. Wen Qing had been restless when she came back from the banquet. Ling Shuo came back, and Tang Yichen also took her away directly from the banquet site. That night, she called Tang Yichen crazily, but no one answered, and the jealousy and hatred in her heart grew wildly. Finally, she found out that Tang Yichen was sick and hospitalized. Early the next morning, she rushed to the hospital with the soup she had cooked herself. Pushing the door in, Tang Yichen was not lying in bed. He stood under the window and had changed into a suit. Yi Chen, how are you? I knew you were in the hospital, so I got up early in the morning to cook soup and rushed here. Boast Fuliakan turned around when he heard the sound and looked cold. After receiving Nono's message last night, he had been very uncomfortable. He didn't bring the sleeping pills he usually took. In fact, he didn't fall asleep all night and asked Li Chen to come over early in the morning. I have a little cold. I'm ready to be discharged from the hospital. At this moment, the insulation bucket in Wenqing's hand seemed a little superfluous. I made soup for you. Drink some first and then leave. With that, he quickly poured a bowl of hands for Tang Yichen and handed it to him. At this time, the president's special assistant Li Cheng knocked on the door and saw Wenqing in the ward. He was slightly stunned for a moment and recovered quickly. He didn't notice it. Mr. Tang, the discharge procedures have been completed. Okay, let's go. Tang Yichen turned around and was ready to go out. Yichen, I haven't drunk the soup yet. I've been boiling it for a long time. Your body has just recovered. You should eat something nutritious to supplement it. Wenqing held the bowl of soup and insisted on letting Tang Yichen drink it. Tang Yichen reached out and took a sip. It didn't taste as good as Ling Shu's stew. The first reaction in Tang Yichen's mind was this. Put down the bowl and let Li Chen take it with you. You can't finish it for a while. Then I'll pack the rest for you. After Tang Yichen left, Wenqing stared at the bowl of untoften soup and fell to the ground in anger. It must be because of Ling Shu. Since Ling Shu appeared in Jiangcheng, Yichen has become more and more cold to himself. Ling Shu, I will never let you ruin my relationship with Yichen. I must get the position of Mrs. Tang. Wenqing stood in the ward, with fragments and chicken soup all over the ground. She squeezed her hands tightly, and the expression on her face was almost distorted. Multiplied by Li Chen was driving the car, and Tang Yichen sat in the back row, staring out of the window. Li Cheng also found that his boss was wrong recently. Is it because his wife came back? I remember the card I gave him before. Mr. Tang, you asked me to transfer Miss Lin's card before. I went there twice and she was not there, so I gave it to the person who lived with her. Although she is a child, it is true that she does live with her. Okay. Seeing that the boss didn't ask much and was in a bad mood, Li Chen didn't say much more. As soon as he arrived at the office, Moza came in. Brother, are you alright? It's just a little cold. Wanor and Xiaowo are too nervous. After 2 days off, Tang Yichen sat down and opened the computer files. You can't blame them. You suddenly fainted, and we were shocked when we received the phone call. Looking at the appearance of the eldest brother, what did mother think of? He still couldn't sleep? Tang Yichen didn't say anything, which can be regarded as acquiescing. Why don't you see a doctor? It's an old problem. I know it myself. Hearing this, mother didn't say much. The eldest brother's temper was so stubborn. Everyone knew that it was useless to say it. Recently, he has been tracking down Eagle Eye and has not contacted anyone. He stayed in Jiangcheng for a few days and went to Beijing, and then there was no news. Does Wenqing have any clues? Tang Yichen shook his head. No, there is no news. I feel that Hawkeye appeared this time, as if it was deliberately revealed to us. Mother told Tang Yichen his guess. Let's continue to keep an eye on the 2 projects in the Middle East and Europe, and let the old 3 go together. Okay, big brother, then I'll go first. After Moza left, Tang Yichen got up and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor of JK Group. Multiplied by out of the hospital, Wenqing was in a bad mood and was going to the mall to vent. As soon as she approached the gate of the mall, she happened to meet Ling Shu. From a distance, she watched Ling Shu walk into the toy store with another girl and 2 children. She was picking in it, and she hurriedly followed her secretly. Mom, can I buy 2 toys and go back? Ling Yunhua hesitated with Barbie dolls and doctor's toys, and ran to Ling Shu and asked. But when we went out, we agreed that we could only choose one to thinking of going back to Yingshi. Ling Shu and Chen Sissy took 2 little babies out to buy gifts. Today, and bought something for Aunt Chen to bring back by the way. But Mom, I can't decide. I like both of them very much. Grandma Ling Yunhua's voice looked tangled. At this time, Chen Sissy came over. Her mother gave a gift, and her godmother also gave her a gift. How about Nuanhua and Chen Cheng alone to choose 2 gifts? Really? That's great. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, godmother. Ling Yunhua was very happy to be able to bring home the 2 favorite gifts. Ling Yucheng had already chosen a toy car. When he heard that he could choose one, he went to get another toy car. I have to say that Ling Yucheng really likes cars. Every time he chooses gifts, it is a small car. There are many different things at home. It's a toy car. 4 people came out of the toy store and continued to go shopping for Aunt Chen to choose. Mom, let's buy Osmondas cake for Grandma Chen later. Grandma Chen likes the kind that she brings back every time. Ling Yucheng said carefully. We are very good. I remember what Grandma likes to eat. Ling Shu touched his son's head and praised him with a smile. Don't worry, the godmother remembers that she will buy Osmondas cake early tomorrow morning. That store is doing well, and now it is probably sold out in the past. Looking at the four people talking and laughing and leaving, Wen Qing slowly came out. She was sure that she heard it right. She heard the two children called Ling Shu's mother. Those two children were Ling Shu's children. She actually has a child? Did she remarry? Wrong. Those two children look more than 3 years old. Are they Yi Chen's children? She was already pregnant when she divorced Yi Chen. Why didn't she tell Yi Chen and the old man that if the old man knew that she was pregnant, it would never be possible for them to divorce her? Does Yi Chen know these two children? I didn't see Yi Chen until the morning. If he knew that Ling Shu had a child, he would definitely not be like that, and the old man could not be so quiet. That is to say, Ling Shu gave birth to these two children without telling everyone. Countless speculations came out of Wen Qing's mind. No, Yi Chen must not be allowed to know about the existence of the two children. She took out her mobile phone and dialed a number that she hadn't contacted for a long time. Hey, help me check someone. Chapter 40. Cheng Cheng and Nuanhua are gone. A man's voice sounded on the other end of the phone. Miss Wen, I haven't contacted you for a long time. It's easy to check people. 100,000 yen. I'll give you the results at night. You know the rules to see the money to work. Okay, I'll transfer it to you right away. I'll send you the name. I must see the result in the evening. Don't worry about doing things with money. Hanging up the phone, Wen Qing stopped shopping and drove directly back to the apartment. At 8 p.m., the other party did send the information found to Wen Qing on time. It turned out that Ling Shu went to Yingxi after the divorce and gave birth to two children. The marital status column still showed that they were divorced. The two children were more than 3 years old and went to a small class in kindergarten. I guessed right. These two children are Yi Chen's. Ling Shu, why did you come back with two children? Why? No, you can't let Yi Chen know the existence of the two children. You can only take out your mobile phone and dial that number again. Miss Wen, the information has been sent to you. What's the matter? I want you to help me do something, and I'll give you 1 million when it's done. Haha, it's easy to say, as long as the money is in place, there is nothing we brothers can't do. After Wen Qing finished speaking. Miss Wen, this is not a small matter. Give a deposit of 1 million yen first, and pay 1 million yen after it's done. You, Ari, do things cleanly. Don't worry, our brothers are doing things. It's not the first time we have cooperated. Don't talk nonsense. I'll transfer it to you later and get it done as soon as possible. Haha, to it's refreshing. Hang up the phone. Oh, to this woman is really more cruel than our men. The man greeted the two people behind him. I have work to do. The three drove out. Multiplied by early in the morning, Chen Sissy had gone to buy Osmondas cake. Ling Shu received a call from Ling Muyao, thinking that he was leaving tomorrow, so he should say goodbye to brother Iao in person. Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhua quarreled to go together. Ling Shu went out with the two little guys. As soon as he arrived at the mall where he had an appointment for dinner, Ling Yunhua saw a clown selling a balloon in his hand at the door, and there were many people around him. Ling Yunhua ran over excitedly and wanted to buy one. Ling Yucheng followed her. Ling Shu stood beside her, and the phone rang. Brother Yao, we're here. We haven't entered yet. At the door of the restaurant. Mouth. I just parked the car and took the elevator immediately. Cheng Cheng and Nuanhua also came with me. I'll take them shopping and buy something to take back later. Well, I came to buy a wave yesterday. Let's have dinner first when you arrive. Okay, let's have a meal first. Ling Shu hung up the phone and found that Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhua were not selling balloons. He was a little flustered and hurriedly pushed the crowd in, but still didn't see anyone. He suddenly became anxious. While shouting their names, he anxiously asked the people around him if they had seen the two children. But everyone shook their heads. Ling Muyao came up and saw Ling Shu running around and pulling people to ask everywhere, and his eyes turned red. Xiao Shu, what's the matter? Seeing Ling Muyao, Ling Shu couldn't stand it any longer and cried out directly. Cheng Cheng and Nuanhua. It's gone. Just now. Nono also. She said she wanted to buy balloons, and Cheng Cheng followed her. Let's go together. I'll turn back after calling you. They are gone. Woo hoo to what should I do, brother Yao, woo woo to. Ling Muyao looked at Ling Shu crying while talking to himself about the situation at that time. He gently held Ling Shu's shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry. Let's go to the person in charge of the mall to check the monitoring first. It should not be far in a short time. Then call the police for the record first. Now, the police may not accept the disappearance in less than 24 hours. Let's go to the record first. Good. Ling Shu was at a low idea. Hearing Ling Muyao's words, he calmed down a little. Yes, there must be surveillance in the mall. If you check the surveillance, you will know what's going on. Ling Muyao took Ling Shu to the monitoring room of the mall. Explained the situation to the person in charge of the mall, and the other party heard the two children were missing, and they also attached great importance to it. They helped check the surveillance together, but the corner happened to be the blind spot of the surveillance. At first, they could see Nono running over to watch the clown selling balloons, and Cheng Cheng followed behind. Later, he didn't know what Nono saw. He turned around and ran to the position of the dead corner. Chung Chung also followed. The last body of the two people in the surveillance shadow never appeared in the camera again. Ling Muyao looked at the surveillance and felt like a deliberate kidnapping, and it was done by professional personnel, otherwise it would be impossible to completely avoid the surveillance and take the two children away. But he didn't dare to explain to Ling Shu that she certainly couldn't bear this now. He immediately comforted Ling Shu and called the police first. Because the disappearance has been missing for less than 24 hours, the police are indeed unable to accept it for the time being, but it has been registered, and they will begin to investigate after more than 24 hours. Ling Shu said that both of them were carrying phone watches. He hurriedly took out their mobile phones to call the two children. At first, they could be connected, but later they could not be connected directly. Ling Shu didn't know what to do. The police still had to wait. She was really anxious and blamed herself. Obviously, she was leaving tomorrow, but she blamed herself for not paying attention. Ling Muyao saw that she had been shedding tears and was very unstable, so she had to drive her back first. Don't worry. The police will search together tomorrow and soon find Chen Chen and Nuanhua. It's all my fault, Wutu, it's all my fault that I didn't take good care of them. What should I do if something happens to them? The two children have not left her since they were born. At this moment, she really broke down. In fact, she could guess that their disappearance was not so simple. The surveillance could not be detected, and the phone could not be connected. They must be in danger. Back to the apartment, Chen Sisi looked at Ling Shu crying and his eyes were red and swollen. Chung Chung and Nuanhua did not follow. He had a premonition that something had happened. What's wrong? Didn't Chen Chen and the others come back together? As soon as he asked, Ling Shu hugged Chen Sisi and cried. Sisi, Chung Chung and Nuanhua disappeared. I didn't know. They said they were going to buy balloons, and they were right next to me. Then it disappeared. Wu to what should I do? Looking at the collapsed Ling Shu, Chen Sisi looked up at Ling Muyao behind him. I checked the surveillance, but there was no clue. I also called the police. The police will wait for the 24th child to file a case. Ling Muyao told Chen Sisi about the current situation. Well, Sister Shu, since we have called the police, we have to believe in the power of the police. Don't worry, Chung Chung is so smart, and they will be fine. Chen Sisi comforted Ling Shu. Ling Shu cried for a while before slowly calming down. As long as he thought of the two children, he didn't know where they were in. Was he injured? I couldn't help crying. Although Chen Sisi and Ling Muyao comforted Ling Shu, they were also worried. After all, they didn't know each other's purpose. Now, the police have not filed a case, and everyone is anxious. Ling Muyao thought of something and said, Xiao Shu, there is another way now. What's the solution? Ling Shu raised his head blankly. Ask Chen Chen and Nono's father for help. Chapter 41 Ask Tang Yichen for help. Ling Shu was stunned when he heard Ling Muyao's words. Mr. Tang's connections and abilities in Jiangcheng. If he takes action, he will definitely find Chung Chen and Nuanhua soon. Although Ling Muyao's selfish thoughts in his heart do not want Ling Shu to have contact with the child's father, it is about the safety of the two children. If it is really done by professionals, only Tang Yichen can save the two children in the shortest time in Jiangcheng. Who is Chen Chen and Nono's father? Chen Sisi is by your side. I was confused while listening. If Chen Chen and Nono's father is in Jiangcheng and it sounds very powerful, then you must ask him to help. Ling Muyao didn't say anything more. At this time, it was up to Ling Shu to decide by himself. In fact, Ling Shu never thought of deliberately hiding the identity of the children's father. He just felt that there was no need to reveal it to the world. Now that it was this time, there was nothing to hide. Tang Yichen, president of JK Group, is my ex-husband and the biological father of Chen Chen and Nuanhua. Chen Sisi was so shocked that she stayed in place. Oh my god, this is too powerful. Come to your senses, Xiao Shu, you don't want to tell me that Mr. Tang doesn't know the existence of Chen Chen and Nuanhua. Chen Sisi said that she had to guess in her heart. Well, he doesn't know, so if he goes to find him, he may find that he may snatch the child back. But she can't care so much now. Compared with the safety of the children, if they only lose their custody, at least two children can live safely in a place where they can see. Chen Sisi also feels embarrassed at this time. After all, if she fights a lawsuit with the president of JK Group for the child, Sister Shu will definitely not be able to fight. Let's go, Brother Yao, please take me to JK Group. Ling Shu stood up, wiped his tears, and decided to ask Tang Yichen for help. Have you thought about it? Ling Muyao asked. Yes, Sister Shu, have you thought about it? Chen Sisi also asked with some concern. Well, I've thought about it. Nothing is more important than finding Chen Chen and Nono as soon as possible. Okay, I'll take you there. Ling Shu took Ling Muyao's car to the downstairs of JK Group and did a long time psychological construction along the way. Stop the car, Xiao Shu. I thought of a way. I'll go up with you and say that the child is ours. In this way, Mr. Tang will not suspect that Qing Cheng and Nuanhua are his children, but he may wrong you. Thank you, Brother Ayao. Ling Shuyi thought that this might also be a way. No matter what Tang Yichen thinks of her, as long as he doesn't find out that Chen Cheng and Wanwo are their children, as long as he is willing to help, she can do anything. Thinking that the two children had no news now, Ling Shu couldn't help blushing again. Sort out your emotions and walk in together. I just walked in and was stopped by the front desk. I smiled and asked the two of them, how are you? Who are you looking for? Excuse me, I want to find you, Mr. Tang. Okay, do you have an appointment? No. Sorry, I can't let you go up if you don't have an appointment, or you can call Mr. Tang first. The Duxia receptionist gave advice. This at that time, Li Cheng came in from outside and saw the back in front of him who was a little familiar. When he walked in, it was indeed his wife. The receptionist also saw Li Cheng. Hello, Li Tasuka. Li Cheng walked away and walked into Ling Shu. 2. Hello, Miss Ling, you are. Are you coming to see Mr. Tang? Do you need any help? Well, yes, can you take us up? Li Cheng glanced at Ling Muyao next to Ling Shu and guessed the relationship between the two. The front desk lady saw that Li Tasuka knew the two of them, and he took them there in person, so it was nothing wrong. Li Cheng took Ling Shu and Ling Muyao to the door of the president's office on the top floor. Wait a minute, and I'll go and report to Mr. Tang first. Okay, I'm sorry to bother you. Miss Ling, you're welcome. Sit on the sofa here first. After about 10 minutes, Li Cheng came over. Miss Ling, Mr. Tang, please come in with me. The two stood up and followed Li Cheng, leading them to the president's office. Li Cheng retreated. Ling Shu and Ling Muyao stood there. Only Ling Shu knew how nervous and embarrassed he was. His hands were twisted together uneasily. He had just built his heart all the way. He thought about the words all the way, but now he has forgotten them all. Tang Yichen sat behind the table and raised his head. He saw Ling Shu and Ling Muyao standing there. He didn't know what Ling Shu came to find him on purpose, and he also brought a man. His intuition told him that this man likes Ling Shu, so what is their relationship? Husband and wife? Ling Muyao saw that neither of them spoke. He believed that many people in the mall regarded Tang Yichen as an idol and target. Today, after close contact, he knew that Mr. Tang's aura was indeed not something that ordinary people could bear. He said for Ling Shu, Mr. Tang, I'm sorry to bother you. We came to ask for your help. Let's talk about it. Tang Yichen opened his mouth, and he couldn't hear any emotion in his tone. Ling Muyao turned his head and looked at Ling Shu. Ling Shu raised his head and choked. My two children are missing. You know a lot of people. I want to ask you to help me find them. Only then did Tang Yichen see Ling Shu's red eyes. Damn, who knew how much he needed to restrain himself before he didn't rush up and hold her in his arms. She actually has a child, so the man next to her is her husband, right? They all have children to that's so good, so good. Isn't this the same as what you guessed? If you lose your child, go to the police. The police said that they could not file a case within 24 hours. We saw the surveillance of the mall, and the people who took them away avoided all the surveillance cameras. We had no choice. Ling Muyao explained. After a long silence, Ling Shu stood in front of Tang Yichen and felt like he had been stripped. It's equally embarrassing. Yes, they have been divorced for a long time. He has no feelings for her in the first place. He has Miss Wen. It was she who overestimated herself. Why did she think he would help her unconditionally? Sorry to bother you. After saying that, Ling Shu turned around and prepared to leave. I didn't say I wouldn't help. Tang Yichen felt that he was really mean. Obviously, she already had a new family, got married and had children, and took her new husband to her office to help her save their children. He obviously told himself to leave it alone, but he still couldn't bear to see her tears. After saying that, take out the phone and call Molza, the second son, help me check the two children who were apt in Century Square today. How old is it? What are the characteristics? Ling Yichen held the phone and looked at Ling Shu. Ling Shu hadn't recovered yet. She didn't expect Tang Yichen to really agree, and immediately called the contact person. Ling Muyao, answer quickly when you see this. A boy, a girl, twins, more than 3 years old, not seen on the second floor. Did you hear that? I want to know the whereabouts of the two children before 5 o'clock. The police asked Lao San to communicate and take action first. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yichen felt sullen. Humph, too unexpectedly, he gave birth to twins. Chapter 42. Why is it so sour? There is no news so soon. Either you leave a phone number and go back first. If there is news, I will ask someone to inform you. Tang Yichen buried his head in reading the document because he felt that it was really uncomfortable to look at the two of them in front of him. When he thought that they were a couple and gave birth to twins, he found for the first time that his heart was smaller than a needle. Ling Muyao thought that they had been bothering others here all the time. Xiaoshu, let's go back and wait for the news. We are also in a hurry here, and we also disturb Mr. Tang's work. In fact, Ling Shu didn't want to go back. She wanted to wait here so that she could know the news as soon as possible, but Tang Yichen opened his mouth to drive people away, and he seemed to be really busy. He was embarrassed to say that he would stay. I guess he was also worried that Wenqing would be unhappy when he came over and saw him at this time. A president said to himself, "Humph, Xiaoshu. Call so friendly. I'm afraid that others won't know that you are husband and wife." Someone knocked over the vinegar jar and knocked the keyboard hard, which made him look really busy at work. Ling Muyao helped Ling Shu out of the office, took the elevator downstairs, and then drove back to the apartment. Chen Sissy in the apartment was also anxiously waiting for news. When she saw the two people coming back, she hurried up. "How about it? Are Chen Chen and Wanwa's fathers willing to help?" "Well, he arranged for someone to look for it. I believe there will be news soon," Ling Muyao replied. Multiplied by Ling Yucheng woke up and found that he was in a very dilapidated house, and his sister slept next to him and hadn't woken up yet. "Just now, I was about to buy balloons with my sister in the mall. My sister heard a sound next to her. When she saw a balloon with a page pattern lying on the ground, she ran over. She followed her. She was covered with a towel from behind by two people, and then she fell into a coma and woke up here." He guessed that they should have met human traffickers who specialized in kidnapping and trafficking children. His phone and his sister's phone watch are missing. I guess they were taken away. To find a way to escape, his mother must be very anxious to find that they are gone. Ling Yucheng gently shook his sister's shoulder, planning to wake her up first, and then find a way to escape. "Nono, Nono, wake up, Nono, wake up." Ling Yunhua slowly opened his eyes. After seeing his brother, "What's wrong with me? Why are we here? We were brought here from the mall by traffickers. Ah, what should I do? We are gone. Mom and godmother will be very anxious. Don't worry, I will find a way to take you out to escape together." Ling Yucheng comforted his sister and cheered himself in his heart. He was an elder brother. He must take good care of his sister and take her to his mother. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. "Let's pretend to sleep first. Hurry up," Ling Yucheng said to Ling Yunhua, and the two lay down together in the previous position. The sound of opening the door sounded, and the sound of two men talking came. "Brother, what should I do? What's the matter with these two children? Now that we have just been taken back, the police outside have begun to search." Ling Yucheng quietly opened his eyes. The two bandit-like hooligans, whose arms were called Big Brother, were full of tattoos. The younger brother behind him was not tall and very obscene. "Who knows, I called that stinky woman, how dare she cheat his grandfather?" With that, the flower-armed man took out his mobile phone to dial the phone. "Miss Wen, the two children are in our hands now, but now, the final payment is not 1 million. Now, the police in Jiangcheng are wanting me and my brothers. You really cheated our brothers to death. 10 million yen, transfer it immediately. We will take the child away. The matter will be done for you as it is, and you can't be missing a penny. Where can I get you 10 million yen?" Wenqing's eyebrows on the other end of the phone were twinkled together, and there was a sharp light like a knife in his eyes, and he shouted loudly at the phone. "That's Miss Wen's business." After saying that, the flower-arm man hung up the phone. Wenqing looked at the hung-up phone, angry and anxious, and walked back and forth in the room with her mobile phone. 10 million. Let her go anywhere to get 10 million at once. "Brother, how are you?" the younger brother asked. "When we get the money, let's take it and leave to see if the two little ones have woken up." As they said, the two walked to Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhua. "Why didn't they wake up for so long?" the flower-armed man asked. "Maybe it's because there are too many drugs," the younger brother beside him explained, otherwise he didn't know why he hadn't woken up yet. "While they didn't wake up, let Lao San drive. We went to buy some things to use on the road and withdraw when we got the money." "Okay, big brother." After saying that, the two went out again. After confirming that the two left, Ling Yucheng woke up and gently ran to the window to see that the car had driven away. "Hurry back and call Ling Yunhua. Nuanhua, they are out. I don't think they will come back soon. Let's escape now." Ling Yucheng took Ling Yunhua's hand, and the door was locked. Ling Yucheng found a stool, helped Ling Yunhua climb to the window, and turned it out first. After Ling Yunhua climbed up, he looked at the height below and did not dare to jump down. "Brother, Nono is a little scared." "Nono, don't be afraid. You jumped down bravely. My brother will come soon. As long as we escape, we will find our mother soon," Ling Yucheng comforted. Ling Yunhua closed his eyes and plucked up his courage to finally jump down. The distance was a little high, but he accidentally sprained his ankle. It hurts so much. When Ling Yucheng heard his sister's voice, he quickly climbed up to the window and jumped down. He found that his sister had sprained. "Are you okay, sister? Try to stand up slowly and see if you can leave. We have to leave here first." Ling Yunhua stood up in pain. "Brother, it's okay. It doesn't hurt much. I can go." "Okay, let's take a walk first and see if we can find someone to help." Ling Yucheng helped Ling Yunhua to walk to the mainland. The place where they were detained was a farmhouse, surrounded by vast open spaces, and there was no one at all. The two brothers and sisters held hands. Ling Yucheng was anxious that they needed to leave as soon as possible, while worrying about Nono's foot injury, because she was walking slower and slower. No, in this way, they will catch up with us soon when they come back, and we won't have a chance to escape again. What should I do, brother? Why don't you go first and find someone to help you? Ling Yunwo doesn't want to drag his brother down. No, I won't leave you alone. Let's find a place to hide first. It's almost dark, and it's not easy for them to find us. Let's wait until dawn tomorrow. Mom will definitely call the police. Tomorrow, the police will start searching and we will be rescued. Ling Yunwon nodded heavily. As long as her brother was there, she was not afraid of anything. He saw another old dry well in front of him. With a clever move, he pulled his sister over. The well was not deep. He jumped in first, let Nono sit on the side, and slowly slid down. He held her from below. After settling down Nono, he slowly climbed up, found a lot of dry grass branches and leaves, and re-entered the well, and changed it with these messy dry grass. At the mouth of the well, if you don't pay attention from the outside, you can't see two people hiding here. After the two people hid, they soon heard the sound of cars. They knew that several traffickers had returned. Chapter 43 Yichen, thank you. The three kidnappers bought a truck of food and tools for escape. They parked the car and pushed the door open. No, big brother, the two children are missing. The flower-armed man pushed away the two and rushed over. He turned his head to look at the stool under the window and guessed that the two of them had climbed the window to escape. Another younger brother asked, Big brother, what should I do? The flower-armed man waved his big hand and left. He went out to look for it. There were no ghosts here. We didn't go out for a long time, and the two children didn't run far. The three of them turned around and went out to search separately. Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunwo hid in the well. They felt that someone was coming over, and the footsteps were getting closer and closer. The two brothers and sisters hugged each other nervously. If they were caught back again, they both knew that there was more evil and less good luck, and they would never see their mother and others again. Ling Yucheng hugged his sister tightly and gave her silent comfort. The flower-armed man really searched near the dry well. Fortunately, Ling Yichen blocked it with some dry grass branches. He couldn't see clearly when it was dark, but he saw the flower-armed man walking to them with an iron rod. The phone rang for a while. The flower-armed man stopped and took out the phone from his pocket. It was one of the younger brothers who called. Did you find it? The voice of the little brother on the other end of the phone is very anxious. It's not good without the eldest brother. Now, not only the police are looking for us, but also the second Master Mo has taken action. Brother, let's go quickly. We can't leave if it's too late. How dare you harm us? You ask Lao San to pack up quickly. I'll come right away. I'll call that bitch and get the money. Hang up the phone here, and the flower-armed man Marshan called Wenqing. Stinky 38, where's the money? I can't get so much money at once, only 1 million. Where are the two children? Run away. Wenqing exclaimed. It was hard to catch it. How could she let the two people run away? Run away. Things haven't been done well. I can't even take care of the two children. You are so willing to ask me for money. Bitch, who knows who you have messed with? You want to put our brothers in jail, right? Now the police in Jiangcheng are looking for us, and they have also alarmed Moaria. I tell you, we are going to run away now. We will transfer 5 million yen immediately, and a penny can't be missing. Our brothers have been arrested. Don't think too much about it. Don't forget me. We are now a grasshopper on a boat. At worst, everyone's fish is dead and the net is broken. I warn you that if our brothers are caught, I will definitely shake off all your things and let you come in and accompany us. After saying that, the flower-armed man hung up the phone directly. Turn around and go back to find your two younger brothers. Ling Yucheng heard him. On the phone, it turned out that they were not simply captured by traffickers, but someone who paid someone to kidnap them. He couldn't figure out how anyone wanted to kidnap them when they had just come to Jiangcheng from Yingshi. They didn't dare to go out yet. Now, they don't know what's going on outside. It seems that several people are about to run away. On this side, Wenqing hung up the phone and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Now, the matter has not been done, and people have also run away. I heard that Shu mother took action. Is Yi Chen helping behind the scenes? He knows Ling Shu's two children. Do you know that they are his children? Now, no matter what, you must pay 5 million yen to those fugitives, otherwise you will definitely be involved. In case Yi Chen knows that it is his back, he will be doomed. Multiplied by Tang Yi Chen hasn't received any news from Moza at almost 5 o'clock. Thinking of Ling Shu's red eyes, he personally called Moza. How are you? Is there any news? Brother, I just found out the information and hiding points of several people, and I'm going to call you. Who is it? Tang Yichen couldn't figure it out either. If it took time for Moza to find it, which meant that the other party was by no means an ordinary trafficker, then there was only one possibility, kidnapping, but who would Linshu provoke to let the two children be kidnapped? He couldn't figure it out. It's a few desperate fugitives, and they all have the background. Whose child is it? How did they mess with these people? Moza was also curious. None of the friends they knew got married and had children, so he let his eldest brother be so anxious to find someone. At the risk of exposure, he even used their foreign mercenaries and hackers, otherwise it was really impossible to determine the other party's information and location in such a short time. It's Ling Shu's child. After a moment of silence, Tang Yichen spoke. Sister-in-law's child? Did your sister-in-law have a child when she got married? Moza also didn't expect it. He was slightly stunned and blurted out. What he hadn't said was that the child was still so old. Tang Yichen, who was in a bad mood, was about to hang up the phone. Now that he found it, there was basically no problem. By the way, send me the location. I have to inform Ling Shu when I think about it. Tang Yichen called Ling Shu and told them the confirmed information. The address was also sent. If you can't wait, you can go there, otherwise Moza will send the child back. Ling Shu received a call from Tang Yichen, and when he got the good news, he fell firmly in his heart. Yichen, thank you. Ling Shu sincerely thanked her. She knew that if it hadn't been for him, she wouldn't have found Chen Chen and Wanhua so quickly, maybe she would have lost 2 children. Tang Yichen didn't say anything or hang up the phone. The two of them were silent and not polite. In the last 3 stiff words, Tang Yichen hung up the phone. After receiving the news, Ling Shu and Ling Muyao immediately drove out and arrived at the cabin where Ling Yichen and Ling Yinhua were detained according to the address given by Tang Yichen. Mother just came out of it and saw Ling Shu rushing in. Sister-in-law, you're here. I'm sorry, the kidnappers had already run away when we arrived. I had arranged for people to catch up with the robbers halfway. The children were not in the car. According to them, when they went out to buy something, the 2 children ran away. Ling Shu didn't pay attention to what he called her. He only heard that the child was not there. This may be the feeling of falling from heaven to hell all of a sudden. Ling Shu leaned back and almost fainted on the ground. Fortunately, Ling Muyao, who was behind, catched her in time and did not fall to the ground. Mola saw that the situation was wrong and also sent a message to Tang Yichen. When Tang Yichen heard that the 2 children were not there, Ling Shu almost fainted and immediately picked up his coat and rushed out of the door. Sister-in-law, don't worry. If the kidnappers don't run away by themselves, it must be safe. I'm arranging for someone to search around here, and I will definitely find them. Ling Shu cheered up again when she heard it. Yes, Chang was so smart. Since she escaped, it must be fine. She ran out and shouted the names of the 2 people as she walked. Ling Yuchen and Ling Yunhua were in the well. Because they were hungry all day, they were a little confused. Nono, wake up. It seems to be your mother's voice. Listen to it. Ling Yunhua woke up and listened carefully. It's Mom, brother, it's really Mom, Mom has found us. Chapter 44. There are 4 people in someone else's family. What am I doing there? Listening to Ling Shu's voice getting closer and closer, Ling Yuchen quickly stood up, pushed away the weeds on it, and called out to his mother loudly. When Ling Shu heard the child's voice, he rushed over excitedly. Others also heard the sound and rushed to this side. Ling Shu found the dry well. Ling Muyao rushed over and went down to hold the 2 children, and Ling Shu caught them on top. With the excitement of lost and recovery, Ling Shu hugged the 2 children and cried excitedly. Ling Muyao patted and comforted. Xiao Shu, don't cry, the children have found it. Ling Shu let go of the 2 and reached out to touch their faces. Looking carefully, Ling Yuchen had some scratches on his face, and so did his hands. The 2 children's clothes were torn, and he must have suffered a lot. Mom finally found you. Are there any other injuries besides the wound on your face? Ling Shu asked quickly. Mom, I'm fine. It's just that Nono's foot accidentally sprained when he jumped from the window. It's sprained. Show it to Mom. As he said, he picked up Ling Yunhua's trouser leg and found that his ankle was swollen. I couldn't help but cry again. Mom, it doesn't matter. It doesn't hurt much. Mom, don't cry. Listening to his daughter's comfort, Ling Shu's tears fell more fiercely. Obviously, Wanhua was the most afraid of pain, but he was swollen like this and comforted himself that it didn't hurt. Tang Yichen rushed over by himself. When he got out of the car, he saw this scene. 4 other people's family hugged each other. He stopped and was about to walk over. Mother saw him get out of the car and walked to his side. Brother, here you are. Heart, such a long journey. Brother, how many yards did you drive your car? Seeing that his eldest brother heard that his sister-in-law was about to faint, he rushed over in a hurry. At this time, he stood still when he arrived. Why didn't he show his face and let his sister-in-law know that he was coming? Brother, why don't you go and say hello to your sister-in-law? I won't go. Now that I've found someone, I'll go first. You can arrange someone to take their family back later. After saying that, Tang Yichen opened the door and was ready to drive away. Someone else's family of 4 reunited there. What did he do there? Brother, how to deal with the 3 kidnappers? Has the mastermind found out? It hasn't been interrogated yet. Send it to the police station first to find out who is behind the scenes. Tang Yichen was still worried that the person behind him would not succeed this time and there would be a next time, so he found him this time. In order to avoid the consequences, the person behind the scenes must be pulled out. He was a good person and did it to the end, sent the Buddha to the west, and helped her solve it cleanly at once. Mo Ze looked at the rear of Tang Yichen's car, shook his head, turned around and walked towards Ling Shu and others. Sister-in-law, I'll arrange a car to take you back. Ling Shu wiped his tears. Thank you for today. Thanks to you, I was able to find Chen Chen and Nuanhua so quickly. Thank me for what? Thank you, big brother. My big brother just came, but he left again. Has Yichen been here? I want to thank him. Look at Ling Shu's appearance, Mo Ze really can't say anything. After all, it was his eldest brother who was going to divorce at the beginning, and he can't blame his sister-in-law for finding him again. Oh, I'll send you back. We may have to go to the hospital first. Nono's foot is sprained. Sprained. Then get in the car first and go to the hospital quickly. It's too late now. I'll ask Lao San to call the hospital to prepare. Ling Shu thought about it. If he went straight to the queue, he would probably have to wait, so he would trouble them once. Then he took Nono in his arms and got into Mo Ze's car. Brother Ayao, I'll take Nuanhua to the hospital. Please take Chen Chen back first and report your safety to Sissy, by the way. Ling Shu thought that Chen Sissy was still waiting for the news at home. Chung Chung was hungry all day and wanted to go back to eat something and have a good rest. He was basically bruised. It would be fine if he went back and disinfected with iodine. Okay, then take care of yourself and call me if you need anything. Ling Shu turned his head and looked at his son. Mom, don't worry about taking your sister to the hospital. I will be obedient. I'll wait for you to come back at home. Ling Yicheng knew that his mother had just found him and his sister, and he must not be worried about himself. Okay, Chung Chen is great. Mom and Nono will be back tomorrow. Mother drove Ling Shu and Ling Yunhua to the hospital. Because there were arrangements in advance, he went straight to the hospital for treatment without delay. The doctor said that the condition was fine, not very serious. It was enough to stay in the hospital for observation for 2 days, and don't walk on the ground these 2 days. Mo Ze arranged for the mother and daughter to stay in the ward and left, and those few people had to deal with it. Looking at his daughter sleeping in the ward, Ling Shu's hanging heart finally calmed down slowly. Multiplied by when Wenqing knew the news that several people were caught by Mo Ze, she was so scared that she panicked. She knew that if those people fell into Mo Ze's hands, they would definitely not have a good end, and they would definitely implicate her. She calmed herself down and found a way. There must be a way. She walked into the room, took out her mobile phone from the innermost drawer, and dialed the only saved number on it. The phone was connected. Godfather, help me. Wenqing put down the phone and was finally relieved that she would not be implicated if her godfather took action. On this side, Mo Ze arranged for someone to send the 3 kidnappers to the police station, and also send the evidence of the 3 kidnapping of the children. On the other hand, he sent someone to search for the evidence and find the mastermind behind it. After leaving, Tang Yichen returned to the villa and stayed in the hospital for 1 night. Today was the first time he came home after bringing Ling Shu back. There was still the dress she left on the bed in the room. Tang Yichen walked over to pick up the dress and stayed for a while. The mobile phone rang. It was a call from Wenqing. Yichen, where are you? Are you feeling better? Wenqing asked cautiously. Well, it's nothing serious at home. Tang Yichen stretched out his hand and pulled his tie, a little irritable. Since he learned that Ling Shu had remarried and had a child today, he felt that a stone had been pressing on his chest and he couldn't breathe. Are you going out today? Wenqing said tentatively. She wanted to know whether Tang Yichen already knew that Ling Shu had 2 children, and whether he already knew that those 2 children were his. In the company, what's the matter? No. Not much. You have just recovered. Don't work too hard and rest early. Wenqing couldn't figure out how much he knew and what he had found out. He hung up the phone in a hurry, worried that he would show too many horse feet. Tang Yichen didn't pay attention to Wenqing's strangeness. His mind was now full of pictures of Ling Shu's family of 4 hugging each other. His heart was in a panic, and he didn't have the heart to take care of others. Looking at the dress in my hand, Ling Shu actually came to mind that day. The picture of sitting on this big bed in clothes, I seemed to see the softness of her chest at that time. Shit. He strode to the wardrobe, opened the door of the wardrobe and went in. He turned around and walked into the bathroom. After a while, the repressed gasp was mixed with the sound of water flowing. Chapter 45. It turned out to be her. The next day, as soon as Tang Yichen arrived at the company, Mo Ze walked in with a heavy face. Brother, those 3 people committed suicide at the 9th police station last night. Tang Yichen was also stunned when he heard it and committed suicide. Yes, he committed suicide by taking poison. Oh, to it seems that the mastermind behind the scenes has taken action. It is not easy to kill 3 people unconsciously in the police station and disguise themselves as suicide. But how could Ling Shu mess with such a person? Have you found any clues? Tang Yichen is even more strange. If it's just a simple kidnapping of children, it's okay. Now, the development of things is obviously not just kidnapping and trafficking in children. Fortunately, several people's mobile phones were searched before sending them to the police station. Guess who they contacted? Mo Ze's mysterious tone. Tang Yichen stared at Mo Ze and waited for the answer. He no longer stalked. Wenqing, it was her. I checked the call records in one of my mobile phones, and also found that Wen Qing had transferred money to them through online banking abroad. Tang Yichen was also surprised to hear Wen Qing's name from mother. Why did she kidnap Ling Shu's child? Tang Yichen said doubtfully. He knocked on the table with a pen and thought about why she paid people to kidnap Ling Shu's children. They hardly intersected, and Ling Shu had not been in Jiangchen for several years. He couldn't figure out why Wen Qing did this. I don't understand this either. Could it be? Mother hesitated and didn't know whether to say it or not. What? Tang Yichen raised his eyebrows. Does she think that her sister-in-law's child is yours? That's why you did it? After all, he felt that his sister-in-law and her eldest brother's husband were not very close. Will it really be the eldest brother's child? Tang Yichen's deep black eyes stared at Moza, as if to say, I don't know if I have children. Well, when I didn't say it. Moza couldn't bear to be stared at by his eldest brother. There are still people behind Wen Qing. She doesn't have the ability to kill people unconsciously in the police station. Tang Yichen spoke. Is it K? There has been no news for so many years, and the last clue has been broken again. I don't know. I've been keeping an eye on it recently. Yes, big brother. How is Ling Shu's side? Did you send it back yesterday? Tang Yichen still couldn't help asking. Her daughter sprained her foot while running away, and I took them to the hospital last night. Her son followed her. Husband? Looking at the eldest brother's face, he was obviously a little dark when he heard these two words. Anyway, the man who followed me went back. Seeing that Tang Yichen didn't say anything, I'll go first, big brother. After Moza said goodbye, Tang Yichen leaned back to the seat. I fell into meditation, my child. He thought of Nono, took out his mobile phone, and there was no new news. He clicked on the chat record and listened to the voice sent to her by Nono before, saying that they were leaving Jiangcheng. I guess they had already left. The cute little girl who ran to the company to find him and called him his father will probably never see her in the future. I didn't want to go to work today. Tang Yichen picked up his coat and walked out of the office. The secretary of the president's office was surprised to see him leave so early. Why did Mr. Tang leave so early today? Yes, will workaholics also be tired? Secretary Yao listened to the whispering of the little girls, stood up and worked hard. The boss can leave at any time. It's not time for you to get off work yet. There were sorrowful voices one after another, and the workers appointed to sit down and bury their heads in work. Multiplied by Tang Yichen walked into the parking lot and took out his mobile phone to send a message in the group to ask everyone out for a drink. Thinking of mother saying that Ling Shu was in the hospital, he put his mobile phone back and drove straight to the hospital. Ling Yunhua had just fallen asleep. Ling Shu opened the door and came out to pick up Ling Yucheng, Chen Sisi and Ling Moyao. Hearing that Ling Yunhua was going to be hospitalized for observation, everyone couldn't wait to come to the hospital. As soon as she turned around, she saw Tang Yichen standing behind her. The two of them looked at each other at a distance of several meters. No one said anything and no one took a step forward. Ling Shu experienced this great sadness and joy. Seeing Tang Yichen again, it may be the feeling of 10,000 years at a glance. Tang Yichen walked into Ling Shu, stood 1 meter away from her and stopped. Yichen, to seeing that he didn't mean to speak, Ling Shu took the initiative to say hello. Are you still not feeling well? Ling Shu was a little anxious. She didn't know why he showed up in the hospital. She remembered that when she left that day, he seemed to say that he had caught a cold. Is it okay? She didn't realize that she was still so careful and caring about him. No, I'm coming to see my friends. Tang Yichen didn't say that he came to see her on purpose. Can't they be friends after divorce? He didn't lie. Oh, it turned out that he was looking at his friend. Fortunately, he was not sick. Ling Shu subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. How is your daughter? Oh, she just fell asleep. The doctor said there was no big problem. She could be hospitalized for 2 days for observation. If you fall asleep, you won't go in with yourself. It's okay. Then I'll go first. Okay. The two people passed by, and Yichen and Ling Shu turned around to stop him. Tang Yichen turned around and looked at Ling Shu. Yichen, to thank you. Tang Yichen hooked his lips and smiled lightly, turned around and left. Looking at his back, Ling Shu said silently to Yichen in his heart, thank you for saving Chenqing and Wanhua. I'm sorry that I took possession of them alone. Don't worry, I will take good care of them in the future. Goodbye. As soon as Tang Yichen left, the elevator door opened, and Ling Yucheng ran out, followed by Ling Moyao and Chen Sisi. Ling Yucheng rushed to Ling Shu and called intimately, Mom, Mom. Yesterday, my mother sent Nono to the hospital, and I haven't hugged my mother properly. Mom, where is Nono? Yeah, how about Nono? Chen Sisi also asked in a hurry. I just fell asleep. The doctor said that he had recovered well today, and he could be hospitalized tomorrow. Ling Shu knew that everyone cared about Nono very much. He was very anxious and hurriedly conveyed the doctor's words to reassure them. That's good, that's good. I can't sleep these 2 days. I'm so worried. Chen Sisi watched her 2 children grow up as if they were their own children. Ling Shu took several people into the ward gently, took a look at Ling Yunhua, and then took them out for lunch. At the table, Sister Shu, will you go back when Wanhua is discharged from the hospital? Chen Sisi knew that if it hadn't been for Chen Cheng and Wanhua, they would have returned to Yingshi. Now that the two children have returned safely, they probably have to prepare for the return. Xiao Shu, are you going back? Ling Muyao didn't expect Ling Shu to leave so soon. Well, when Nono is discharged from the hospital, we will take them back. Yi Chen didn't find the two children this time. If she had been here, she would have been found out sooner or later. She didn't dare to take risks. Moreover, the two children were tied up this time, which made her heart trem. She still wanted to go back early and feel at ease early. Ling Muyao was a little lonely when he heard Ling Shu's words. Tell me when you have ordered the ticket, and I will see you off. Okay. Ling Shu accepted it calmly. Ling Muyao didn't say more. What he was most afraid of was Ling Shu's calmness, which let him know that they would never be possible. Chapter 46 Leave. Several people returned to the ward after eating. After a while, Ling Yinhua woke up. They didn't let her eat what was outside. The porridge that Chen Sisi cooked for her had been warmed in the thermos. Now, it's really good to eat. Ling Yunhua woke up and saw everyone here. He was very happy. Godmother, brother, Uncle Ling, you all came to see Wanhua. Nono, my godmother cooked your favorite vegetable minced meat porridge for you. Looking at Nono, there was nothing wrong, and Chen Sisi was also relieved. Thank you, godmother. Brother, is the pain on your face hurt? Ling Yunhua saw the scratches on Li Yuchen's face and quickly cared about his brother. It doesn't hurt. My godmother applied iodine to disinfect me, and it will be fine in 2 days. Mom, my brother's phone and watch are missing. Ling Yunhua thought that he couldn't contact his father without the phone and watch. We will go to buy it when Nono is discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Ling Shu replied cheerfully. Tomorrow, Uncle will pick up Wanhua from the hospital. Uncle will take you to buy it. I was going to give you a gift, but I don't know what to give you. When the two little guys heard it, they thanked sweetly. Thank you, Uncle Ling, thank you, Brother Yao. Ling Shu also thanked sincerely. It is appropriate to give gifts to children. Ling Shu is always so polite to himself. Multiplied by Tang Yichen came out of the hospital. He didn't go back to the company and didn't want to go to his old house to make his grandfather angry, let alone go back to the villa. Facing the empty house alone, he drove his car around the road aimlessly. Since he met Ling Shu, he would think of her every day. The woman who seems to never make demands and never lose her temper is soft-tempered and soft-tempered. With a smile on everyone, they haven't blushed in the 3 years of their marriage, and she has never lost her temper with herself. Maybe she was the same as her mother, the same love to laugh, so he kept thinking of her. Finally, the car drove back to the hospital and parked downstairs. This time he didn't go up, but sat in the car until dawn. In the early morning, he was awakened by Li Chou's phone call, reminding him that he had made an appointment with the president of Li's group to talk about cooperation today. Tang Yichen hung up the phone, looked up and drove away. Today, Ling Yunhua was discharged from the hospital. Ling Muyao took Ling Yichen to the hospital early in the morning. Chen Sisi had something to deal with in the studio today, so she didn't come to pick her up from the hospital and complete the discharge procedures. She happily followed her brother and Ling Muyao to the mall to buy a phone and watch. Ling Shu has booked the air ticket and packed up his things tonight and left early tomorrow morning. She didn't follow her to the mall. She went to the supermarket to buy vegetables. She was going to cook hot pot in the evening. She asked Brother Yao to have dinner in the apartment. She was going back tomorrow. She thought that she should invite Brother Yao to have a meal. It was also very good to eat hot pot at home, and Sissy also liked it. In the evening, several people ate around the table. Ling Shu prepared Mandarin duck pot, but the two little guys grew up in Yinchang. They ate a lot of peppers there, so they could also eat a few mouthfuls of tripe and beef balls in the spicy pot. After dinner, Ling Shu sent Ling Muyao downstairs and walked to the side of the car. Both of them stopped. Xiao Shu, go back to rest early. Okay, Brother Yao, go slowly and be safe on the road. Well, I'll pick you up at the airport tomorrow. If you are busy, it's okay for us to go by ourselves. Ling Shu is afraid of delaying Brother Yao's work, so he has been helping these days. I also bought a ticket for tomorrow. Ah! Ling Shu was stunned. Don't worry, I won't go with you. I'll go back to Beijing to deal with some work. Ling Muyao looked at Ling Shu's nervous appearance and felt a little bitter in his heart. That's not what I mean, Brother Yao. If you have time in the future, you can come to Yanshi to us. I will definitely take you to eat local special snacks, which are all great. Ling Shu issued an invitation. Okay, Brother Yao will definitely go there. Go back quickly. I'm leaving. Ling Shu turned around and went upstairs. Ling Muyao watched her back disappear in the corner, opened the door and drove away. That's it. He doesn't know why she divorced Mr. Tang, but he can see that she has Mr. Tang in her heart. Xiao Shu, I will be your Brother Yao forever from now on. Multiplied by Ling Yunhua and Ling Yuchen have taken a shower and are lying in bed. Mom is still packing, and the godmother is cleaning the table we finished eating. The little girl looked worried. Worried, because although I bought a new phone watch, the phone card has not been replenished. My mother originally said that she would go back to Yangshi to reissue it. Ling Yunhua remembered that she hadn't contacted her father for several days, and they were leaving soon, so she had been spoiling her mother. Finally, she asked her mother to promise to go out early tomorrow to replenish the card, and then go there. Airport. I can contact my father tomorrow. The little girl is looking forward to it. Early the next morning, Lin Muyao came over. The two little guys still had a good impression of In Muyao. Seeing that Lin Muyao greeted him warmly, Uncle Lin said hello. Chengchen is good, Nuanhua is good. Brother Yao, you're here. I'm sorry to make you so early. Nono must make up the card no matter what he says. Lin Shaw felt a little sorry when he saw that Lin Muyao arrived so early. It's okay. I usually get up early. He looked at the suitcase in the living room and said, have you packed it up? I'll take the luggage down first. After saying that, they went downstairs with the suitcase. Lin Yucheng and Lin Yunhua also carried their small school bags and went downstairs first. Chen Sisi looked at Lin Muyao's busy help and gossiped. Sister Shaw, your brother Ayao really does his best for you. Why don't you think about him? I'm divorced and have 2 children. Brother Ayao should have a better one. Lin Shaw said. Sister Shaw, it's wrong for you to think so. You are obviously a few months older than me. Aren't you getting married early? Besides, Chen and Nuanhua are so cute. What's wrong with divorce and having 2 children? Maybe you, Yao, don't mind. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Shaw knew that Chen Sisi cared about him, and he was straightforward and didn't care. Sister Shaw, you don't think about Chen and Nuanhua's fathers, but that's right. In terms of appearance, money and strength, no one can compare with the president of JK Group. He can't help it. He is so excellent. Hearing Chen Sisi's words, Lin Shaw was silent for a while. Yes, he is really excellent. It's impossible for me and him. Chen Sisi seemed to be in a low mood when she mentioned Chen and Nuanhua's father, so she didn't say much more. Follow Ling Shaw to carry the rest of the luggage downstairs. Ling Shaw thought that brother A Yao would go to the airport together, so he didn't let Ling Shaw follow him. Anyway, she had to go back in a few days, so she asked her not to see her off. Ling Muyao drove the car to apply for a phone card for Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhua first. After arriving at the airport, she passed the security check and separated from them. Ling Shaw took 2 little guys to sit in the waiting room. Waiting to board the plane back to Yangshi. Chapter 47. My mother's name is Ling Shaw. The night bar has not opened yet, but in the dark corner of the VIP box on the 2nd floor, Tang Yichen sat there silently playing with the wine glass in his hand and drank it all. Qing Hao was notified by the waiter that the eldest brother was coming and he was drinking alone in the box on the 2nd floor. He pushed the door and came in and saw his eldest brother looking like an alcoholic in broad daylight. He didn't know what had happened. Qing Hao walked in and took out the cup in Tang Yichen's hand. Brother, don't drink. After drinking later, he will go to the hospital. Tang Yichen didn't say anything. He put his hands on his knees, crossed his palms together, and leaned his head on his hands. After a while, Moza, Mo Fengfan and Lu Yan all came over. Qing Hao didn't know what was going on with the eldest brother, and he didn't say anything. He was worried that something would happen later, so he called everyone over. What's wrong? I'm so happy to call us to the bar for a drink in broad daylight. Lu Yan didn't notice anything wrong when he entered the door and asked loudly. Ji Fengfan stood beside him and patted Lu Yan on the shoulder. Hey, Xiaowo, if your brothers are the same as you, JK Group will probably have gone bankrupt. No. It's not drinking, then. Why did you ask us to come here? Lu Yan didn't pay attention to Tang Yichen's condition. He looked at the 3rd brother and didn't figure out the purpose of the 3rd brother calling them here. Qing Hao raised his chin and pointed to Tang Yichen sitting on the sofa. Hey too, Lu Xiaowo. Only then did he realize that the eldest brother seemed to be in a situation. What's wrong with the big brother? I don't know. I was notified by the waiter that I was already drunk when I arrived, Qing Hao said. We don't know if something happened to the eldest brother recently. 2nd brother, do you know? Ji Fengfan guessed reasonably and looked at Moza. Usually, the 2nd and 3rd brothers get closer to the eldest brother at work. The 3 brothers do not interfere much in the entertainment section he is in charge of. The little sister-in-law went back to Jiangcheng. The child was kidnapped 2 days ago and asked the eldest brother for help. As for the rest, I don't know. Moza told everyone what happened in the past 2 days. Is the little sister-in-law back? Really? Wu to my sister-in-law has been gone for so long and finally came back. The most exciting thing was Lu Yan. After all, he had a good relationship with Ling Shu at that time and got close. The child was kidnapped? Is it so serious? Whose child is it? Monsoon Sales are more concerned about this problem. My sister-in-law seems to have remarried. Moza said, who knows who the child belongs to? Anyway, the eldest brother said it was not his. What? The little sister-in-law is married. Who is it? Who cheated the little sister-in-law away, and why didn't the second brother tell us when he knew that the little sister-in-law came back? Mother sat down and poured himself a glass of wine. He said lightly, the eldest brother's own business, and he didn't let me tell you. How can I tell you? Luo Yan sat down with anger. During this period, Tang Yichen kept his head down and ignored everyone's discussion. At this time, the mobile phone he put on the table jingled to ding to WeChat message prompts rang a series. Seeing that the eldest brother didn't respond, Luo Yan took the mobile phone. Who is it? The message bombardment. I saw more than a dozen love expressions sent by a person named Nono on the mobile phone screen. Oh, my god, who is Nono? Brother, do you have a new situation? Qing Hao seemed to be thinking. He remembered that the last time his eldest brother was sick and hospitalized, he went to the eldest brother's villa with Wang Ao to clean up his clothes. Wang Ao took a black dress from the room and said that there was something wrong with the eldest brother. Is it this Nono? Big brother really has a new woman. Mozo always felt that the name was a little familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Suddenly, he couldn't remember it. Monday Feng Feng gossiped up and was about to snatch the mobile phone from Luo Yan's hand to check it. Who knew that the other party actually called? The two of them accidentally touched the connection button directly. Everyone was dumbfounded. They held their breath and looked at each other. Luo Yan was afraid that the eldest brother would find out and was ready to hang up immediately. Who knew that there was a cute little milk sound inside? Dad to the mobile phone in Luo Yan's hand was so scared that it fell on the carpet of the box. Multiplied by Ling Shu arrived at the waiting room and sat on the chair with two little guys waiting to board the plane. Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhua sat on the left and right sides of Ling Shu. In fact, Ling Yucheng also regretted that he returned to Yingxi so soon. His father was not sure what was going on, but she knew that because she and her sister were kidnapped this time, she was very worried and hoped that they could leave Jiangcheng as soon as possible. If Ling Yucheng is his father and mother, he will definitely choose his mother without hesitation, so he obediently followed his mother to leave, and also comforted his sister. With his father's WeChat, he can also contact his father when he goes back. Although Ling Yunhua knew to listen to her mother, she still couldn't help calling her father to say goodbye before leaving, so she secretly said that she was going to the bathroom. Ling Shu took Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhua went to the home bathroom. After this time, she was a little nervous and didn't feel at ease wherever she went. She had to follow her. However, at the door, Ling Yunhua said that he would go to the toilet by himself when he grew up. Ling Shu had to wait for her at the door with Ling Yucheng. After Ling Yunhua went in, she closed the door, quietly took out her phone watch, and sent a lot of love expressions to her father. Her father did not reply. She dialed her father's phone directly. Unexpectedly, it was connected immediately. Ling Yunhua shouted cheerfully. Dad Tang Yichen raised his head when Luo Yan and Moon Fengfan grabbed the mobile phone. The box it was very quiet. Grandma Ling Yunhua's father's voice fell into Tang Yichen's ears and seemed to fall into his heart. Ling Yunhua heard that there was no voice on the other side and asked doubtfully, Dad, are you listening? I'm going back with my brother and mother today. I was going to leave last time because I had an accident with my brother. There was an accident. Is it serious? Are they alright? Tang Yichen heard Nuanhua say that he had an accident with his brother and wondered how they were doing now. Ling Yunhua didn't care whether the other side responded or not, and said to himself, but it's okay now, so we're going back today. I don't know when I can see Dad next time. Dad, remember to reply to my WeChat. Ling Yunhua was about to hang up the phone. He remembered the last time he lied to his father and said that his mother's name was Chen Sissy. Now, they are also leaving. The little cotton jacket is ready to apologize to his father. Also, Dad, I'm sorry. Last time you asked my mother's name, I lied to you with my brother. My mother's name is not Chen Sissy. Chen Sissy is my godmother, and my mother's name is Ling Shu. Everyone listened to the cute little milk sound and thought that the other side must be a very cute child, but why didn't they know when the eldest brother had a child? Knowing that he heard the familiar name, Tang Yichen stared at his mobile phone blankly, looking at a loss, with an undisguised shock in his eyes. He snatched his mobile phone and ran out like a gust of wind. Except for Moza, everyone stared blankly at Tang Yichen's back rushing out, for no reason. Moza, it seems that the two children of the little sister-in-law are really the eldest brother. Chapter 48, Chasing Wife at the Airport. Ling Shu saw that Ling Yunhua hadn't come out, and he was worried that the little girl couldn't do it. Nuanhua, how are you? Are you alright? Do you need Mom to come in and help? Alright, Mom, I'll be right out. When Ling Yunhua heard his mother calling him, he hurriedly hung up the phone, put down his phone watch and went out, looking at his mother and brother with a smile. Let's go. The three of them returned to their seats and continued to wait for boarding. Ling Yunhua took out his small school bag and prepared to find the small one he packed. When she came out to eat snacks and turned out a black card, she remembered that when she was at home with her brother and sister Xiaowei, an uncle sent it to her mother. She put it in her small school bag and put it well. Later, she sneaked out with her brother to play with her father. When she came back, she forgot about it, but it should be nothing. Mom doesn't seem to know how important it is. The uncle didn't show up after giving the card. Now, it's just right to give it to Mom. Ling Yunhua didn't know that in her eyes, this unimportant card was what Tang Yichen asked Li Cheng to send to Ling Shu. The bank card left by Ling Shu at the time of the divorce could not be spent on the money in it to buy snacks for a lifetime. Mom, this is for you. Ling Yunhua casually handed the card to Ling Shu. Ling Shu turned his head and saw the familiar bank card lying in Ling Yunhua's hand. He stayed where he was. How could this be in your hand? Ling Yunhua found that his mother was a little excited. It was sent by an uncle before, saying that he would transfer it to his mother. If you don't believe it, you can ask your brother. I put it in my school bag and forgot it. What uncle? What does he look like? Ling Shu was scared to death when he heard that it was sent by an uncle. Was it sent by Tang Yichen? Has he seen 2 children? I'm not tall anyway. Ling Yunhua can't remember clearly. In fact, he only knows that he is not as tall or handsome as his father. Ling Shu looked at Ling Yucheng and was a little anxious. Chung, what does the uncle who sent the card look like? Did he say anything else? No, Mom, he wore glasses, gave us the card and left without asking anything. When Ling Shu heard the description of the two, he breathed a sigh of relief and held the card tightly, with a slight sweat in his palm. Fortunately, it was not Tang Yichen, but Li Tasuka. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, they left immediately, and it was safe to leave. Ling Shu comforted himself. Tang Yichen ran out with his mobile phone, called Li Cheng, and immediately checked Ling Shu's flight number. He took people to block all the exits of the airport. Her plane was not allowed to take off before I arrived. Hang up the phone and drive the black Rolls-Royce to the airport. He ran the red light all the way and arrived at the airport as fast as possible. Li Cheng saw his boss rushing to meet him. Mr. Tang, the plane stopped. His wife's position has been determined. I'll take you there. Ling Shu looked up at the time. It should be boarding time soon. At this time, a gentle and beautiful voice came from the airport broadcast. Dear passengers, we are very sorry to inform you that your flight MU3633 has been delayed due to control reasons. The specific takeoff time has not been determined yet. Please wait patiently for the notification. The people who heard the radio around heard a mournful sound. The plane was delayed, and Ling Shu was inexplicably stunned, with some bad premonitions. Mom, can't we get on the plane yet? Ling Yunhua looked up and asked. The plane is delayed, and I guess I have to wait a little longer. Ling Shu was worried that the 2 children could not bear to wait, so he was going to take them to the specialty store next door. As soon as the 3 of them got up from the seat, a group of people in black rushed in and ran straight to their side. Ling Shu held the hands of the 2 children tightly. Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhua also clung to their mother, shrank back and hid behind their mother. The man in black stood on both sides, giving way to a passage. Tang Yichen appeared at the end, and 2 buttons of his shirt did evade, which looked a little messy. When Ling Shu saw Tang Yichen, he only had 3 words in his mind: it's over. He stood there, his figure getting straighter, and the sunlight from the airport, the large floor-to-ceiling window leaked down, and one of his faces became bright. His dark black eyes seemed to be slightly red, and his slightly squeezed lips were restrained and patient. Tang Yichen looked at the 3 people standing there in front of him. The little woman bit her lower lip, looking patient and stubborn. Her hands tightly protected the 2 children, and the 2 children hid behind her. He didn't know why. Obviously, they were in front of him, but he didn't dare to step forward at this moment. Looking ahead, it was the cute little girl who ran to his office and called his father, the smart and gentlemanly boy who always took care of his sister. He couldn't remember that he had dinner with them and took them to the zoo. He still remembered that the little girl's glutinous little milk sound called his father. He was so stupid. His daughter and the son came to his door to find him. He actually thought it was someone's child looking for his stepfather, but he didn't find that it was his own daughter who came to him. He endured the impulse and slowly walked forward step by step. He came one by one, his sleeves fluttered, and a short distance of a few meters. He seemed to have walked for a century, and finally stood quietly in front of the 3 people. He didn't say anything, but no one knew how nervous he was. His heart was pounding, and his mind was filled with all kinds of chaos. Thoughts. Ling Shu looked at the man in front of him nervously. His eyes were scarlet, and he could even see a layer of beads of sweat on the tip of the pen. Ling Yunhua quietly poked his head out from behind his mother and looked out. Unexpectedly, he saw Tang Yichen in front of him. He rushed out directly from behind and rushed to Tang Yichen, shouting, "Dad!" to Tang Yichen saw Ling Yunhua rushing and squatted down in a hurry to catch the small meatball that rushed in. Nuanhua is good to he looked up at his son behind Ling Shu, and he was also looking at himself. His son was not as enthusiastic as his daughter. Remember, it seemed that he had never called his father. He stretched out his hand to him, and Ling Yucheng slowly stretched out his hand and put it in his father's hand. He picked up Ling Yunhua with one hand and stood up. With the other hand, he pulled Ling Yucheng and looked at Ling Shu standing in front of him. Ling Shu stayed in place when he heard Ling Yunhua's father. Why did Nuanhua call Tang Yicheng's father? Although it was indeed her father, and Chen Chen seemed to know him, but when did they meet? When did they get to know that Nuanhua had already called his father? Ling Yunhua turned his head and asked Tang Yichen, "Dad, why are you here?" Tang Yichen looked at Ling Shu. Ling Shu lowered his head with some guilty and turned to his little cotton jacket and said, "Dad is here to pick you up." "Go home?" "Dad, do you want to go to Yinshi with me?" Ling Yunhua asked innocently. "We won't go back to Yinshi today. Let's go back to Jiangcheng's home." When Ling Shu heard Tang Yichen's words, his heart was ups and downs. He pulled his sleeves nervously and looked at Ling Yunhua, who was held by Tang Yichen, and Ling Yichen, who was led by him, with a vigilant face. So he has known Chen Chen and Nuanhua for a long time. Is he going to take them away from himself? Chapter 49 Go Home Together. Tang Yichen looked at the little woman in front of him, and thought that she dared to run away with the ball and gave birth to 2 children without telling him, and it seemed that she didn't plan to tell her at all. Last time her son and daughter were kidnapped, she went to the office to ask for help, but she didn't tell the truth. She was angry and distressed at the thought of this. He pretended not to see her nervousness and vigilance in his eyes. He hugged his daughter, took his son, and said, "Let's go home. Turn around and get ready to leave." Seeing that his mother was standing still, Ling Yichen let go of Tang Yichen's hand, and Ling Yunhua also struggled to Tang Yichen came down in his arms, and the 2 babies held Ling Shu in one hand. Although they were very happy that their father came, if they had to choose one of them, the 2 little babies would definitely choose their mother. Of course, Ling Yunhua thought to himself that it would be best if mom and dad could be together. Ling Shu looked at her son and daughter and felt very comforted. She always knew that her son and daughter yearned for her father's love. Since the 2 of them could talk, they called dad to all day long. When she could think, she asked herself why other children had fathers, but they didn't. She told a well-intentioned lie and told them that her father was going to work on the moon. Can't come back. Later, the 2 children asked less. She thought they were getting used to it slowly. It turned out that they had always had this desire in their hearts. Tang Yichen was not angry when he saw his son and daughter go to Ling Shu's side. After all, she is their mother. She raised them alone. He just regrets that he missed their birth and growth in the past few years. He told himself that he would make up for the missed years in the future. He squatted down, looked at his son and daughter, and went home with his father. "All right?" Ling Yucheng asked, "Where is mom?" "Of course, mom will go home with us." "Right." Tang Yichen looked up and stared at Ling Shu. Then he stood up and took Ling Yunhua's little hand. Ling Shu looked at Cheng Cheng and Nuanhua's expectant eyes. Finally, he couldn't let them down and nodded gently. "Yeah, let's go home." When Ling Yunhua saw his mother's consent, he happily took his parents' hands and jumped forward. Although Ling Yucheng was not as excited as his sister, he could see that he was very happy. Tang Yichen met Ling Shu agreed. He finally breathed a sigh of relief secretly. God knows how nervous and tormented he was waiting for Ling Shu to nod. He was afraid of what Ling Shu would do if he said no to him. Who would have thought that the black-faced king of hell in the mall, the omnipotent president of Tang University, would be afraid one day? Multiplied by Tang Yichen drove himself, and his family of 4 returned to the villa. As soon as he entered the door, Ling Yunhua looked at the east and the west happily and asked Tang Yichen excitedly, "Dad, is this our home? Will we live here in the future?" Tang Yichen watched his daughter run around with a spoiled face. "Well, Nuanhua will live here from now on." "Wow, what a beautiful garden!" To Ling Yunhua has run to the back garden. "Mom, brother, come and have a look." Ling Shu and Ling Yucheng followed Ling Yunhua. "Nuanhua, run slowly and be careful not to fall." Ling Shu looked at his excited daughter and hurriedly reminded. Ling Shu looked at the furnishings of the villa. The furniture was all like he had left 4 years ago. He came to the back garden. The flowers he had planted before were still there. It seemed that they had been carefully taken care of. Now, they are growing more and more lush and blooming beautifully. Last time, he hurried over and left. She didn't realize that everything was still there, just like 4 years ago. She couldn't help blushing. Hearing the footsteps behind her, Tang Yichen came over. "Nuanhua, Cheng Cheng, I'll take you to see your room first. I'll stay for 1 night today, and tomorrow I'll take you to the mall to choose your favorite furniture and rearrange it." Tang Yichen came over, and Ling Shu hurriedly turned a blind eye to prevent her from discovering her strangeness. "Dad, I sleep with my brother and mom. I don't need to prepare the room." Ling Yunhua felt that they had been sleeping with their mother and said for granted. Tang Yichen was immersed in the joy of having children, but he didn't expect that his son and daughter would steal his wife from him. "We can prepare first. Nono and her brother have grown up slowly. We can't sleep with our mother all the time. We have to learn to be independent. In the future, each of you can sleep in one room. Ling Yucheng has no problem. He is a man and can sleep by himself. I can go and have a look first, but I have to sleep separately from my mother when I grow up." Ling Yunhua is still a little timid as a girl, and she has been reluctant to be separated from her mother since she was a child. Tang Yichen looked at Ling Shu, and Ling Shu spoke stubbornly. "Nuanhua has been used to sleeping with me since she was a child. She is still young. Let's talk about it when she is bigger." In fact, Ling Shu doesn't know what Tang Yichen means now. Does he take them back, and then fight with him for custody to take Cheng Cheng and Nuo back? Ling Shuo can't imagine what she will do if she loses Cheng Cheng and Nono. Tang Yichen took his 2 children upstairs. Ling Shuo followed in a low mood, and Tang Yichen prepared the original 2 guest rooms as rooms for Cheng Cheng and Nuo. Ling Shuo didn't see anything about women all the way. Didn't Wen Qing live here? That's right. Who would give the house where his ex-wife lived to the current one, not to mention Tang Yichen? Buying another house is nothing to him. Tang Yichen noticed that Ling Shuo was not in a good mood and was not in a high mood. He didn't know what the woman was thinking about. Didn't she give up yet and want to run away with her son and daughter? He didn't expect that Ling Shuo was worried about whether he would steal the child from her. In the evening, Ling Shuo took the initiative to go to the kitchen to cook. The refrigerator was empty. She thought that Tang Yichen would hardly cook at home. She simply cooked noodles for the 2 children and herself, and also cooked a bowl for Tang Yichen, by the way. Tang Yichen went to the study after dinner and never came out. Ling Shuo waited for the 2 children to finish eating. After picking up the kitchen, she took the 2 children to the guest room, and then bathed the 2 children. She also finished washing in the guest room and stayed in her room with Ling Yunhuo. Ling Yucheng followed. The 3 of them were still lying in bed as before. Ling Shuo was lying in the middle and flipping through the storybook to the 2 children as before. Story, the 2 children lay left and right quietly listening to their mother's story. After a while, Ling Yucheng and Ling Yunhuo fell asleep. Ling Shuo put away the storybook and turned off the light and fell asleep. Tang Yichen has been working in the study. He hurried out and walked into the room and saw no one. He opened the door and went to the guest room. The moonlight outside the window leaked in from the outside. The light shining into the room could just see the 3 people sleeping on the bed. He walked in quietly, gently put the little girl's exposed feet into the quilt, staring at the sleeping 3 people, and his heart was soft. Since the death of his parents, his heart has been empty for so many years. At this moment, he feels that he is finally filled. Chapter 50: The Mother Who Settles Accounts After Autumn. The next morning, Ling Shuo got up early. She planned to take advantage of the 2 children before they woke up. She looked at what was at home, prepared breakfast for them, walked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator door, and stayed in place. The refrigerator, which was originally empty, is now full, and there are many varieties. Ling Shuo knew that these must have been prepared by Tang Yichen, but when did he prepare it? Obviously, he went to the study to work after dinner yesterday, and he didn't hear the sound of him opening the door until they fell asleep. I have to say that Ling Shuo was quite relieved to see him so careful. If Cheng Cheng and Nuo really follow in the future, at least he will treat them sincerely. Ling Shuo made breakfast, went back to the room to wake up the 2 children, dressed the 2 children, washed up and went downstairs. The 3 of them sat in the dining room and were about to have breakfast. Ling Yunhuo, a thoughtful little cotton jacket, saw that Tang Yichen was not there. "Mom, where is Dad? Won't he have breakfast with us?" In fact, Ling Shuo was not sure whether Tang Yichen was at home. She had never heard a sound coming out of the master bedroom, and she could not rush in directly. Thinking of the food prepared in the refrigerator, he probably got up very early. Now, he may have gone to work in the company, because she used to know that he was very busy and often not at home. Ling Yunhuo was a little disappointed when he heard this answer. Obviously, his father said that he would take them to the mall today. Although Ling Yucheng didn't say anything and ate breakfast quietly, his eyes, which had just been obviously expected, suddenly darkened. Ling Shuo saw that the 2 children seemed to be a little disappointed with Tang Yichen, so he hurried to explain for him. "Dad is very busy at work. He must have something urgent to do that he forgot to make an appointment with you. Can we go to the mall next time?" Well, Ling Yunhuo's mood comes and goes quickly. He picks up the scrambled egg and stuffs it into his mouth. Ling Shuo looked at the 2 children who were having breakfast in front of him, and suddenly remembered a very serious thing, and he hadn't asked them yet. "Nono, why did you know he was a father the first time we met?" Ling Shuo put down his chopsticks and stared at Ling Yunhuo to ask. "Monta to I. Yes. My brother told me." Ling Yunhuo didn't expect that his mother would settle the score after autumn. "Didn't we happily tell stories to sleep last night? Why did Mom suddenly mention this today?" Wu to Ling Yunhuo had no choice but to betray his brother, because his mother looked so serious and a little fierce, and he was a little afraid. Ling Shuo turned his head and stared at Ling Yucheng. "Cheng Cheng, tell me, what's going on? I saw you at the airport yesterday. You must have seen it in advance, right?" In fact, Ling Yucheng really thought that her confused mother had forgotten about it. Last night, she was glad that they could escape the disaster, but she didn't expect to wait here. Looking at his mother's angry face, Ling Yucheng explained one by one. He took his sister to his father's company to find his father, and also asked his father to go out with animals. Garden, eating, my sister also added her father's WeChat, and often chatted. "Mom, it's all my idea. It has nothing to do with my sister." After Ling Yucheng explained, as an elder brother, he also took the initiative to take the responsibility. "It's none of my brother's business. I asked my brother to take me to my father. Ling Yunhua also took the initiative to take the responsibility. How do you know that he is a father? Ling Shu was still a little confused. Before the two children came to Jiangcheng, they never showed that they didn't believe that her father went to work on the moon, and they never mentioned to themselves that they knew who they were. I accidentally looked through the divorce certificate and the invalid marriage certificate from my mother's cabinet. I saw my father's photo on the invalid marriage certificate, and then I checked it on the internet with my mother's computer. Ling Yucheng lowered his head and waited to be criticized. Ling Yunhua also lowered his head when he saw this. After listening to her son's words, Ling Shu could not be described as shocked. She had always known that her son was very smart. She never thought that her son, who had just entered kindergarten, would surf the internet, and she also checked Tang Yiche's information and found her father by herself. So did you follow your mother to Jiangcheng this time just to find your father? Ling Shu's voice was a little choked. So the two babies he worked hard to give birth to want to follow Tang Yicheng, right? No, Mom. I just want to meet my father and see what kind of person he is. If my mother wants to go back to Yingxi, we will definitely follow her back. Ling Yuchen didn't expect to make his mother sad. We will definitely follow Mom. Ling Yunhua nodded desperately. Ling Shu thought that the two of them did not follow Tang Yichen at the airport. She nodded and agreed before coming back together. Finally, the two children were still facing her, but if Tang Yichen had to take them away, she had no chance of winning. Thinking about it, she had a little trouble. Ling Yuchen and Ling Yunhua seemed to be even more sad when they saw their mother. They got off the chair one after another, ran to Ling Shu's side, hugged her knee, and shouted coquettishly, "Mom, we will never leave our mother." Ling Shu stretched out his hand to hug the two. Well, go back for breakfast quickly. Mom is not angry or sad, but there is something that can't be hidden from Mom in the future. In case something happens, Mom will be very worried, okay? Ling Shu doesn't want the two children to know too much about the matter between adults, and he is worried that they will be burdened. Ling Shu also thought that since Mu had become a boat, the existence of the two children had been discovered by Tang Yichen, and they had also recognized Tang Yichen. That's it. If Tang Yichen really wanted to take away the custody, she would stay in Jiangcheng and be closer to them. Okay, Mom, I won't do it in the future. The two went back to the dining seat and continued to have breakfast. As soon as the two children returned to their seats, they heard the sound of opening the door and remembered that Tang Yichen walked down upstairs in a black and neat home. The light fabric was soft and smooth. His face, which used to be cold, seemed to be much softer today, showing a gentle meaning. Ling Shu didn't expect that he was at home and suddenly saw him appear. In the current situation, she didn't know what he was thinking, and she always felt a little embarrassed under the same roof. Tang Yichen went straight to the restaurant, sat down next to Ling Yunhua, picked up breakfast and began to eat. When Ling Yucheng saw his father pulling down, his eyes lit up obviously, but he deliberately lowered his head to eat so as not to be seen. Ling Yunhua was obviously a little excited when she saw her father appear, but she and her brother had just made her mother angry because of the private visit to her father, so the little girl restrained her excited voice and quietly asked Tang Yichen, "Dad, didn't you go to work? So are we still going to the mall today?" Tang Yichen saw his daughter suddenly whisper, which was a little strange. After all, every time he saw the little guy Nono, he made a loud noise. He looked up at his son opposite, and also lowered his head. Looking at Ling Shu again, he didn't feel anything strange. Did he think too much? Of course we have to go. We will leave after breakfast.